Chapter 201, Zombies in the Hospital. Level 1 Crystal Core Strength. Quality, excellent 40%. Purity, 50% side effect. Strength and physique are directly proportional. With insufficient physique, strength will experience negative growth. Power, passive ability, significantly increases strength. The crystal core from the obese female zombie nurse was a blue strength core. It was quite interesting since it is a passive ability, somewhat similar to the glutton ability. But the side effect seems better than that of the glutton. Just how big must the physique be to gain an increase in strength, and is his physique up to par? Moreover, Wang Tao suddenly thought the glutton's ability meant the more one eats, the fatter one gets, and the stronger one's defensive power becomes. If the power ability meant the bigger the physique, the greater the power, then what if one were to fuse both of these crystal cores? What effect would that have? The last crystal core belonged to the first zombie doctor he had killed. Level 1 Crystal Core, Throwing Master. Quality, excellent 60%. Purity, 50% side effect, quick to anger. Throwing Master, passive ability, skillful at throwing most items. Throwing Master surely could increase the accuracy of thrown objects. It didn't consume extra mana, making this crystal core pretty good. Though precision shooting was powerful, its mana consumption was terrifying. It drained 10 points of mana every second. Considering Wang Tao's current mana level, he could at most use it for 2 or 3 minutes before running out. It might seem like 2 or 3 minutes wasn't short, but since there was no way to regenerate mana at the moment and it could only recover over time, which was very slow, mana was indeed precious. However, precision shooting could not only increase the accuracy of medium and long-range attacks, but also enhance close-range combat, enabling him to strike more precisely and potentially hit the same wound repeatedly, thus indirectly increasing damage. While Throwing Master didn't cost mana, it seemed to offer no enhancement for close combat, and it was unclear exactly what was meant by skillful. Also, the side effect of this crystal core was quite quirky, as it would directly affect personality. No wonder he always felt this zombie seemed quite angry. Wang Tao became a bit conflicted. He wanted the self-healing ability, he wanted the power ability, and he also wanted this Throwing Master ability. But unfortunately, he could only fuse one more crystal core at the moment, so he had to make a careful choice. Aside from these 3 crystal cores, there were naturally other spoils of war. The obese female zombie had dropped 2 small strength potions, which were the same as the potions he had found previously. What the elderly male zombie had exploded into were 5 hand grenades and blueprints. Coughing smoke bomb blueprints. Able to create 5 coughing smoke bombs required materials: zombie stomach Z, a crystal core Z, zombie flesh Ziak, metal X 5 kg. Coughing smoke bomb releases a thick smoke. Zombies within the smoke move slower. Non-zombies in the smoke will continually cough and lose HP. The function of this smoke bomb was similar to ability, akin to slime spitter grenade. Moreover, its crafting seemed straightforward without the need for any special materials. However, Wang Tao dared not use this carelessly, as, with some caution, slime grenades typically wouldn't hurt oneself. But this smoke bomb would cause continuous HP loss. The loot that the zombie doctor dropped was rather interesting, consisting of medical packs and surgical knives. Acquired medical packs X5. Medical pack, capable of restoring 100 HP in 10 seconds. Lost limbs cannot be regenerated. This medical pack was like the one he'd found before in the clinic, capable of adding 100 HP in 10 seconds. However, the previous Dr. Zombie had only dropped 1 medical pack, while this one dropped 5. Medical packs were one of the reasons Wang Tao had come to the hospital. They could be more effective than some medicines. Though considering Wang Tao's current 3000 HP, the 100 HP recovery might not seem much. But since there's no cooldown mentioned, it implies they can be used continuously. And it's not just about the 100 HP. It could be about pulling someone back from the brink of death. He should definitely try it out when he gets the chance. Acquired surgical knives Zio. Surgical knife, throwing weapon. The description of the surgical knife as a throwing weapon left Wang Tao somewhat speechless. Yet, seeing zombies use it as a weapon made it seem somewhat reasonable. The doctor's zombie, upon death, had dropped 10 surgical knives, plus the ones Wang Tao had picked up from its hands. There were 4 in total. Originally there had been 5, but the one thrown at Wang Tao was ruined. Something like a surgical knife was incredibly sharp, yet very fragile. A surgical knife thrown by a zombie was essentially one use only. Wang Tao now had a total of 14 surgical knives in his space backpack, which could be utilized as 14 hidden weapons. If he could learn the throwing master ability, those 14 surgical knives would enhance his capabilities significantly. Of course, even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. Wang Tao still had precision shooting, and since the ability worked well with the flying axe, throwing these surgical knives surely wouldn't be a problem. After checking the spoils, Wang Tao explained the effects of these 3 crystal cores to Han Rui. It was better to clarify, lest they get into trouble unawares. Han Rui was quite interested in the throwing ability, but since Wang Tao didn't offer it to her, she wouldn't bring it up herself. Let's see what's inside. Wang Tao had no plans to go upstairs. The pharmacy was on the ground floor, and since they were here, they definitely had to take some medicine. As for the upper floors, if there was any danger, it wouldn't be easy to escape, so staying on the safe side was best. If there were elite zombies upstairs, they might consider luring them down. There are 2 elite zombies inside, and some ordinary zombies. Chapter 202, Zombies in the Hospital 2. Han Rui whispered to Wang Tao. The direction she pointed to was still the first floor, but it was the position of the main entrance. The place where Wang Tao had just come in was a side door on the west, and the main entrance was to the south. It led to a lobby where the recharge payment and medication pickup windows were located. Wang Tao wanted to go to the pharmacy, so he would definitely have to pass through there. With Han Rui's reminder, the 2 cautiously made their way to the back of a large column and peered out to see 2 zombies in patient attire, hiding in the shadows behind the door. They both had 2,000 HP. If someone were to enter from the main entrance at that moment, they would likely not notice them. Apart from these 2 elite zombies, there were quite a few ordinary zombies inside the recharge payment and medication pickup windows. Judging by their clothes, they were all hospital staff. Let's take care of these 2 elite zombies first. Wang Tao couldn't determine what type of elite zombies these were, so he chose to attack from a distance. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't noticed them yet, both Wang Tao and Han Rui picked up their crossbows and aimed at one of the zombies. Whiz! -2,000. With one shot, Han Rui instantly killed a zombie. Wang Tao was a bit slower, and by the time his crossbow arrow hit the zombie's head, Han Rui had already killed it. Seeing the zombie killed by Han Rui's single shot, Wang Tao and Han Rui exchanged glances, both a bit surprised. Its defense is that low. After killing this zombie, the other one still didn't move and continued to lurk behind the door. Could this be a stealth zombie? Wang Tao frowned but shot an arrow at the zombie by the door. Whiz! -2,000. This zombie was also killed by one shot, and Wang Tao's HP increased by 50. After confirming that there were no more elite zombies around, Wang Tao and Han Rui ran over together. It really is a stealth zombie. Each dropped an excellent quality and an ordinary quality stealth crystal core. The one killed by Wang Tao also dropped 2 bottles of stealth potion, medium, which were good for evading zombies. Wang Tao hadn't realized because they were wearing patient attire, different from the stealth zombies he had seen before. Plus, the elite zombies they had just encountered were also wearing patient attire, so Wang Tao hadn't immediately thought of stealth zombies. I need to be more cautious in the future. I cannot judge zombies by their appearances. In terms of attack and defense power, stealth zombies weren't any different from ordinary zombies. In fact, their perception ability was even inferior, but their sudden attacks were terrifying. If one didn't detect stealth zombies in advance, it was easy to be caught off guard. But if they were discovered in time, they posed no threat. He. As soon as they emerged, they drew the attention of the other ordinary zombies, though these zombies were trapped inside the counters and couldn't get out for the time being. Wang Tao didn't concern himself with them. He went to the pharmacy entrance and spent some time unlocking it. But seeing the empty interior, Wang Tao was somewhat stunned. Where are the medicines? Where are all the medicines? Inside was nothing but neatly arranged empty shelves, not a single box of drugs. This didn't look like the work of survivors taking them, because survivors wouldn't have left it so clean. It looked more like the hospital staff had moved them. Han Rui was somewhat speechless. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get to the hospital, only to find not a single box of medicine. Not only was the pharmacy empty, but also the medication pickup windows connected to it were devoid of any drugs. Wang Tao only knew that the hospital pharmacy had medicine. Whether there were other warehouses for storing medicines, he had no idea. Han Rui was also clueless. Fortunately, he came to kill zombies, not specifically to get medicines. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. "Let's go," he said. Wang Tao gestured with his hand and left with Han Rui. "I sense there are elite zombies upstairs. There's one at the stairwell here, but I'm not sure what type it is," Han Rui whispered to Wang Tao. "I'll try to lure it down, find a spot to wait." "Okay." Knowing she wasn't as fast as Wang Tao, Han Rui didn't offer to draw the zombies' attention. She went to the entrance they had used to come in earlier, set up her sniper crossbow, and aimed at the stairwell. Wang Tao crept silently to the stairwell. He hadn't yet ascended when he saw the figure of someone in a white coat walking down. 3000/3000. He. The zombie suddenly looked up, revealing a ghastly and terrifying face. A hint of human-like anger appeared on its face, and then it reached into its pocket, as if to pull something out. Another throwing zombie. Wang Tao immediately turned and ran towards where Han Rui was without looking back. Being downstairs and not far from the zombie upstairs was too advantageous for a throwing zombie. He didn't need to risk a fight to the death with a zombie. The zombie pulled out a surgical knife from its pocket, and seeing Wang Tao run, staggered down the stairs after him. As soon as the zombie reached the first floor, Han Rui pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whiz! -572. A crossbow arrow hit its head precisely, causing the zombie's body to jerk back. It was unable to throw the surgical knife it held. Wang Tao activated his precise shooting ability. -321. -310. -309. After shooting 3 arrows in quick succession, Han Rui finally fired her second arrow. -628. Wang Tao shot 3 more arrows. -353. -342. -165. The last arrow brought the zombie's HP bar to 0. Throughout the encounter, the zombie swung left and right, not getting the chance to wield its knife. Chapter 203, Zombies in the Hospital 3. Wang Tao asked Han Rui to observe the surroundings, while he hurriedly collected the zombies' crystal cores and spoils of war. Level 1 Crystal Core Throwing Master. Quality, excellent 40%. Purity, 50% side effect, irritability. This was a crystal core of excellent quality, which could be combined with the previously acquired one of excellent quality. Acquired Medical Kit X51. Acquired Surgical Knife Z. Acquired Surgical Knife X5. The pack of the Dr. Zombie contained 10 surgical knives, and he had another 5 in his pocket, making a total of 15 knives. Along with the previous 14 knives, that makes a total of 29 surgical knives. Even if they could only be used as disposable weapons, that quantity wasn't small. Not to mention the crucial point was that these surgical knives could be stored in the space backpack. After securing the spoils of war, Wang Tao signaled for Han Rui to come to the stairway entrance. He was about to ask Han Rui to use her perception, but when he saw the situation upstairs, Wang Tao frowned. The second floor is blocked. When he had come to attract the Dr. Zombie just now, Wang Tao had immediately retreated without going upstairs. Only now did he notice that the staircase from the first floor to the second was completely blocked off, impassable. Moreover, Wang Tao saw that there were many bullet holes. Could it be that there are many zombies inside? Wang Tao murmured softly, stroking his chin. Probably not. I only sense one zombie behind this, but my perception range is limited. There could be others elsewhere. Han Rui also didn't dare to be conclusive in her statement. Let's check out the other staircases. The outpatient building had a total of 5 staircases and 4 elevators. The elevators were located near the south gate and were now inoperable. After making a round, Wang Tao and Han Rui found that the paths to the second floor were all blocked off in the other 4 staircases as well. If one staircase was blocked, it could be for any number of reasons. But if all 5 staircases were blocked and there were many bullet holes, it wasn't wise to hold out hope. It was dangerous upstairs. The blockade must have been done by the military. They probably took the medicines away as well. Even though Han Rui used her perception at the entrance of all 5 staircases and confirmed that there were only a few zombies near the stairway entrances, Wang Tao still didn't want to take any risks. If he really wanted to go up, he could climb up the exterior wall or pry open the elevator doors and go up the elevator shaft. But it wasn't necessary. Being reckless wasn't an option. Forget it, let's go look somewhere else. We won't go up. Wang Tao shook his head. The hospital was so large, there were certainly more than just a few zombies. Okay. They left the outpatient building and strolled around the hospital courtyard. Besides a few ordinary zombies, they didn't encounter any elite zombies. Something's not right. Wang Tao frowned. Both Wei Zhengguo and Chen Zhuang had told him before that there were many zombies in this hospital, and it was a terrifying place. But now, Wang Tao had only seen a few zombies and didn't feel any horror. Could it be that these zombies had all left, or were they all blocked in the upstairs of the outpatient building? Leaving was unlikely since they hadn't seen any zombies wearing white lab coats on the way. And being blocked upstairs was even less likely since it was clearly a blockade put in place by the military during the outbreak of the virus. When the Mizusawa base peacekeeping unit arrived at the hospital, the virus had already fully infected it, and the timing didn't match. Wang Tao subconsciously glanced at another building. Behind the outpatient building was another connected building encompassing the emergency center, the ward building, the imaging center, and more. If those zombies hadn't left and weren't in the outpatient building, could they be in that building? Just as Wang Tao thought of this, he saw Han Rui hurriedly tugging at his sleeve. Wang Tao, look at the inpatient department. Wang Tao quickly raised his binoculars and looked in the direction Han Rui pointed. On the 10th floor of the inpatient department's windows, several ropes dangled down, with the other ends tied inside the windows of the 9th floor. I just saw 2 people climb from the 10th floor to the 9th floor using that rope. Han Rui urged in a low voice. People, could it be Xiaoyang? Wang Tao suddenly furrowed his brows. If someone was there, it was likely him. His survival wasn't beyond Wang Tao's expectations. He was, after all, a capable man who wouldn't die that easily. However, Wang Tao glanced at the hospital's windows again. He had just been wondering if the zombies that had disappeared from the hospital had all run into that building. Now seeing Xiaoyang in that building, he was likely going to come out. If the zombies really were all in that building, wouldn't he end up startling so many of them? Thump thump. Suddenly, Wang Tao thought he heard some noise, like the sound of something walking. What's that sound? Han Rui became somewhat nervous. Wang Tao looked towards the connected buildings and then swiftly grabbed. Han Rui's arm. Let's go. Han Rui didn't understand, but she quickly shouldered her sniper crossbow and followed Wang Tao as they ran outside. Bang! As the two reached the western gate of the hospital, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the inpatient building above. A moment later, hiss, roar, countless eerie sounds emanated from within the hospital. Wang Tao quickly surveyed the surroundings, his face changing instantly. He saw at the window of the second floor of the outpatient building they had just left a large group of agile figures appearing. They climbed down the wall and rushed toward the inpatient department like a black tide. Damn it! Wang Tao was shocked by the scene. The upper floors of the inpatient department were filled with so many mad demon zombies. Was this like a lair for mad demon zombies? From the other connected buildings, some mad demon zombies began to run out as well. Not just mad demon zombies, but also a lot of elite zombies. Wang Tao looked again, and in the distance, some mad demon zombies were running towards the hospital, and they were blocking Wang Tao's path. However, there weren't as many as the ones inside the hospital. Run fast. Without any hesitation, Wang Tao charged straight towards the outside mad demon zombies. Roar! These mad demon zombies saw Wang Tao and immediately lunged at them with gaping jaws and flailing claws. Wang Tao pulled out his axe, sending out a shockwave. Minus 1,831. Minus 1,802. Minus 1,734. Now with 2,000 HP and high defense, Wang Tao couldn't kill the mad demon zombies in a single blow. Although he swung his axe again, killing those zombies, more mad demon zombies noticed him and surrounded them. Wang Tao could deal with these mad demon zombies, but he didn't want to prolong the fight. After all, there were too many zombies in the hospital, and it would be troublesome if he drew too much attention. Han Rui, carry me and use rush. Okay. Han Rui grabbed Wang Tao and immediately activated the rush ability. Boom. In an instant, a streak of white light flashed by. Some ordinary zombies were directly smashed apart, and several mad demon zombies were sent flying into the air. Wang Tao and Han Rui had already appeared 30 meters away, breaking out of the zombie encirclement. Chapter 204, Xiaoyang. Phew! Han Rui gasped for breath. Using rush while carrying someone was a completely different concept from using it alone. Especially since Wang Tao was bulky and had a lot of equipment on him. This was a significant energy drain for Han Rui. The energy she consumed was much more than usual. Thankfully, the effect of rush was almost fully realized, and the two of them successfully broke out of the zombie encirclement. But their current position was not good, as it was the opposite direction from where their car was parked. The car was definitely something they couldn't afford to lose. After all, the cars outside had been corroded by the corrosive acid rain and rusted, rendering them unusable. Cars were now of great value, especially since theirs was an electric car. After scanning the surrounding buildings, Wang Tao immediately pointed to the tallest 6-story building and said, "Let's go up there and lay low for a while." Okay. The first and second floors of the building housed a large restaurant, while the third floor and above were apartment homes. There were no elite zombies in the restaurant, only ordinary zombies which Wang Tao and Han Rui quickly dealt with. The two of them ran up to the 6th floor and arbitrarily chose an apartment room with no zombies to enter. Bang! After closing the door, Han Rui finally relaxed. That was terrifying. The hospital is too dangerous. Recalling what she had just seen, Han Rui still felt her heart pound with residual fear. She had not expected so many zombies to be inside the hospital. What she had even less anticipated was that the outpatient building upstairs would be hiding countless mad demon zombies. Fortunately, Wang Tao hadn't gone up, or otherwise he might have been doomed. Wang Tao felt somewhat helpless. He had hoped there would be zombies in the hospital, but not so many. And to top it off, so damn many mad demon zombies, Killing mad demon zombies only resulted in some ordinary materials dropping and had no other benefits. So whether he could defeat the mad demon zombies or not, Wang Tao didn't want to provoke them. Since the hospital was temporarily out of the question, Wang Tao didn't want to just leave either, especially since his car was still outside. He decided to wait a bit longer. Gunshots occasionally rang out from the hospital, continuously attracting the mad demon zombies outside. The number of mad demon zombies outside was not that large, at least within what Wang Tao could handle, but he still waited patiently. Finally, the gunshots from the hospital ceased. Without this significant noise, the mad demon zombies gradually left. But from his position, Wang Tao couldn't see the situation inside the hospital and wasn't sure if Xiao Yang was dead or alive. However, he could see the car Xiao Yang had parked outside before. If Xiao Yang were still alive, he would probably come over. About an hour later, just when Wang Tao thought Xiao Yang might be dead, he saw a tall figure covered in blood, sneaking near Xiao Yang's pickup truck. Wang Tao quickly elbowed Han Rui, and under their watchful eyes, the bulky man swiftly got into the pickup truck, then came out cursing and swearing. He checked several other cars, but none of them started. That's definitely Xiao Yang. Even though the man was covered in blood, Wang Tao recognized him by other physical features, as Wei Zhengguo and Gao Hua had described Xiao Yang's appearance to Wang Tao before. But when Wang Tao saw Xiao Yang's attributes, he was shocked. Xiao Yang had no hidden attributes, but his HP was 754/4, 030. Over 4,000 HP, even more than Wang Tao. This was the first time Wang Tao had ever seen a survivor with more HP than himself. Just this HP alone naturally wouldn't shock Wang Tao. If someone was lucky, diligent, and strong, it was normal for them to have more HP than he did. What shocked Wang Tao were two other attributes. One was mana, with Xiao Yang having 120/4,000. A full 4,000 mana, Wang Tao only had 1,400. Going by the calculation that merging a crystal core could yield 100 mana, Xiao Yang had merged 40 crystal cores, while Wang Tao had only merged 14 cores. Although the crystal cores Wang Tao had merged were all synthetic, if he didn't synthesize them, that would have been 28 cores. But if he used those 28 cores for merging, the result wouldn't be 2,800 HP, since not all merges could succeed, given that every crystal core had a different success rate. This meant that the number of crystal cores Xiao Yang had merged was far more than 40. It's just that 40 of them were successfully merged, and the rest failed. Unless Xiao Yang had merged exclusively orange crystal cores, which obviously was impossible. The other attribute that shocked Wang Tao was Xiao Yang's internal impurity. Internal impurity, 70%. This was definitely the person with the highest internal impurity Wang Tao had ever seen. The previous maximum Wang Tao had come across was with Blondie Wu Fei, who had been infected with the zombie virus, but couldn't find an inhibitor, with an internal impurity of 28%. Xiao Yang's was more than double that. Wang Tao wondered if Xiao Yang was also infected with the zombie virus. But with his abilities, he should definitely be able to get inhibitors. That left one other possibility. He had merged too many crystal cores. Merging crystal cores, whether successful or not, always increased internal impurity. However, Wang Tao wasn't clear on exactly how much impurity each crystal core would add, but judging from Xiao Yang's 4,000 mana, he had merged at least dozens, possibly even more zombie cores. Of course, both possibilities might be true. He could be both infected with the zombie virus and have merged too many crystal cores. Wang Tao had initially envied Xiao Yang for his abundant HP and mana, but now he only felt sadness for him. Based on the rate his impurity was accumulating, it probably wouldn't be long before he turned into a zombie. Chapter 205, Xiao Yang 2. As Wang Tao observed Xiao Yang, it seemed as if Xiao Yang sensed something. He lifted his head and looked toward Wang Tao's window. However, the window was somewhat reflective, and Wang Tao was behind the curtain, so Xiao Yang didn't actually see anyone, but he clearly felt as though he was being watched. Xiao Yang stuck out his somewhat long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, his face showing a trace of anger. He hated being peeped at. But Xiao Yang felt behind himself for something and found no steel bars. He then glanced at the zombies chasing him inside the hospital and decisively slipped away. Once Xiao Yang had left, Han Rui spoke up softly. "That person, he gives me a really terrifying feeling." "Indeed, he is terrifying. He's strong, and I'm not necessarily his match." Wang Tao nodded seriously. He felt somewhat regretful. Xiao Yang was critically low on HP now, but he was some distance from Xiao Yang and couldn't hit him. There were also many zombies in pursuit of Xiao Yang, and he didn't have much of an opportunity to strike. You can't beat him. That's impossible." Han Rui couldn't believe it. In her mind, Wang Tao had always been the most powerful. It was no problem to say that Wang Tao couldn't beat zombies, as many zombies were quite formidable. But to say that Wang Tao wouldn't win against survivors, that seemed unbelievable, right? Wang Tao couldn't explain the problem with HP and mana, so he vaguely said, "My instincts are usually very accurate, and right now, I might indeed not be as strong as him." Xiao Yang had 4,000 HP, while Wang Tao only had 3,290. When over 1,000 HP, every increase of 1,000 HP is quite significant. So theoretically, Wang Tao's physical condition should be inferior to his. However, Wang Tao's physical fitness was originally good, and with the increase in HP, the benefits he received were also larger. Therefore, it was really hard to say who had the better physical condition between the two of them. But in terms of mana, Wang Tao couldn't come close. He only had 1,400, while the other had 4,000, which meant he had merged with 26 more crystal cores than him. Wang Tao didn't know how many abilities Xiao Yang had learned, but Wang Tao could only merge with 4 types of crystal cores at most, meaning he could have at most 4 abilities. If Xiao Yang also had 4 abilities, then his 40 crystal cores would be equivalent to having all 4 abilities maxed out at plus 10. They'd all be merged to the highest level. On the other hand, Wang Tao only had 1 shockwave at plus 10, toughness at plus 3, and precision shooting only merged once. Plus, he only had 3 abilities. So in terms of abilities, he was theoretically inferior to Xiao Yang. Unless Xiao Yang had merged with useless junk crystal cores, but this possibility was small, since Wang Tao didn't notice any obvious side effects on him, like glutton or mud swamp. Anyway, no matter what, Wang Tao didn't have absolute confidence in winning against him. Of course, Wang Tao wasn't going to challenge him to a duel. With so many people at Xue's base, why would he give him the chance for a duel? Why not just gang up on him instead? "So what should we do now?" Han Rui looked toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment and then said, "Let's wait a while longer before leaving. It looks like all the zombies from the hospital have come out. Let's see if we have a chance to hunt down a few more." Han Rui nodded. Wang Tao and she waited until the sun set, and the roaring of the zombies outside finally lessened significantly. However, it was going to be dark soon, and it was definitely not the time to go out. Rest for the night, and things here should be back to normal tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning, the 2 people in the apartment both woke up early. Neither of them had slept well the previous night, not because they were up to something shameful, but because it was too noisy outside. After the apocalypse, things were different compared to before. During the daytime, it was usually extremely quiet, but as soon as night fell, the zombies became extraordinarily active, with their howling non-stop. Especially since they were near the hospital, which was filled with so many zombies, the noise was simply too much. If a timid person came here, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Of course, Wang Tao could block his ears to stop the noise, but even if this weren't a base, even at a base, he wouldn't block off his senses like that. After simply drinking a couple of nutrient drinks, Wang Tao said to Han Rui. "Let's go check out the hospital." "Okay." The two of them cautiously approached the hospital, and after assessing the situation inside, they both gasped in shock. The hospital was filled with zombies, most of them dressed in white lab coats and patient gowns, and a small portion in regular clothes. At a casual glance, there seemed to be at least 1,000 zombies here, and that didn't even take into account the many elite zombies, including the unique elite zombies found inside the hospital, such as attackers, terrorizers, and even self-exploders, among others. This place was practically a haven for zombies. Not to mention, within the outpatient building, there were countless mad demon zombies. This was the true face of the hospital. The reason there were no zombies outside yesterday, Wang Tao guessed, might be because Xiao Yang and his group caused some disturbance, which drew the zombies over. What should we do now? Seeing so many zombies, Han Rui felt her scalp tingle. If they were spotted by these zombies, they would only have one choice: to run for their lives. "First, let's go check the car." The two slowly made their way to where their car was parked the day before. The car was intact, undamaged in any way. Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. With the car, they had the means to make an escape. "Let's see if we can lure some zombies over." Seeing so many elite zombies, Wang Tao didn't want to leave just yet. "Okay." They ambled around the hospital for a while, quickly finding an opportunity. Chapter 206, Xiaoyang 3. Just then a bald middle-aged elite zombie, short and chubby, decked in a white lab coat, was passing by the entrance. Han Rui had already taken aim at it and sent an arrow flying straight at him. Whiz! -1023. 1977/3000. The arrow took away 1/3 of the zombie's HP. Considering its defense power, it probably wasn't the zombie that threw surgical knives. After taking an arrow, the zombie immediately looked around, then started heading in Han Rui's direction. It probably didn't see who attacked it, since there was no acceleration and none of the frenzied behavior that zombies display when they discover humans. Could zombies have a sixth sense? Regardless of whether it was a sixth sense or not, this was just what Wang Tao wanted. When the zombie got closer, Han Rui stealthily shot another arrow. -1123. 845/3000. He. Now, the zombie had spotted the one who started it all. It immediately turned towards Han Rui's location and started to jog over. But just at that moment, Wang Tao engaged his precise shooting ability and pulled the trigger. Whiz! -672. -182. 0/3000. Its HP dropped to 0, 2 arrows sending it to its demise. After confirming that no zombies were coming, Wang Tao hurried over to collect the spoils. From the zombie, he gained 60 HP, a white crystal core and a package. Level 1 Crystal Core Rejuvenation. Quality, ordinary 20%. Purity, 50%. Side effect: prone to indulging in desires, rejuvenation. Can expend a certain amount of energy to instantly recover full physical strength and spirit. Wang Tao thought the attributes of this crystal core weren't bad. Though it wasn't about increasing HP or energy, reality is not a game. Besides HP and energy, factors like physical strength and spirit can also impact a person's state. For instance, when you run out of energy, you feel very tired, and at that point, even if you have a lot of HP, your combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced. Instant recovery of physical strength and spirit could be like an adrenaline shot, likewise boosting combat power. But the side effect of this crystal core, prone to indulging in desires, isn't that just being lascivious? Is that really a side effect? Isn't that quite normal? Wang Tao had his suspicions. Perhaps this Xiao Yang might have this ability right. Otherwise, with so many zombies in the hospital, how did he manage to escape? Putting aside whether he could defeat them or not, even if the zombies just stood there and let him hack at them, it's doubtful he could have managed to get through them all. Especially during times of heightened concentration, the depletion of physical strength and spirit would be even greater. This lecherous zombie, aside from the crystal core, also had a medic pack, 2 potions, and a blueprint. Acquired Medic Pack X5. Acquired Rejuvenation Potion Blueprint Roman 11. Acquired Rejuvenation Potion X2. It came with a detailed description. Rejuvenation Potion Blueprint. After learning, you can craft 5 rejuvenation potions at a time. Required materials: zombie crystal cores, a 300 ml of purified water, 30 kilocalories of food. Rejuvenation Potion. Upon consumption, instantly recovers full physical strength and spirit, but leads to a state of weakness for 1 day afterward. The materials needed to craft this rejuvenation potion are simple, nothing special, just a zombie crystal core, water, and food. However, the side effect of the potion is quite strong. It's only suitable for a burst of effort. If the battle isn't over after using it, you're pretty much done for. With a thought, Wang Tao learned the method to craft the potion. He had learned several potion crafting methods by now, but this was the only potion he could actually make. The others all lacked crucial materials. I'll make some later on to keep as a reserve, he thought to himself. While he was pondering, Wang Tao gestured to Han Rui. Continue luring zombies. Okay. It wasn't long before another opportunity presented itself. A figure wearing a pink nurse uniform with a voluptuous shape appeared at the hospital entrance. Hiss, is that really the figure a proper nurse should have? Wang Tao could hardly believe it. This one was much more pleasing to the eye than the previous fat nurse zombie. Of course, that's provided you don't look at the face. Its face had long since rotted away, obscuring what it looked like in life. Especially that gaping, mucus-covered mouth. It was downright nauseating to look at. Whoosh! Han Rui released an arrow. Minus 1,459. 1,540, 1/3000. That single arrow had taken away half of its HP. The zombie's defensive power wasn't high either. Wang Tao had Han Rui hold fire, otherwise the second arrow might steal the kill from him. This zombie's perception seemed to be sharper. Right after Han Rui shot that arrow, it quickly headed toward Han Rui's position. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and a long tongue stretched out. When about 10 meters away from Han Rui, its loose tongue suddenly shot out like a frog's. Whoosh! Bang! Han Rui lay down on the ground, dodging the tongue's attack. The tongue struck a discarded vehicle, punching a hole right through the car door. Seeing the attack power, both Wang Tao and Han Rui were stunned. Who could withstand such a lick? However, the female nurse zombie's tongue was stuck in the car, and the car was too heavy to be pulled out quickly, causing it to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tao immediately activated precise shooting and pulled the trigger. Minus 1,036. Minus 505. 0/3000. The voluptuous nurse zombie's HP bar dropped to 0. It also gave Wang Tao a 60 HP boost, bringing his HP to 3,410/3,410. Wang Tao thought to himself that he was lucky. If the zombie's tongue hadn't gotten stuck, it probably would have taken more effort to defeat, since it could attack from a distance. Wang Tao quickly went to collect the spoils from the zombie. Level 1 Crystal Core Loose Tongue. Quality, excellent 60%. Purity, 50%. Side effect, prone to mood swings. Loose tongue. Consumes energy, tongue becomes hard, lengthens this ability. The description seems a bit indecent, but it should be effective in actual combat. It could serve as control and deal damage. Besides the crystal core, the female nurse zombie dropped some loot, which included a medical pack and a set of clothes. Received Medical Pack X5. Received Pink Nurse Uniform Roman 11. Pink Nurse Uniform. Durability +1, Tear Resistant +1. Wang Tao had previously obtained a set of security uniforms which he was wearing now. Indeed, the clothes were good. They rarely got damaged in frequent combat, sparing him the embarrassment of his clothes getting torn. The attributes of this nurse uniform were the same as the security uniform, but this nurse uniform is tear-resistant. Thumbs down. After killing that zombie, Wang Tao and Han Rui waited for a long time, but no more elite zombies passed by the entrance. Should we take another risk and lure out a few elite zombies again? While Wang Tao was hesitating, he suddenly felt the ground trembling. Ahem. Wang Tao and Han Rui looked toward the south at the same time. They saw a gigantic zombie taking steps toward the hospital. Damn, it's a gorilla zombie. Seeing the figure that was as tall as a two-story building, Wang Tao's complexion changed. It wasn't just its size that had grown. More importantly, its HP had increased as well. 10,000/10,000. Let's go. Wang Tao inwardly cursed. It had only been a few days, and its HP had reached 10,000. Chapter 207, Synthetic 6 Epic Crystal Cores 1. Seeing that the gorilla zombie seemed to be passing by the hospital, Wang Tao hurriedly left the area with Han Rui. The size of that gorilla zombie was terrifying. If he stayed here any longer, even if he wasn't spotted by the gorilla zombie, he might still get trampled to death. Not to mention that this gorilla zombie was extremely irritable with incredible destructive power. Wang Tao and Han Rui ran back to the apartment building they had stayed in the previous night, but this time they went to the rooftop. The rooftop offered a much broader view, perfectly overlooking the hospital. They lay prone next to each other, watching the hospital and the gorilla zombie wreaking havoc along its path. Wang Tao's brow furrowed deeply. How did it end up here? This place is far from the old mall. This gorilla zombie should be a zombie lord, and lords typically have their own territory where they roam. Everyone agreed that the territory of the gorilla zombie was near the old mall. That's why, after returning from the old mall, the base dubbed that area a forbidden zone, forbidding anyone from going there. But now this is the hospital, which is far from the location of the old mall. How did the gorilla zombie get here? Does it no longer care about its territory, or did it expand its territory to this area? Wang Tao felt that the latter was more likely. After all, according to the military's data, the range of a lord's territory expands with their strength increase. The power of this gorilla zombie has clearly increased a lot, so it seemed reasonable for it to want to expand its territory. Thud thud. The gorilla zombie walked on all fours, slapping anything it came across, sending numerous abandoned vehicles flying. Many mad demon zombies were drawn by the noise and came out of hiding, but they retreated upon seeing the gorilla zombie. However, the gorilla zombie didn't care whether they were zombies or not. Anything that stood in its way was sent flying with a slap of its hand. Not just vehicles, but many zombies were flung aside, and Wang Tao even saw an elite self-exploder zombie get blown apart by its slap. Bang! The self-exploder made a loud boom, then blew off over 100 of the gorilla zombies' HP. Such incredible defensive power. Upon seeing this, Wang Tao was shocked. The blast from a self-exploder was powerful enough to kill an elite zombie outright, but it only dealt just over 100 damage to the gorilla zombie. That defensive power was outrageous. This zombie is so much more terrifying than before. Han Rui muttered in shock. When they had seen this zombie before, it hadn't been this strong, and they couldn't defeat it then, so how could they possibly do so now? Before long, the gorilla zombie reached the entrance of the hospital, and both Wang Tao and Han Rui could clearly see what it looked like now. It's more decayed than before. Some parts even show the bone. Han Rui whispered softly. It must have been exposed to corrosive acid rain. From their previous observations, they found that after plants were exposed to corrosive acid rain, they could either die outright or grow even more luxuriantly. Zombies that had been exposed to corrosive acid rain experienced an increase in HP. However, for humans, too much exposure to corrosive acid rain could be life-threatening. The fact that the gorilla zombie's HP had risen, was very likely due to it having been drenched in a lot of corrosive acid rain, since it wasn't this decayed before. Of course, whether it was decayed or not didn't affect a zombie's strength. Ordinary zombies would slow down once decayed, but the speed of this gorilla zombie was about the same as before. Roar! The gorilla zombie roared at the hospital and then pounded its massive fists against its chest, just like a real gorilla. What does that mean? Wang Tao wondered curiously. The hospital's zombies were attracted by the sound of the gorilla zombie, and some looked towards it but didn't approach. Others went straight to it. Many mad demon zombies also ran out of the outpatient building. Facing these kin, the gorilla zombie did not hesitate to lash out. Bang! Bang! One punch each, it sent the zombies flying. Several elite zombies were blown apart on impact. Wang Tao and Han Rui watched in horror from the sidelines. If they hadn't left earlier, they probably would have met the same fate as these zombies. These zombies had no intelligence and didn't realize that approaching the gorilla zombie meant certain death. They were blindly drawn to the source of the noise. However, it seemed the elite zombies possessed some intelligence, unlike ordinary zombies. They did not just let the gorilla zombie hit them freely, they fought back. A doctor zombie in a white coat pulled out a surgical knife from its pocket and threw it at the gorilla zombie. But when those surgical knives hit the gorilla zombie, they didn't even break its skin, seeing what had been tickling it. The gorilla zombie promptly picked up an abandoned car and smashed it against that doctor zombie in the white coat. Bang! The doctor zombie was flattened instantly, their HP of 3,000 dropping to 0 in a flash. Wang Tao, watching from a distance, felt a twinge of regret. 60 HP limit wiped out, if only he had been the one to kill it. Besides this white-coated zombie, other elite zombies also approached, but none was a match for the gorilla zombie. Watching these elite zombies get slaughtered, Wang Tao silently noted their bodies' locations. Although he couldn't increase his HP limit or expect loot drops, the crystal cores were still available. Once the gorilla zombie left, he could go and pick up the spoils. However, this gorilla zombie was also strange, not entering the hospital but constantly roaring at the entrance. Chapter 208, Synthetic 6 Epic Crystal Cores 2. After killing who knows how many zombies, the gorilla zombie suddenly rushed towards the hospital interior. Then it smashed headfirst into the inpatient apartment building. Crash! The wall of the building was rammed through, leaving a huge hole, and the gorilla zombie disappeared from sight. The other zombies followed the noise towards the gaping hole. Soon, there were hardly any zombies left at the hospital entrance and in the yard. They had all been drawn away by the commotion caused by the gorilla zombie. Wang Tao eyed the bodies scattered everywhere and was somewhat tempted, but he restrained himself. After all, the gorilla zombie was still inside the building. About 3 minutes later, there was a loud bang as the gorilla zombie broke through the wall on the other side and rushed out. It's gone. Wang Tao noticed that the gorilla zombie's HP bar hadn't decreased, and he had no idea what it had been doing inside. Nevertheless, its departure was a good thing, and it had left by another route so they wouldn't cross paths. Quick, 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 collect the crystal cores. With the gorilla zombie gone and the hospital's zombies lured away, it was the perfect opportunity to collect zombie cores. Wang Tao and Han Rui hurried to the hospital entrance. Wang Tao's mouth nearly split into a grin as he saw the huge pile of zombie corpses. 3 minutes later, as the zombies started to come out of the inpatient department, Wang Tao quickly signaled Han Rui to retreat. Let's go. There might still be some elite zombies here, but it was rather troublesome to identify their bodies among the scattered corpses, especially since Wang Tao couldn't tell them apart once their HP bars were gone. Also, the hospital's elite zombies didn't quite resemble those from outside. They all looked similar and couldn't be easily distinguished by their appearance. The two returned to the apartment once again. Looking at the pile of crystal cores in the bag, Han Rui subconsciously swallowed. Wang Tao counted them, Together, they had picked up 37 crystal cores. If it weren't for the gorilla zombie, he would have had to kill zombies for quite a while to acquire so many crystal cores. Moreover, among these cores, there were 3 orange crystal cores. Seeing these 3 orange epic crystal cores, Wang Tao felt somewhat dreamy. If he remembered correctly, this should be the first time he had extracted orange crystal cores directly from a zombie's head. Although he himself used orange cores, those were synthetic, created from combining 2 or even 3 crystal cores. Obtaining such natural orange crystal cores from a zombie was genuinely a first for him. Wang Tao had started to doubt whether natural orange crystal cores even existed since, although he had seen plenty of red crystal cores, he had never come across a single orange one. But now Wang Tao knew it was not that orange crystal cores didn't exist, he simply hadn't been lucky enough. The 3 orange crystal cores were throwing mastery, strength, and loose tongue. Level 1 crystal core, throwing mastery. Quality, epic 100%. Purity, 50% side effect, prone to anger. Level 1 crystal core, strength. Quality, epic 100%. Purity, 50% side effect, strength proportional to body size. Level 1 crystal core, loose tongue. Quality, epic 100%. Purity, 50% side effect, mood swings. All 3 of these crystal cores were quite useful, and Wang Tao wanted to learn both, throwing mastery and strength. However, natural orange crystal cores were different from synthetic ones. Although the fusion success rate for both was 100%, natural cores still contained impurities and side effects. Wang Tao certainly wouldn't use these cores himself, and it would be a waste to utilize them for fusion, so he planned to take them back to the base to see if anyone else needed them. In addition to these 3 cores, there were plenty others like coughing smoke, rejuvenation, and familiar ones like self-detonation, shockwave, precision shooting, and so on. Do you want to use any of them? Wang Tao asked Han Rui. Since they had acquired them together, she naturally had a choice as well. Han Rui's eyes shone at the sight of so many crystal cores, but she was unsure which one to choose. What she wanted most was a perception crystal core, but unfortunately, after encountering that one perception zombie, she had never seen another. Why don't you help me decide which crystal core suits me best? Han Rui looked towards Wang Tao, trusting his judgment implicitly, feeling he would choose better than she could. I think another throwing mastery, or rejuvenation, or even shockwave would suit you. Wang Tao thought for a moment. Precision shooting would also suit Han Rui, but he needed that crystal core for himself, so he would surely prioritize his own needs. Then I'll take a throwing mastery crystal core. Han Rui, despite having obtained the rush ability, still preferred long-range attacks. All right, but don't rush to assimilate it just yet. I'll keep the crystal core safe for you for now. Okay. Han Rui agreed without asking why. Wang Tao smiled at Han Rui's unconditional trust. He had just realized an issue. He had never really paid much attention to the impurities in crystal cores, focusing more on the side effects. After all, impurities would only cause problems when accumulated to a certain extent. Normally, a bit of impurity wasn't a big deal. But the side effects were more obvious. At best, they might alter one's physique, while at worst, they could affect one's personality. These seemed much scarier by comparison. However, after meeting Xiao Yang, Wang Tao suddenly understood that he couldn't ignore the impurities in crystal cores any longer. Because the impurities in Xiao Yang's body had already reached 70%. Chapter 209, Synthetic 6 Epic Crystal Cores 2. When the internal impurities reach 100%, one will definitely become a zombie. But this doesn't mean that if it's not 100%, there won't be a problem. The first time he saw the zombie core, the prompt was very clear. The more impurities inside, the greater the chance of becoming a zombie. Wang Tao didn't know how high the probability of Xiao Yang becoming a zombie with 70% impurities in his body was, But even if there was a 1% chance of turning into a zombie, that would be like a ticking time bomb. You never know when it might go off. So now, it's time to take the issue of internal impurities seriously. Wang Tao speculated that the reason why Xiao Yang had accumulated so many impurities might be due to his fusing with too many zombie cores. He had a whopping 4,000 mana, which at the very least meant fusing with 40 zombie cores, but in reality, it was definitely more than that, perhaps even double or more. Wang Tao currently didn't know how many internal impurities would accumulate from fusing with a crystal core. If he didn't figure this out, future core fusions would be terrifying. Of course, Wang Tao himself didn't care about impurities. He fused with crystal cores that had 100% purity. But this was the apocalypse, and it wasn't just Wang Tao alone. He had friends, teammates, and the entire Shui's base. So this matter had to be clarified. Wang Tao looked at Han Rui, whose impurity level displayed as 1% beneath her HP bar. Although it seemed small and not much of a danger, she had fused with far fewer zombie cores, only 3 in total thus far. Just looking at Han Rui's internal impurities, Wang Tao still couldn't make a judgment yet. He needed to compare it with other people's attributes. Recently, all the committee members in the base had become ability users. He could study this matter properly after returning. Wang Tao then looked at the other crystal cores, many of which he could use. For instance, throwing master power, rush, and so on. But what made Wang Tao happiest was that he finally saw a self-healing crystal core. Level 1 crystal core, self-healing. Quality, excellent 80%. Purity, 50% side effect, reduced touch sensation. Self-healing. Within its duration, it can slowly heal certain injuries. This was an excellent quality self-healing crystal core, and although there was only one, it was enough for him to fuse, because he happened to have an ordinary quality self-healing crystal core. Adding them together made an epic crystal core with no side effects and no impurities. Now Wang Tao didn't have to hesitate about which crystal core to fuse. It had to be self-healing. Go to the rooftop and observe. See if there are any zombies around. We still have to rest here tonight. Okay. After sending Han Rui out, Wang Tao immediately put all these crystal cores into his space backpack. He already had quite a few crystal cores in there, and now with these additions, the count surged. He then synthesized all the crystal cores that he needed at the moment. A rainbow light flashed, and 6 orange crystal cores appeared in the space backpack. Level 1 crystal core, precision shooting X2. Level 1 crystal core, toughness X3. Level 1 crystal core, self-healing Roman 11. Without a second word, Wang Tao placed the 2 precision shooting crystal cores into his mouth one after the other, feeling warm as he fused with them. Then he consecutively put the toughness crystal cores into his mouth. A warm sensation came again. A moment later, all 3 toughness were fused by Wang Tao. Then Wang Tao looked at the last self-healing crystal core. In earlier days, Wang Tao felt that his limit was fusing 4 types of crystal cores, but his strength was insufficient to force a fusion. Now, his strength was more than enough, and he felt that fusing a 4th type of crystal core was no problem at all. However, to be on the safe side, he waited for Han Rui to come back before he swallowed the zombie core in one gulp. Instantly, Wang Tao felt very warm. No, it was very hot. So Wang Tao stripped off all his clothes, and Han Rui next to him was somewhat stunned. She thought Wang Tao wanted to do something to her at that moment, not that he was that kind of person. When they were out in the wild before, he never wasted his strength on such things. Thankfully, Wang Tao told Han Rui that he was just fusing with a new crystal core and feeling a bit hot. Han Rui quickly came over to fan Wang Tao. However, Wang Tao felt that the heat this time was not as intense as the last, and he wasn't too uncomfortable. Maybe it was because his strength had increased. A few minutes later, Wang Tao felt his body gradually cooling down, returning to normal quite soon. Han Rui had been touching Wang Tao's arm, and once she felt his skin wasn't as hot, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Tao, in turn, looked at his own attributes. HP 3410/3410. Mana 2000/2000. His mana had risen from 1400 to 2000. With this amount of mana, as long as it wasn't a prolonged battle, he wouldn't have to worry about running out. Then his abilities. Shockwave +10. Toughness +6. Precision shooting +3. Self-healing +1. Among the 4 abilities, Shockwave was already fused to the limit, but the other 3 abilities still had plenty of room for growth. Wang Tao wasn't clear just how strong his combat power was because he was too cautious. If he could go out with someone else, he definitely wouldn't go alone. If he could attack with crossbow arrows from a distance, he would never engage in close combat. He would rather slowly lure zombies than actively go solo against a horde, unless he was sure he could win. No one could fault Wang Tao for this. His margin for error was low. Any scratch or bite from a zombie would inevitably lead to infection. Although inhibitors could delay the effects of the zombie virus temporarily, they had to be used continuously. Wang Tao had inhibitors, but he didn't want to become dependent on them. Moreover, excessive use of inhibitors wasn't good for the body. So up until now, Wang Tao had never really fought all out. Of course, Wang Tao wasn't so arrogant as to think he was invincible with full strength. Just the gorilla zombie he had seen not long ago, the one he couldn't defeat even when pulling out all the stops. Wang Tao even felt that he might not be able to beat it, even when the gorilla zombie had 5,000 HP. Chapter 210, Sneak Attack, Self-Healing Ability. Wang Tao tried out his new ability, Self-Healing. Consuming 1 mana per second, not bad, not bad. He hadn't expected self-healing to be like Thonis, consuming 1 mana per second during use, which wasn't nearly as exaggerated as the 10 mana per second consumed by precision shooting. With his current 2,000 mana, he could use it for half an hour. The only thing was he didn't know how effective this self-healing was. The description on the self-healing crystal core said, slowly, recovers a certain amount of HP. But just how slow was this slow? He would have to study this further later on. Unfortunately, he was at full HP now and couldn't test it. Wang Tao glanced outside the window. It was already evening. At this time, there was no need to take risks by going out. After all, he wasn't clear about the actual situation inside the hospital and had no idea what the gorilla zombie was doing running in there. The unknown represented risk, so it was better to be cautious. The 2 of them rested in the apartment for the night. The next morning, they arrived at the entrance to the hospital again. But seeing the situation inside the hospital, Wang Tao felt a headache coming on. The zombies had once again disappeared. Obviously, they had gone back inside the building. Most likely, Xiao Yang and the rest had attracted the zombies into the building before. Now that Xiao Yang had left, and his men were probably all dead, the zombies had gone back in again. Could it have something to do with yesterday's gorilla zombie? Wang Tao shook his head in resignation. With the zombies inside the building, he couldn't attract them out. Otherwise, instead of 1 or 2, it would be hundreds, if not thousands of them. Not to mention, there were countless mad demon zombies here. We're pulling out. Wang Tao and Han Rui picked up some zombie cores they hadn't managed to collect from the day before. After staying a while longer and confirming there was no opportunity, Wang Tao decisively left. Although it was a pity, with the zombies not coming out, there was no use in him staying there. However, Wang Tao was definitely planning to come back. Moreover, he intended to bring a loudspeaker next time. The zombies in the hospital weren't coming out right. He would just use noise to attract them. Of course, this plan had certain risks. A slight mistake could cost him his life, so he needed to study how exactly to implement it. Upon reaching his SUV, Wang Tao made sure there were no issues with the vehicle and then started it up, driving back with Han Rui. Seeing the destruction caused by the gorilla zombie along the way, Wang Tao was amazed. How much damage had that thing caused on its way here? Wang Tao quietly noted down the route taken by the gorilla zombie, so that in the future, hunters from the base could avoid these areas when they went out. Wang Tao, there are elite zombies. Around midday, as they were close to returning to Shui's base, Han Rui suddenly pointed out a location. Wang Tao looked in the direction she was pointing. There were two tall zombies standing out from a group of ordinary zombies on a square. One was a self-exploder with 3,000 HP. The other was an extremely obese male zombie with 2,400 HP. The self-exploder's chest was swollen, with its internal organs exposed. The obese zombie, besides being fat all over and having a large belly, was excessively overweight to the point of abnormality. It seemed like the belly would burst at any moment. It was different from the slime spitter, which only had a slightly larger belly and was not as fat. From the looks of it, this was a new type of zombie that Wang Tao had never seen before. Should we engage? Han Rui seemed eager to try. She was timid in the hospital, but once on the road, she was ready to strike hard. After all, there were only two elite zombies, which basically posed no threat to her and Wang Tao. As for the ordinary zombies, dealing with them would just be a matter of a few shockwaves for Wang Tao. Engage. They got out of the car. Considering there was a suicide bombing zombie, Wang Tao naturally chose to use slime grenades to stick both of them in place and then kill them slowly. Wang Tao stealthily moved closer, and once he was in the right position, he threw a slime grenade directly at the self-exploder. Pia! The slime grenade instantly spurted out a large amount of white substance, wrapping the self-exploder completely, rendering it immobile. Several unfortunate ordinary zombies nearby also got stuck. Wang Tao didn't rush forward, but took out another slime grenade and threw it at the obese zombie. However, to Wang Tao's surprise, the slime grenade exploded on the obese zombie, but it didn't stick to him. A yellow-green fluid secreted from the zombie's body seemed to be very slippery, instantly neutralizing the effects of the slime grenade. How it didn't stick? Wang Tao was a bit surprised, but he didn't dwell on it and moved straight towards the self-exploder instead. There was some distance between the self-exploder and the obese zombie, so he didn't have to worry about the obese one for now. Wang Tao raised his axe, and with an empty chop, a transparent ripple appeared, instantly killing several ordinary zombies. Without stopping, Wang Tao wielded shockwaves from his hands as if they cost nothing, and the ordinary zombies fell to the ground like harvested wheat. At last, Wang Tao stood in front of the suicide-bombing zombie and swung his axe. -3,000. 0/3,000. The blow from the axe instantly killed the suicide-bombing zombie with 3,000 HP. Although the self-exploder had a low defense, Wang Tao had previously needed 2 chops. Now he could kill it with 1. Wang Tao was quite satisfied with his damage output. After collecting all the spoils from the self-exploder, Wang Tao then turned his attention to the obese zombie. The obese zombie had secreted a lot of yellow-green fluid, which made it completely immune to the effects of the white sticky substance produced by the slime grenade. Chapter 211, Sneak Attack, Self-Healing Ability 2. And the liquid had a very foul smell that made Wang Tao feel nauseous. What kind of zombie is this? While feeling speechless, Wang Tao had no intention of engaging in close combat with it. A surgical knife appeared immediately in Wang Tao's hand. He had obtained these surgical knives but hadn't really used them properly, so this was a good opportunity to try one out. Precise shooting ability activation. Wang Tao aimed at the zombie's eyes and then fiercely threw the throwing knife. Schlick! With Wang Tao's current strength, he drove the surgical knife deeply into the fat zombie's eye socket, instantly bringing its HP to 0. -2,400. 0/2,400. Its defense is that low too. Before Wang Tao could ponder further, he heard a bang, and the zombie exploded. Ah, this is also a suicide-bombing zombie. Wang Tao was confused, but the explosion sound made by this fat zombie was much smaller than that of a self-exploder. If a self-exploder's explosion was like a bomb, then this was at most like a balloon popping and couldn't even attract mad demon zombies. Moreover, the explosion's power wasn't as great as a self-exploder, since several ordinary zombies nearby were still alive and well. The explosion from a self-exploder could even kill elite zombies. However, unlike a self-exploder, when this fat zombie exploded, the yellow-green liquid inside its body spurted out like water from an exploded balloon, splashing in all directions. The ordinary zombies around it were immediately drenched in the liquid. Damn it! The smell was horrendous, almost like ammonia, an intense and noxious stench. Wang Tao hurriedly threw another slime grenade, forming a hardened surface on the road. With a look of disgust on his face, he ran over to collect the spoils of war. It might stink, but the spoils were not to be wasted. Just then, the other zombies in the square, as if entering a frenzy, started running towards Wang Tao's location. They were all ordinary zombies, and Wang Tao couldn't be bothered with them. He simply took off. However, to Wang Tao's surprise, the ordinary zombies didn't chase after him, but surrounded those that were soaked in the yellow-green liquid and began punching, kicking, tearing, and biting them. Wang Tao's eyes widened. What was happening? But now was not the time to think, and Wang Tao quickly ran towards the car. Han Rui had taken the driver's seat and then opened the car door. Just at that moment, Han Rui's expression suddenly changed, and she yelled at Wang Tao. "Watch out!" But as she spoke, it was already too late. Bang! A zombie with an enormous arm suddenly burst out of a dark corner and slammed into Wang Tao. Crash! Wang Tao was sent flying and crashed through the bricks of the square's wall, falling on the other side, with his life or death unknown. Wang Tao. Han Rui turned pale, hurriedly got out of the car, and then charged at the charger zombie. Whoosh! Bang! Han Rui hit the charger with full force, but it blocked her charge with its huge arms, merely stepping back 2 paces. Han Rui felt a bit dizzy, as if she had run headlong into an iron wall. Who? The charger zombie swung its arm, striking Han Rui and sending her flying. Puh! Han Rui slammed hard against a tree, feeling a sweet sensation in her throat as a red trace of blood soaked through the cloth on her face. So strong. Han Rui struggled to get up, taking out the pistol from behind her waist. She had not expected the charger to be so strong. Its defense was outrageous, able to withstand even her charge. Was she going to fall here today? Han Rui aimed the gun at the charger, knowing that it was highly unlikely the pistol would kill it, but she had no other options. As for attracting mad demon zombies, she no longer needed to consider that. The sound of the charger hitting Wang Tao against the wall and the subsequent collapse of the wall were loud enough that a few mad demon zombies had already begun racing in their direction. But as Han Rui was about to shoot, suddenly a flying axe flew out of the rubble and struck the charger zombie right in the back of its head. Bang! The charger staggered from the blow and turned to roar at the ruins. A towering figure, clutching a concrete hammer, slowly emerged from the debris. Wang Tao. Han Rui, seeing this scene from a distance, burst into tears of joy. Then she looked at the approaching mad demon zombies and decisively ran towards them. She couldn't deal with the charger and had to leave it to Wang Tao, but she could spare him from other nuisances. Wang Tao rotated his neck, causing a series of cracking sounds. Facing this charger zombie with 4,200 HP, he grinned. He felt the axe was too short to deal with this towering charger, so he pulled out the reinforced concrete hammer dropped by the terrorizer from his space backpack. The big hammer was tremendously draining on physical strength, but it was perfect for dealing with these tough-skinned zombies. Not to mention, Wang Tao had also drunk a strength potion. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tao held the big hammer tightly with both hands and ran towards the charger. Roar! The charger zombie, seeing this man had not died and apparently angered, let out a roar, then raised its arm, preparing to charge at Wang Tao again. Wang Tao instantly gripped the hammer with one hand, while the other held a surgical knife, which he threw directly at the charger's head. -74. Though it didn't cause much damage, it knocked back the charger's head and successfully stopped its second charge. Chapter 212, Sneak Attack, Self-Healing Ability 3. And in that brief moment, Wang Tao had already run up to the attacker. He raised the concrete hammer with both hands and slammed it down on the attacker. Bang! -65. The attacker raised its thick right arm to block, but its entire body was still forced to step back, and cracks appeared on the ground. Pretty tough, huh? Let's see just how tough you really are. Wang Tao again lifted the hammer and smashed down fiercely. Bang! -71. The attacker took another step back. Not giving it a chance to react, Wang Tao's third hammer strike came crashing down. Bang! -329. This third strike made the attacker stagger, retreating several steps before toppling to the ground. Its thick arm could no longer protect its head. Wang Tao took his chance to rush forward, then leaped up. He held the big hammer high above his head and smashed down hard on the attacker's head beneath him. Bang! -2041. This hammer strike took out half of the attacker's HP, and it seemed to have been dazed by the blow, its head swaying, unable to lift its enormous arms. Wang Tao pressed his advantage, almost swinging the hammer in a full circle before bringing it down with force. Squishing. -1470. 0/4200. The attacker's HP bar emptied. Wang Tao quickly collected the spoils of battle, then took a deep, heavy breath. The terrorizer's concrete hammer weapon was indeed not meant for humans. It was too heavy and consumed too much physical strength. He had swung it only a few times and was already exhausted. After resting for a few seconds, Wang Tao dragged the hammer and rushed towards Han Rui. By then, almost 20 mad demon zombies were entangling Han Rui, and there were even more corpses of mad demon zombies on the ground. As Wang Tao charged over, he slammed the hammer fiercely onto the ground. With his size and the reinforced concrete hammer, he was practically the spitting image of a terrorizer. Bang! One blow sent the surrounding mad demon zombies flying apart like they'd been hit by a car, clearing a large area instantly. Let's go, you drive. Seeing more mad demon zombies running towards them, Wang Tao didn't linger and dragged Han Rui away with him. Killing these mad demon zombies brought no benefits, and Wang Tao did not want to waste time on them. Han Rui quickly dove into the driver's seat, and as soon as Wang Tao got in, she floored the accelerator. Vroom vroom. Before more mad demon zombies arrived, the car left the square. Over 10 mad demon zombies were still chasing the car, but Wang Tao had specifically chosen a manageable route, and once the car sped up, it quickly shook off the chasing mad demon zombies. Phew! Seeing no more mad demon zombies in the rearview mirror, only some ordinary zombies, Han Rui let out a sigh of relief. Then she quickly turned back to look at Wang Tao sitting in the back, and asked with concern, "Wang Tao, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Wang Tao shook his head, then smiled and said, "Thanks to your warning earlier, otherwise things might have really gotten tricky." The attacker's rush capability could cover a distance of over 30 meters, and its speed was incredibly fast. Without being prepared, it was very difficult to avoid. Especially if the attacker was hiding in the shadows, it was virtually impossible to guard against. By the time you heard the sound, it would already be too late. Although Han Rui had perception ability, her range of perception was only about a dozen meters in diameter, so she could not perceive the charger zombies. By the time she detected a charger zombie, it had already rushed toward her. For example, during the recent battle, when Wang Tao went out to hunt zombies, she took up the sniper crossbow and silently activated her perception ability to keep watch for Wang Tao. When she sensed the charger zombie, it was only a little more than 10 meters away from Wang Tao. For the rush ability, that distance was almost as quick as a blink of an eye. Under such circumstances, Han Rui could do nothing but cry out in a panic. Even her cry was too late. But at that time, Wang Tao was running towards the vehicle and looking at Han Rui. Just as Han Rui trusted Wang Tao 100%, Wang Tao also had great trust in Han Rui. Otherwise, he would not have always taken her out with him. When Wang Tao saw the panic in Han Rui's eyes, he reacted without thinking and instantly activated toughness. The toughness ability continuously drains mana, so Wang Tao used it during combat and stopped it afterward. He had just ended combat, so naturally it had been deactivated, but his reaction was quick. After activating toughness, he felt a huge force hit him from the side, and then he was sent flying, even smashing through a wall. He didn't feel pain at the moment, just a bit dazed. When he climbed out of the rubble, Wang Tao glanced at his HP bar. He had lost more than 200 HP. If he hadn't activated toughness, he might have lost 2,000 HP or even faced instant death. After all, the charger zombie had 4,200 HP. Its strength was simply too formidable. So he had to thank Han Rui. If it weren't for her, he might have been in big trouble today. Seeing that Wang Tao was truly unhurt, Han Rui finally let out a sigh of relief, then felt somewhat annoyed. I still discovered it too late. If I had noticed earlier, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. Shaking her head, she then said with concern, "Once we're back, have Chen Zhuang check you, just in case you have any internal injuries. That would be troublesome." "Yeah." Wang Tao nodded with a smile. Han Rui was also injured, yet she was still worried about him. Wang Tao took out a medical kit to treat Han Rui's injuries. The kit contained some medicines and hemostatic tools. The medicine provided blood regeneration. "Take this." Wang Tao handed her a large black pill. "Oh." Not quite understanding but trusting Wang Tao, Han Rui did not ask any questions. "Huh." A moment later, Han Rui was surprised to find that she felt much better, and the injuries inside her body had improved somewhat. Wang Tao had her take several more pills. By the time they saw the base's gate, Han Rui's HP had almost fully recovered, leaving only some superficial wounds. "This medicine is amazing," Han Rui exclaimed, having never seen such effective medicine before. "Pretty good, right? I'll give you some for backup later." "Great, thank you." Han Rui didn't hesitate to accept. After all, it was something that could save her life. Once the car had safely entered the base, Wang Tao finally relaxed. Then he finally had the time to look at the loot from the recent fight. He had killed 3 elite zombies in total. The suicide bombing zombies had restored 60 HP, the fat zombies had restored 50 HP, and the charger zombie had added 70 HP. His current HP was 3,590/3,590. The reason he was at full HP was not because he used the medical kit, but because he used his self-healing ability immediately after getting injured. He had finally understood the specifics of his self-healing ability. It consumed 1 mana per second to replenish 1 HP. Though it only restored 1 HP per second and couldn't instantly recover full HP, it was still pretty good. After all, with a mana pool of 2,000, that was like having a backup health pack of 2,000 HP. Chapter 213, Rush Suit. Then there were the other spoils of battle. The self-exploders had dropped a level 1 crystal core of ordinary quality, 5 self-destruct bombs, and a self-detonation bomb blueprint. The fat zombie had dropped a bile crystal core, 5 bile bottles, and a bile bottle blueprint. Level 1 crystal core bile. Quality, excellent 80%. Purity, 50%. Side effect, excessive obesity. Bile consumes energy to spit out bile that can attract zombies. Seeing the attributes of this crystal core, Wang Tao suddenly realized. No wonder when that fat zombie exploded. The yellow-green liquid that landed on some zombies caused other zombies to attack those smeared with the liquid. If he sprayed this bile on some formidable zombies, wouldn't it cause ordinary zombies to attack the formidable one? Bile bottle. When detonated, it will create an area covered in bile. Bile bottle blueprint can produce 5 bile bottles. Required materials: A. Crystal core, zombie flesh XS kg, glass X 2 kg. The blueprint for the bile bottles was not complicated either. All the materials needed were commonly found. As for the last of the spoils dropped by the attacker, it had made Wang Tao's mouth twist into a grin. Level 1 Crystal Core Rush. Quality, epic 100%. Purity, 50%. Side effect, limb stiffness. This was actually an epic quality crystal core. He had finally managed to obtain an epic crystal core. Although the charger zombies were difficult to fight, the core was a just reward for his efforts. But there was more to the attacker's spoils than just that. There was also a blueprint for a pair of boots. Rush Combat Boots Blueprint can produce a pair of Rush Combat Boots. Required materials: iron block X2, steel wire X2, screws X2, blades X2, nails X2, rubber X2, plastic X2, cables X2, electronic components X2, batteries X2. Rush Combat Boots, tough and resilient, capable of blocking blades and bullets. Durability +10, defensive power +10. This was a blueprint for boots with attributes, and the materials required for crafting were all simple. With these boots, Wang Tao now had 2 rush arm guards, 2 rush knee guards, and a pair of boots, all from the Attacker series. When Wang Tao first obtained the rush right arm, he never expected to accumulate so many items from the rush series. One could only say his luck was good. Han Rui parked her car under her apartment building and then got out. Rest well today. You too. Watching Han Rui enter the building, Wang Tao directly drove back. Ding Yukin was not at home. There was a note left in the house saying she was killing zombies around the base. Wang Tao made himself something simple to eat, then took out the materials and blueprints to make the Rush Combat Boots. With a thought, a flash of light appeared. A pair of ordinary-looking black boots materialized before him. The appearance of the Rush series equipment was plain, but Wang Tao wasn't fussy about aesthetics. What mattered was practicality. Wang Tao prepared to try on the boots to see how comfortable they were. However, once he had put them on his feet, the boots suddenly emitted a flash of light. It wasn't just the boots. His knee guards and arm guards were also flashing. About 3 seconds later, the light slowly faded. There didn't seem to be any change to the equipment itself, so Wang Tao quickly checked the data of the gear. Wang Tao then discovered that the suit had gained an attribute. Rush Combat Boots, durability +10, defensive power +10, suit attributes activated. Rush Suit can actively release the rush ability once, cooldown time 1 hour, number of uses available, 00. The description for the suit attributes was detailed below. Suit attributes: collect a certain number of equipment with the same name to unlock suit attributes. Inlay a crystal core into the equipment to use suit attributes. Note 1. Once inlaid, the crystal core cannot be removed. Note 2. The crystal core can be inlaid again after its energy is depleted, but if the equipment is damaged, it cannot be inlaid. A suit, an extra ability. Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised. According to the description, this meant he could use an additional ability. That was quite exciting. However, the display showed the number of uses as 0. Inlay a crystal core into the equipment to use the suit attributes. Wang Tao quickly examined the equipment, and he noticed that, although their appearance hadn't changed, where batteries could be inserted, there was now a cavity the size of a grape. These pieces of equipment all could use batteries sourced from zombie drops for some enhancement. It must be where the crystal core is meant to be placed. It wasn't specifically stated which crystal core to use, so it should mean any crystal core would suffice. So Wang Tao casually took an ordinary self-destruct crystal core and embedded it into the Rush right arm's cavity. Click! Wang Tao felt the arm guard snatch the crystal core instantly, and he couldn't pry it loose. At the same time, the numbers for the suit's attributes changed. Number of uses available, 2. One crystal core could be used twice. Wang Tao then took a blue crystal core and placed it into the knee guard. Click. Number of uses available, 6. 4 more uses. Is it because of the knee guard or because it's a blue crystal core? Wang Tao then placed another blue crystal core into the Rush left arm. Number of uses available, 10. The white crystal core provided 2 uses when inlaid in the right arm. The blue crystal cores inlaid in the knee guard and the left arm each brought 4. More uses. Chapter 214, Rush Suit 2. Then the result is obvious. The white crystal core adds 2 chances, the blue adds 4. So does the purple add 6, and red 8, orange 10. To confirm his guess, Wang Tao took another purple crystal core and inlaid it into the other knee pad. Usable times, 16. Indeed, just as he had suspected, the purple crystal core added 6 chances. With that being the case, there was no need to test the red and orange ones. After all, these crystal cores were rather precious, even the self-destruct crystal cores which he had saved up. Looking at the 2 shoes and 1 knee pad that could still be inlaid, Wang Tao thought it over and decided that inlaying blue crystal cores was probably the most cost-effective choice. Because if one excludes the somewhat special green crystal cores, the ones above blue were purple, red, and orange. The lowest, purple, had a 60% fusion success rate, which obviously made it appropriate for fusion purposes. He had previously advised Wei Zhengguo and the others to aim for fusing purple crystal cores or higher. So there was no need to use these rarer cores for inlaying. As for the white crystal cores with the lowest fusion success rate, he would make things like hand grenades and potions, which could use any crystal core, so he always used white crystal cores. And since white crystal cores only provided 2 chances, it wasn't worth using the white ones for inlaying. It was better to use them as materials. Therefore, blue crystal cores, which were neither too high nor too low, were just about right for inlaying. Thus, Wang Tao took out 2 more blue crystal cores and inlaid them into the 2 shoes. Usable times, 24. 24 uses of the Rush ability. Wang Tao now felt as if he could activate the Rush with just a thought. Although there were cooldown time limits, it didn't consume any of his mana. This was no different from having an additional ability. Wang Tao clenched his fists tightly. Being hit by a Rush zombie today was worth it. Wang Tao then thought about the stubborn armor he wore, wondering whether it had any suit attributes. Unfortunately, he only had 1 piece of armor, so he couldn't confirm. In the afternoon, Ding Yukin came back. Seeing Wang Tao at home, she was a bit surprised. "Wang Tao, you're finally back." She hurried over and hugged Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yukin, and after not seeing her for 3 days, he could clearly feel that she was different from before. If before Ding Yukin was a clingy little woman, now, she was still clingy, but her spirit seemed much improved. She reminded him a bit of the feeling Han Rui gave him back at the water plant. "How have you been these past 2 days? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight," Wang Tao said with a smile as he stroked Ding Yukin's cheek. "Ah, really?" Hearing Wang Tao say she had lost weight, Ding Yukin was immediately delighted. She felt that the hardships of recent days had not been in vain. Ding Yukin wasn't overweight but wasn't stick-thin either. She had a healthy female figure. But like many women, she too wished to be slimmer, and she was no exception. Clasping Wang Tao's arm tightly, Ding Yukin began to recount what she had been through these past few days. "Wang Tao, I can single-handedly take on zombies now." Wang Tao had previously arranged for someone to take Ding Yukin and Gao Hua to practice killing zombies, and after several days of training, Ding Yukin could almost effortlessly deal with single zombies and manage multiple ones without much trouble. This wasn't because Ding Yukin had superior combat skills. It was purely because her physical condition was that good. Wang Tao had powered leveled her, so to speak, straight to 1000 HP, and HP was a direct measure of physical condition. The hunters in the base, generally speaking, all had a few hundred HP, and many of them were already able to take on zombies one-on-one. With Ding Yukin's physical condition being stronger than that of ordinary zombies, taking them on one-on-one was definitely no issue. It was just that she had no combat experience against zombies and was rather timid. The past few days had been about practicing combat and building courage, and she had achieved some success. "Sister-in-law, you're awesome." After listening to her story, Wang Tao could not help but praise her. Ding Yukin had no resistance to Wang Tao's compliments. She tightened her grip on his arm and then asked eagerly, "Then can I go out with you? We'll see. If there's a chance, I may take you with me." As long as Ding Yukin didn't hold him back, taking her along was naturally fine. But right now, it definitely wasn't possible. After all, Wang Tao hunted elite zombies, which was entirely different from ordinary zombies. If Ding Yukin were to go now, she would still be a burden. "Great. Oh right, I haven't taken a shower, I'm all sweaty, I should go take a bath." Ding Yukin quickly let go of Wang Tao, but he pulled her back. "Let's go together." Ding Yukin blushed, her face turning a shade of red as she looked at Wang Tao. "Okay." The next day, early morning, Wang Tao arrived at the complex. The committee members were all present. Seeing Wang Tao, Wei Zhengguo spoke with a serious expression. "Wang Tao, you say you encountered Xiao Yang. What exactly happened?" On his way back the previous day, Wang Tao had already informed the base about Xiao Yang's situation in advance. However, he hadn't gone into details but just told everyone to be more vigilant. The specifics. Wang Tao briefly recounted what had happened at the hospital. After hearing Wang Tao's account, everyone looked at each other. The hospital is that terrifying. So many mad demon zombies and elite zombies. That's definitely the most dangerous place now. From now on, we need to steer clear of the hospital. We can't afford to go there. Chapter 215, Rush Suit 3. The group first lamented the condition of the hospital before the conversation turned to Xiao Yang. It's not good news that Xiao Yang isn't dead. Given his personality, he will definitely seek revenge. Let's have the hunters stay in for the time being and first find Xiao Yang's whereabouts. The fact that Xiao Yang was still alive was bad news, but Wang Tao discovering Xiao Yang wasn't dead was good news. Otherwise, if everyone still thought Xiao Yang was dead and lowered their guard, that would be a real problem. "I think we can send someone to investigate the underground mall." Didn't Wang Tao say he had no car when he left and was chased by a large group of zombies? There is a good chance he hasn't made it back to the underground square. Feng Mingyan suddenly said. Those of them who often ventured out knew the terror of the post-apocalyptic world all too well. Without a vehicle for transportation, one generally couldn't get very far. Most of the time, one had to hide from zombies. After all, even the strongest survivors feared being surrounded by zombies. And with Xiao Yang being seriously injured, he might be hiding somewhere right now. If someone was sent to stake out the underground mall, they might be able to discover his whereabouts. "Yes, we'll have to send someone to keep watch." Wei Zhengguo nodded, then asked, "Wang Tao, you've already seen Xiao Yang. What do you think of his strength?" It's hard to say specifically, since a person's strength is composed of many different factors. But I feel that if both of us were in our best condition, I probably wouldn't be his match. Wang Tao said with a serious expression. "What, you're not his match?" When the others heard this, they all had the same expression as Han Rui did initially, one of disbelief. They all had an idea of how strong Wang Tao was. To put it bluntly, without using firearms, all of them commissioners combined might not even be a match for Wang Tao. Wang Tao was indisputably the top combat power of the base. And yet, such a formidable Wang Tao might not be a match for Xiao Yang. He's really that strong. Zhang Hongbin was somewhat unwilling to believe it. At first, when the apocalypse came, he got stronger by killing zombies and felt like he was the strongest survivor. It was indeed proven later that he was very strong. He was the #1 combat power of Xue's base. But then Wang Tao arrived, an ability user. That meant the end of his position at the top. However, Xiang Hongbin didn't really care about such empty titles. Whether first or second didn't matter since they were all on the same side. But now, if Xiao Yang was even stronger than Wang Tao, didn't that mean he would have to settle for third place? That was upsetting. Of course, it wasn't just the thought of being third that was upsetting. More distressing was the fact that Xiao Yang's formidable strength meant he would become a huge enemy to the base. I can't be sure, but my feelings should be correct. Wang Tao shook his head. That doesn't make sense. As I recall, you became an ability user in the first few days of the apocalypse, and it seems like you never really stopped killing zombies, and you fused with quite a few zombie cores. Could Xiao Yang have become an ability user earlier than you or killed more zombies? Ren Jai was somewhat puzzled. Was Xiao Yang's talent truly exceptional? Facing their questions, Wang Tao became even more serious. This brings me to the second issue I wanted to discuss with you, the problem of fusing with zombie cores. Xiao Yang is strong, but he may have fused with too many zombie cores. I can feel that there are a lot of impurities in his body, about 70% internal impurities. That is to say, his probability of turning into a zombie is much higher than any of us. What? He's going to turn into a zombie? Liu He was somewhat pleased. If Xiao Yang turned into a zombie, that would indeed be good news. However, seeing the solemn expressions on everyone else's faces, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily asked, Wang Tao, are you saying that Xiao Yang has fused with too many crystal cores, leading to a high chance of him turning into a zombie? Yes. Wang Tao nodded. Then, exactly how many crystal cores has he fused with? Renjai asked urgently. I don't know that. I can only make a rough estimate, but I will need your help. No problem. Everyone immediately nodded. This was a matter that concerned their own safety. Previously, Wang Tao had mentioned that fusing with these cores would produce internal impurities in the body, and too many impurities could turn someone into a zombie. At the time, everyone was anxious for a while, but after realizing that Wang Tao seemed fine and so were they didn't pay much attention to it. But hearing about Xiao Yang's situation, they suddenly became a little panicked. After all, no one wanted to turn into a zombie. Everyone, state how many crystal cores you have fused with. Whether you succeeded or failed, as long as you attempted the fusion, it counts. Wang Tao said while looking at their attributes. In this group of commissioners, only Liu He's internal impurity level showed 0%. The rest all had some impurities. Of course, it wasn't much, probably because Wang Tao had previously warned them of the dangers of fusing zombie cores. They were fairly cautious with their fusions. I've merged with 12 cores. Right, 12 crystal cores, but only 5 were successful. Zhang Hongbin was the first to speak. Wang Tao glanced at Xiang Hongbin. His blue bar read 500, which matched what he had said. His internal impurity level was 6%. I've merged with 7 crystal cores and succeeded with 4 of them. Wai Zhengguo followed. His internal impurity level was 3%. Feng Ming'an thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, I should have merged with 5 cores and succeeded with 3 of them. Feng Ming'an's internal impurity level was 1%. I've only merged with 2 cores, and both were successful. Lu Gang said with a smile. His internal impurity level was 1%. I also merged with 3 cores, 2 of which were successful. Ren Jai had an internal impurity level of 1%. He had merged with 2 cores, both successfully. Finally, there was Liu He, who had successfully merged with 1 core, and his internal impurity level was 0%. Wang Tao wrote down their data and pondered. He had previously thought about the fact that 0% didn't mean none, it could have been rounded. So going by everyone's situation. After a moment, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. I think I know. Theoretically, whether successful or not, the maximum number of crystal cores one person should merge with shouldn't exceed 200. Chapter 216, Internal Impurity Algorithm. Wang Tao discovered that if he calculated the impurity accumulation at 0.5% per fusion crystal core, and if he kept only whole numbers, then these data probably added up. Wang Tao had seen them fuse a crystal core before, at which time the display showed 0% internal impurity. In reality, it might have been 0.5%, but the figure was rounded down, and without rounding up, it displayed 0%. So it made sense that after Xiang Hongbin had fused 12 crystal cores, his internal impurity was 6%. Wei Zhengguo had fused 7, and his internal impurity was 3%, actually 3.5%. Maybe if he fused another, it would turn into 4%. Other people followed suit, and it all matched up. Therefore, Wang Tao came to a conclusion in theory. The upper limit of crystal cores a person could fuse was no more than 200. Because if a crystal core produced 0.5% impurity in the body, then 200 would amount to 100% impurity, which would definitely lead to zombie transformation. 199 was 99% impurity, and though the odds of turning into a zombie were infinitesimally close, theoretically there was still a chance of not turning. Based on 200 crystal cores, this number seemed both big and small. It was said to be large because by Wang Tao's current ability to fuse 4 different types of crystal cores, he could at most fuse 40, which was far from 200. It was considered small because, aside from the orange crystal cores Wang Tao fused with a 100% success rate, the crystal cores other people fused had a failure rate. And failure also led to impurity accumulation. If someone was to fuse with white crystal cores that had only a 20% success rate, it would take on average 5 attempts to succeed just once, meaning TI would need to use 200 crystal cores to successfully fuse 40. If luck was worse, 200 might not even suffice. So the viable number of crystal cores for fusion wasn't that high. However, Wang Tao suddenly thought of a problem. Since there were level 1 crystal cores, there should also be level 2, level 3, and so on. If even level crystal cores accumulated so much internal impurity, how would one fuse with higher level ones? Could it be necessary to fuse fewer level 1 cores and more from level 2? But obviously, that wouldn't work. If you didn't increase your strength at level 1, you wouldn't survive to reach level 2. Wang Tao was puzzled. But his strength wasn't sufficient yet, so thinking too much was of no use. He decided to focus on the present. I suspect that fusing a crystal core probably accumulates about 0.5% internal impurity, so we can't fuse with more than 200 crystal cores. Wang Tao shared his speculation with them. 0.5%, 200 cores. Their expressions didn't look too good. Although they felt they probably wouldn't be able to fuse with that many crystal cores, having such a limit made them uncomfortable. I personally think that we need to set a caution limit. For example, how many crystal cores we fuse, or when our internal impurity reaches a certain level. Otherwise, if we keep fusing without limit, we may truly end up in trouble. Renjai spoke out with some concern. Fusing crystal cores did increase strength, but the cost was significant, and it seemed irreversible. They discussed it for a while with furrowed brows, and consensus was reached that 50% internal impurity, which equaled fusing 100 crystal cores, was a cautionary point. They agreed to try to keep the internal impurity under 50/. However, easier said than done. In an apocalyptic world without strength, survival was impossible, and increasing strength required fusing more crystal cores. This was an unavoidable reality. Watching the others' worried expressions, Wang Tao clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Everyone, don't be disheartened. I have another piece of news to tell you all. Is it good news? Xiang Hongbin's eyes brightened. No, perhaps it's even worse news. Everyone. Could there be news worse than internal impurity? Yesterday I found a gorilla zombie in the hospital, the same one we saw at the old mall. It's become stronger. But that's not the main point. The main thing is, it has actually gone to the hospital. What? It went to the hospital? Why? Zhengguo's complexion changed. He immediately grasped the implication in Wang Tao's words. The distance between the old mall and the hospital was much farther than from the base. In other words, if the gorilla zombie could make it to the hospital, it could possibly reach the base. After pondering for a moment, everyone quickly grasped the crux of the situation. Fang Ming'an looked confused. Wasn't this gorilla-like zombie a zombie lord? It should only be active within its own territory, so how could it go to the hospital? Is it possible that it expanded its territory, and now considers the hospital part of it? Lu Gang spoke up quietly. The group was momentarily stunned. Then Xiang Hongbin exploded with a curse. Damn, if it's included the hospital in its territory, could it be thinking of including our base too? Liu He then said, if it considers our base part of its territory, will we be able to stop it? He wasn't a combatant and didn't have a direct sense of the base members' combat power. It's hard to say. They all shook their heads. To be fair, Shuai's base's strength was substantial, mainly because they had quite a few guns. If they were to rely on firepower, it was really hard to predict who would win or lose. But the problem was, if so many guns were used, it would attract an unimaginable number of zombies. Chapter 217, Internal Impurity Algorithm 2. Even if everyone could kill it, if the continuous gunfire attracted all the zombies in the county, would the people in the base still be alive? Moreover, Wang Tao had just said that the gorilla zombie had gotten a lot stronger. If the elite zombies already had so many amazing abilities, then no one would be surprised if it, a zombie lord, evolved an ability to block bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Tao tapped on the table, bringing everyone back to their senses. I think we have two things to do now. One is to find Xiao Yang's whereabouts as quickly as possible. The other is to upgrade our strength as fast as we can. We can't move the base, so we can only prepare for how to deal with the gorilla zombie when it comes. To combat such zombies, our own strength is crucial. Several people nodded. As for the matter of the zombie cores, if you trust me, you can give me all the crystal cores in the base to manage. I will work hard to hunt more zombies and arrange appropriate crystal cores for you, striving to fuse all your cores to the limit in a short time. Wang Tao said to the people. The people were somewhat surprised by Wang Tao's words, but they all nodded. We naturally trust you, Wang Tao. We'll leave them in your care. You guys don't have any objections, right? Wai Zhengguo looked at the people, and they all nodded. Wang Tao was the strongest in combat power and had killed the most elite zombies. He had the most crystal cores and also gave advice and analysis to the people. He was definitely worthy of trust. Good. Wang Tao nodded with satisfaction. The reappearance of the gorilla zombie also gave Wang Tao a strong sense of urgency. He had intended to gradually enhance his teammates' strength, but now there was no time. He had to speed up the pace. First of all, he needed to get all the zombie crystal cores. Then Wang Tao could take these cores for synthetic fusion. He didn't have to synthesize epic crystal cores with a 100% success rate. That would be too fake, and he wasn't ready to reveal his synthetic ability just yet. But he could synthesize some with 60% or 80% success rate. As long as it was over 50%, the probability of success was higher, and an 80% success rate was virtually no different from 100%. None of them had ever failed when fusing red crystal cores. This success rate was a very real one, not like some unscrupulous game developers, where a 90% success rate was about the same as 50%, and a 50% success rate was essentially 20%. Some games were even more shameless. As long as it wasn't 100% success, even at 99%, failure was still possible and not uncommon. Wang Tao had been tricked by this before. Moreover, when Wang Tao synthesized these crystal cores, his goal wasn't just to raise the success rate, but more importantly, to remove the side effects and impurities. In fact, the base already had quite a few crystal cores, with white and blue ones being the majority. After Wang Tao's reminder, everyone dared not use them recklessly. Side effects and impurities were like a mountain weighing down on everyone. After all, no one wanted to become monsters or zombies. As for how to explain later, Wang Tao could choose to explain or not. It was the apocalypse now, with all sorts of magical things appearing. There were things that couldn't be explained. In any case, Wang Tao's bottom line was to not expose his specific abilities, not to show all his cards. If it really came down to it, he could just attribute it all to good luck and let them guess. Having determined the next route for development, Liu Gang brought all the crystal cores he had been keeping. Looking at this bag of crystal cores and combining them with the ones he already had, Wang Tao felt that he should be able to raise everyone's abilities to +10. Then Wang Tao asked about the crystal cores they had each successfully fused so far, what abilities they now possessed, and what was the maximum number of types they could fuse. Wei Zhengguo had only fused 2 types of crystal cores so far, Rush and Shockwave. He felt he could continue to fuse more, but he wasn't strong enough yet and might encounter problems. This meant that Wei Zhengguo could fuse at least 3 types of crystal cores. Xiang Hongbin's situation was almost identical. He also had fused Rush and Shockwave and could fuse a 3rd type, but not now. However, Xiang Hongbin had fused more crystal cores than Wei Zhengguo and was stronger in combat power. Liu Gang had only fused 2 crystal cores so far, both being sprint. He felt that he could also fuse another type without problems. As for Feng Ming'an, there was no need to mention him. He could only fuse 1 type of core, but his slime spitter ability was already at +3, and he was just 7 cores away from +10. Having only 1 ability made it relatively simple to improve. Ren Jai had fused 2 cores, Screaming and Self-Detonation. He felt that he couldn't merge anymore. 2 types of cores were his limit. Liu He had only fused 1, a Stealth Crystal core. Ren Jai and Liu He could be temporarily skipped as they were not combat personnel and didn't need to fuse too many cores. It was better to leave the cores for those in need. The main focus was on Xiang Hongbin, Wei Zhengguo, and Liu Gang. Their crystal cores needed to be prepared properly. Including Han Rui, she was also one of the base's main combat forces and needed to be significantly improved. Wang Tao even thought that the security army should all become ability users, and the base's hunters should also select some people to become ability users. Theoretically, giving an ordinary person a crystal core to turn them into an ability user would bring more benefits to the base than giving the core to another ability user to enhance their special ability level. Chapter 218, Internal Impurity Algorithm 3. After all, the combat power difference between ability users and ordinary people is huge. It's a process from 0 to 1. The combat power boost brought by a group of ability users is generally greater than that brought by just a few individuals. Of course, high-end combat power is also a must. Sometimes, high-end combat power is even more useful than the swarm tactic. So we must work on both, strengthen both hands. After discussing with everyone again, Wang Tao said, "Next, we all need to kill more elite zombies and enhance our strengths, but don't fuse crystal cores. Leave the crystal cores to me to handle." Okay. Everyone nodded. The urgency imposed by both Xiao Yang's situation and the gorilla zombie made it so right after the meeting. The combat personnel immediately went out to hunt elite zombies. Ren Jai arranged for people to search for Xiao Yang's whereabouts, locate elite zombie positions, and more. He also informed everyone about Xiao Yang's situation, advising everyone to be more cautious when venturing out recently. However, Ren Jai also shared a piece of news. The committee was currently considering the selection of ability users, promising a chance of selection for those with good character and strong abilities. The announcement that Xiao Yang might still be alive provoked many people to curse. If Xiao Yang wasn't dead and still possessed great strength, then they worried they would have to hide in the base and not venture out like before. Yet, when the news of the committee's plan to select ability users spread, it practically excited everyone. To become an ability user. That was definitely everyone's most desired wish at the moment. Currently, only the committee members in the base were ability users. Many people had witnessed the combat of ability users, such as the powerful abilities like Rush and Shockwave, which were coveted by most. Unfortunately, with their abilities, killing elite zombies was too dangerous, especially when many elite zombies were accompanied by a self-exploder, making it even more difficult. Up until now, except for Han Rui, ordinary people had no way of becoming ability users. Thus, the announcement of Ren Jai's message directly excited many people, especially the hunters. They felt that their opportunity had arrived. They wanted to go out and kill zombies, to continue increasing their strength and strive for selection. Xiao Yang couldn't stop them from getting stronger. At worst, they just had to be a little more cautious, stay near the base during operations, and run back if any situation arose. In any case, increasing their strength was a must. They were determined to become ability users. As for the security army, although excited, they were not overly enthusiastic. After all, they had undergone professional training, and Ren Jai had told them they would be the second batch to become ability users after the committee members, essentially confirming their positions. There was no helping it, given their strong abilities and good character. Wang Tao trusted the character of these soldiers. While everyone else got busy, Wang Tao took the crystal cores back home. Ding Yukin wasn't at home. She had gone out with Gao Hua and others to kill zombies in the morning. They were operating around the base, which was relatively safe. Zombies weren't static forever. Once the ones nearby had been killed, new ones would take their place, so there was no end to them. Looking at these crystal cores, Wang Tao wanted to first find if there were any he could use. Toughness, precision shooting, not bad. Although there was no self-healing, having these two types of crystal cores was also quite good. He happened to have one of each, so after adding these several crystal cores, Wang Tao proceeded with the fusion. A rainbow of lights flashed through the space backpack, and 5 orange crystal cores and 1 red crystal core appeared in his hand. The red crystal core was for precision shooting, synthesized from 2 blue crystal cores. Wang Tao planned to give it to Lu Gang for his use. Lu Gang had the best marksmanship in the base, and his performance with the bow was not bad either, so the precision shooting would suit him well. The rules for Wang Tao's fusion of crystal cores were addition of qualities, addition of purity. The current level 1 crystal cores had 50% purity, which meant he just needed to fuse 2 of the same crystal cores, and their purity would become 100%, devoid of any internal impurities, and thus eliminating any side effects. The side effect of precision shooting was terrifying, blinding an eye. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate this side effect, otherwise not many people would dare to use it. Regarding the chances of success, Wang Tao believed that an 80% success rate would not lead to any mishaps. Orange was too eye-catching, so this red one was much better. If it did fail, then it could only be said that Lu Gang was incredibly unlucky. The other 5 orange crystal cores consisted of 4 toughness and 1 precision shooting. Wang Tao sequentially put all these crystal cores into his mouth. Soon, all 5 crystal cores completely fused. Wang Tao's toughness ability had already been fused 6 times before, and with these 4, it reached a total of 10 times, finally maxing out the limit of his toughness ability. As for precision shooting, he had previously fused it 3 times, making it now just 4 times in total. Wang Tao's mana was already at 2,500. He only needed 6 more precision shooting crystal cores and 9 self-healing crystal cores to reach the same 4,000 mana as Xiao Yang. However, the self-healing crystal core was even harder to come by than precision shooting. Wang Tao planned to make another trip to the hospital, where elite zombies, including the self-healing ones, were abundant. Otherwise, gathering these 9 crystal cores from other places would probably be very difficult. Wang Tao then categorized the other crystal cores and proceeded with the synthesis. Not all needed to be fused into orange, fusing 2 blue or 1 white with 1 purple to make a red, 1 white with blue to make a purple, and occasionally fusing a few orange. Soon, Wang Tao had a bunch of crystal cores without any side effects or impurities. Looking at these crystal cores, Wang Tao revealed a satisfied expression on his face. Not only could this significantly boost the strength of Wei Zhengguo and others, but it also could create many ability users within the base. Even if the gorilla zombie really did come, the base would not be without the power to fight. In the afternoon, Gao Hua suddenly returned. "Big brother, I've discovered Xiao Yang's whereabouts." Chapter 219, He's Here Isolation. Sit down and tell me what happened. Wang Tao personally poured a cup of water for Gao Hua. Glug glug. Gao Hua drained the large cup of water in one breath, then wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly said, "I heard that Xiao Yang wasn't dead, so I thought he might return. Thus, I went to the old mall early this morning to wait for him, and sure enough I saw him." He entered the underground mall furiously, and not long after, he came out even more enraged, killing lots of zombies as if to vent. Then he entered a residential area. I heard him mention before that he had set up some temporary safe zones outside, and a few houses in this residential area were just that. I didn't dare to follow any longer, so I immediately came to report to you, big brother. After listening to Gao Hua's account, Wang Tao's brow suddenly furrowed. "You mean you followed him until he entered the residential area? How long did you track him for?" "All morning. I have to thank you, big brother, for significantly enhancing my strength. Otherwise, I couldn't even get near the underground mall, let alone follow him." Gao Hua expressed his sincere gratitude. But there was no smile on Wang Tao's face. He was entirely serious. "He has come." "What?" Gao Hua was startled, then quickly said, "Big brother, are you talking about Xiao Yang? He's still in the residential area. I saw him enter with my own eyes." "No, he has come, and he followed you here." Wang Tao shook his head. "How can that be? That's impossible." Gao Hua was still somewhat stunned. Xiao Yang's perception is very sharp. The chance of not being detected after tracking him for so long is almost impossible. When Wang Tao was near the hospital, he glanced at Xiao Yang through a telescope from a distance, and he was noticed. Gao Hua following for so long without being caught, clearly impossible. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Gao Hua immediately started to panic. Wang Tao then asked, "Did you use the stealth potion?" Previously, when he volunteered to rescue hostages, Wang Tao had given him some life-saving items, including 2 bottles of stealth potion, one for hiding from people and one for hiding from zombies. However, Gao Hua did not use the potions at the time, and after returning to the base, he offered to give them back to Wang Tao, who refused to take them. After all, as a big brother, how could he reclaim gifts given to his younger brother? It was considered a reward for his sibling. If Gao Hua had used the stealth potion that could hide from people, then it might be possible that he wasn't detected. But Gao Hua shook his head. "No." "Then how far away were you from him?" Gao Hua did not dare to hide anything, thought for a moment, and quickly said, "Probably about 20 meters." At that distance, without using a stealth potion, Wang Tao could be 100% certain that Xiao Yang had noticed him. Given Xiao Yang's character, if he had noticed someone tailing him, the fact he did not kill or even capture Gao Hua indicated a particular problem. Xiao Yang intended to counterattack Gao Hua. Thus, Wang Tao had concluded that Xiao Yang had arrived, and he might have already entered the base. Xue's base was originally established to stop zombies, and only the main gate was guarded by fully armed soldiers, while other areas were protected with high walls and barbed wire to stop the zombies. The high walls could stop zombies, but they would not stop an ability user. What should we do now? I'm sorry I didn't do it on purpose. Gao Hua was somewhat panicked. After all, the speed with which the underground mall fell, leaving almost no survivors, was to his credit. If Xiao Yang had come for revenge, Gao Hua would certainly be the first one. Moreover, if he had truly led Xiao Yang into the base, then it would be as dangerous for the entire base as if he had released the zombie virus in the underground mall. Moreover, Xiao Yang could be even more dangerous than the virus, as he was now a vengeful man seething with anger. Seeing the anxious Gao Hua, Wang Tao stood up and patted his shoulder. You needn't worry too much or blame yourself. Xiao Yang had already learned the location of the Xue's base from those hunters, so he would have found his way here with or without you. What I need to do now is act as if nothing happened, and you should tell no one about this issue. Leave the rest to me. Go get some rest, but I suggest you avoid less crowded areas, and it's best to rest in the office. If there's any danger, call for help on the walkie-talkie immediately. Okay. Gao Hua bowed deeply to Wang Tao with great gratitude, then left with a face full of shame. Big brother, I'm sorry for causing so much trouble for the base. If he had known that he was detected and followed by Xiao Yang, he definitely wouldn't have returned so quickly. Having finally found a decent survivor base, he really didn't want anything to happen to it, especially since this incident would surely lower Wang Tao's opinion of him. He had only just clung onto his big brother's coattails, and he didn't want to be cast aside. After Gao Hua left, Wang Tao looked out at the greenery outside the window and furrowed his brows in thought. If he were Xiao Yang, bent on revenge, upon following Gao Hua to the base, which location would he prioritize visiting? The comprehensive building, the teacher's apartments, the villa area, the cafeteria, the warehouse. All these places seemed like plausible targets. Xiao Yang, where are you? As Gao Hua walked away from the villa area, his heart was heavy with concern, but he did not show it on his face. After all, Wang Tao had told him not to be too tense, so as not to let Xiao Yang know that he was discovered. Otherwise, Xiao Yang might act immediately, and both he and the base's survivors would be in big trouble. Chapter 220. He's here, Isolation 2. Gao Hua made his way toward his private office inside the comprehensive building. There were nearly 600 people in Xue's base now. Though the campus was large, humans are social creatures who don't like to stray too far, and some areas were closed off, so the survivors' activities were mostly centered around the comprehensive building area. Gao Hua had always adhered to Wang Tao's words, making sure to walk where there were more people. Upon seeing the comprehensive building, a sigh of relief escaped Gao Hua. He should be safe now. There was even a moment when he felt Wang Tao might be overreacting. What if Xiao Yang hadn't noticed him? But just then, Gao Hua's hair stood on end. He felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake. This sensation was indescribable, his body trembling, stiffness overtaking him. However, the sensation came and went quickly, as if it lasted less than a second before it completely disappeared. It was as if it had all been an illusion. Gao Hua's steps were measured as he entered the comprehensive building. Then suddenly, his legs gave out and he leaned against the wall, his entire back soaked with sweat. It's not an illusion, this is no illusion. It's him, Xiao Yang. Gao Hua shouted in his mind. Minister Gao, what's wrong? A subordinate from the resource department saw Gao Hua's pale face and quickly trotted over, asking with concern. I'm fine, maybe because I didn't eat lunch, my stomach is a bit hungry. Go on with your work. Gao Hua waved his hand. All right, Minister Gao. After the other person left, Gao Hua took a deep breath, and then he ascended the stairs to his office at an unhurried pace. Once he reached his private office, he made sure there was no one inside and that all the windows were closed. Then he quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "I'm Gao Hua, requesting to connect with Commissioner Wang." Wang Tao's walkie-talkie was generally accessible only to a few commissioners, Han Rui and some staff members. Others didn't have the privilege. After all, as a commissioner, one of the 7 highest-ranking officials in the base, if everyone could contact him, he would never get any peace. However, some could request to speak with Wang Tao by contacting the guards of the villa area. This was to prevent any important messages from being overlooked. A moment later, Wang Tao's voice came through. "I'm Wang Tao, what's happening?" "Big brother, I think I just got targeted. That instant, I almost thought I was dead." Gao Hua wasn't so much asking for help as he was informing Wang Tao of the situation. Of course, he also harbored a hope for his big brother's protection. "Where are you now?" "I'm in the office in the comprehensive building." Wait there for a while." In the small villa, Wang Tao ended the call. "He's really come." Wang Tao immediately put on all his gear and then drove to the comprehensive building. On the way there, Wang Tao's spirit was on high alert, ready to act at any moment. But he didn't feel watched, nor did he notice anything unusual. After arriving at the comprehensive building, Wang Tao met Gao Hua in the office. "It was like this. I was just about to cross an intersection. There were other people on the road, but not many. It seems like only the road to the north was empty." Gao Hua quickly laid out everything about his encounter, including his mental state at the time and his speculation about where someone might be. After listening to Gao Hua, Wang Tao thought for a moment. "The road to the north, the school cafeteria, the teacher's apartments. Okay, I understand. Don't go out from here for now." "Got it." Wang Tao then visited the conference room on the top floor, where only Ren Jai was present. "Xiaoyang is here." Wang Tao got straight to the point. "What, where is he?" Ren Jai was startled. Besides Wang Tao's top combat power in the base, everyone else had gone out. If Xiaoyang had come at this time, it might not be easy to handle. Wang Tao pointed down to the ground. "Inside the base." "What?" Seeing that Wang Tao didn't seem to be joking, Ren Jai's face turned somewhat ugly. "He's inside the base already. That was fast. We were still looking for him, yet he's come here by himself." If Xiaoyang was inside the base, it wouldn't be a question of whether they could kill him, but whether he would cause destruction or kill survivors inside the base. Xiaoyang, an ability user stronger than Wang Tao, if he enacted destruction and indiscriminate killing within the base, they wouldn't stand a chance. Such combat power was scarier than zombies. Although somewhat panicked, Ren Jai stayed composed. He asked about the specific situation from Wang Tao, and then with a stern face he said, "He definitely couldn't have entered through the main gate. After all, we have 4 guns guarding it. He must have climbed over the wall from somewhere. I'll send people to patrol the surroundings and see if any clues can be found. You said you saw him on the northbound road. There's only the cafeteria and the teacher's apartments there. Why don't you check out the cafeteria? I'll send people to the teacher's apartments." "That's what I was thinking. But you don't need to send people over there. To avoid alarming the target, I'll have Han Rui check it out." "All right. Then I'll inform the security army to be ready for combat at any time. And then I'll try to contact Wei Zhengguo and the others to see if we can get through." Ren Jai immediately went to contact others, while Wang Tao got in touch with Han Rui to explain the situation, then drove on another road to the cafeteria. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the cafeteria was already preparing dinner for the day. Chapter 221, He's Here, Isolation 3. In the days without much entertainment, the survivors went to bed early, and naturally, dinner time came early too. Commissioner Wang. Seeing Wang Tao arrive, the staff members cooking the meal immediately greeted him with respect. "Him?" Wang Tao nodded. Then he said to the person in charge of the canteen, "Is everyone from the canteen staff present today?" "I'll go check." The person in charge had wanted to say that everyone was present, but he was unsure of Wang Tao's intent. What if someone was absent and Wang Tao discovered it? So he quickly gathered everyone and carefully counted them. Only after confirming nobody was missing did he return to Wang Tao's side. Commissioner Wang, there are a total of 12 people working in the canteen, not one more, not one less. Everyone is here. If you have any orders, just command us. Then finish up for today. Wang Tao nodded and said, Everyone is off work. Take a half-day paid leave. All of you go back. But today's dinner isn't ready yet. The face of the person in charge twisted awkwardly. Notify everyone that there's no dinner tonight because the canteen's machines are broken and can't be used, and they'll probably be fixed by tomorrow. Yes. The person in charge didn't know what Wang Tao was up to, but he couldn't defy the commissioner's orders. Soon, everyone in the canteen had left. Wang Tao looked at the half-finished, smashed paste and shook his head. With Gao Hua's prior poisoning, Wang Tao still took the issue of the zombie virus very seriously. To prevent Xiao Yang, who had been to the canteen, from poisoning today's food, he simply decided it was better for everyone to skip the meal. However, this was still food, and it shouldn't go to waste. Wang Tao found an empty warehouse, took out the food compressor from his space backpack, and placed all the food into the compressor. Bottles of nutrient fluid came out of the machine, which Wang Tao packed away in his backpack. Just then, his walkie-talkie rang. Wang Tao, I've found an ability user. Han Rui's voice came through the walkie-talkie. There were currently only 8 ability users in the entire base, the 7 commissioners and Han Rui. If any other survivors became ability users, they would certainly be detected by Han Rui's perception ability, so there was no way for an ability user to hide their power inside the base. If there was another ability user, there was no need to think about it. It had to be Xiao Yang. Where? Right outside the teacher's apartments in a flower bed. I didn't dare to approach. Good, wait for him. Wang Tao immediately drove toward the teacher's apartments. However, on the way there, Han Rui informed Wang Tao that the ability user had already left. They'd headed toward the restricted area. The restricted area was a collective term for some sealed-off buildings within the base. There weren't that many survivors in the base, but the school was large, and not so many places could be inhabited, so some buildings had been sealed off, to be opened up again when more people arrived. Learning that Xiao Yang had gone to the restricted area, Wang Tao actually breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't cause destruction, that was good. Wang Tao. When Wang Tao arrived at the teacher's apartments, Han Rui immediately took him to the flower bed. He was right here before. After the apocalypse, no one tended to the flower beds anymore. Enriched by the corrosive acid rain, the flower beds had become extremely lush. It was more appropriate to call it a small forest rather than flower beds. In the place Han Rui pointed out, amidst a patch of dust, were several large footprints. On the footprints, there were also traces of blood. Wang Tao squatted down and looked at the bright red bloodstains, his eyebrows instantly raising. His wound hasn't healed. Xiao Yang was critically low on HP, gravely injured. But after 3 days, Xiao Yang's injury still hadn't healed, and he was even still bleeding. This could only prove one thing. Xiao Yang didn't have a self-healing blood regeneration ability, nor did he have a medical kit or potion to increase his HP. This might also explain why he didn't directly attack Xue's base, but chose to infiltrate it. However, if it's about being critically low on HP, then that's a different story. Wang Tao had previously felt that he might not be a match for Xiao Yang in his prime. After merging with some crystal cores, Wang Tao felt he was not completely without a fighting chance. Now, seeing that Xiao Yang was still critically low on HP, Wang Tao believed, the advantage is mine. Of course, this was not to say that Wang Tao was underestimating Xiao Yang. After all, Xiao Yang was an ability user with 4,000 HP and had learned multiple abilities. Moreover, he wasn't as simple-minded as zombies, so dealing with Xiao Yang was much more difficult than with zombies of the same level. "Are you sure he went to the containment area?" Wang Tao asked. "I'm certain. I've been watching with my perception ability," Han Rui replied. Wang Tao had reminded her before that Xiao Yang had very keen senses, so instead of looking directly at him, Han Rui used her ability to sense him. Let me think." Wang Tao pondered for a moment, then came up with a plan. Since Xiao Yang had gone to the containment area, Wang Tao would isolate that area. Then, he would have people guard this place. Unless Xiao Yang could silently kill all the guards, as long as he dared to move, he would certainly be discovered, and Wang Tao would come out to deal with him. Wang Tao was not afraid of Xiao Yang himself, as he was currently low on HP. Wang Tao feared the destruction he could cause while lurking inside the base. After all, no one can be on guard against a thief every day. Of course, while Wang Tao was not afraid, there was no need to enter the containment area to look for him, as it would be easy to fall into a trap. It was better to let him come out on his own. But this was under one condition. They could not let Xiao Yang suspect that he had been discovered. Otherwise, if he were to throw caution to the wind, even if he were eventually killed, he could take many people down with him. So there needed to be a coincidence, that's it. Wang Tao told Han Rui to keep monitoring Xiao Yang while he went to find Ren Jai. Just as I thought, our patrol found that the wire fence at the northeast corner of the base has been damaged. Ren Jai immediately spoke upon seeing Wang Tao. "Oh, that's perfect. Here, what we'll do." Wang Tao briefly shared the plan with Ren Jai, then left the base. By the afternoon, suddenly a few mad demon zombies crawled in through this gap in the wire fence. The survivors inside the base instantly panicked, but at that moment, Wei Zhengguo and his team happened to return. Luckily, they arrived in time, preventing casualties. However, two mad demon zombies ran into the containment area and couldn't be found for a time. Therefore, Wei Zhengguo announced on the spot that the committee had decided to immediately shrink the base area, abandoning those containment zones. They would build a new wall right here. The Shui's base was a bit too large, making it prone to oversights, like this broken wire fence that no one knew when it had been damaged, nearly causing a disaster. So for the sake of safety, shrinking the base was quite sensible. That very night, a wall made of wire mesh, wood, and bricks was built by hundreds of people, isolating the containment area completely. Chapter 222, Unlucky Xiao Yang. Evening. At the top floor of the comprehensive building, inside the committee meeting room, several members who had gone out had returned, and they were also aware of the news that Xiao Yang had infiltrated the base. "Are we really okay with doing this?" Feng Ming'an voiced his uncertainty. He was actually still a bit confused because he was the last to return, and as soon as he arrived, he was asked to cooperate with Wang Tao, and after unwittingly playing his part in Wang Tao's plan, Ren Jai told him the reason. "Wang Tao and I have analyzed it, and there shouldn't be any big problems," Ren Jai said with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than they heard the door open. Everyone turned to look, and it was Wang Tao. "Has there been any trouble inside the base?" Wang Tao walked in with long strides, his face mask not yet removed. "We have dealt with those mad demon zombies. There have been no casualties, and the containment zone has been isolated. Even though that wall definitely can't stop Xiao Yang, as long as he emerges, we will undoubtedly spot him." Wei Zhengguo spoke up. "Great, I estimate that he won't show up tonight." Wang Tao removed his mask, grinning. In dealing with the issue of Xiao Yang, he had previously thought of a method to isolate Xiao Yang in the containment zone. As long as Xiao Yang couldn't hide among the survivors, everyone would have plenty of time to deal with him. Otherwise, they would be hamstrung. But they couldn't let Xiao Yang know that he had been discovered because, with his abilities, if he wanted to make a desperate move, it would be easy for him to randomly take a few lucky audience members with him. So they had to isolate Xiao Yang unknowingly, and this required an accident. And that accident would be the zombies. It just so happened that when Xiao Yang infiltrated, he damaged the barbed wire on top of a high wall. Wang Tao then planned to use this gap to throw a few zombies into the base. Zombies appeared inside the base, and then the survivors reduced their range, cutting off those useless areas and erected a new wall. Isn't that logical? However, there was a small accident. The two mad demon zombies had run into the containment zone. But this accident turned out to be perfect for the base. Zombies were lurking in the containment zone, and their whereabouts were unknown. For the base to abandon the containment zone was reasonable, wasn't it? After all, there were no survivors in the containment zone. Thus, the construction of the wall began, and many people also guarded alongside the wall to prevent zombies from entering. Not only that, but other areas of the base also had personnel on duty. Tonight, nearly all of the hundreds of people in the entire base went without rest. With so many eyes watching, if Xiao Yang appeared, he would definitely be exposed. Now that the committee members had all returned, it was the time when the base's strength was at its peak. At this moment, everyone was not afraid of Xiao Yang showing up. On the contrary, they feared he wouldn't appear. As long as he did, with all the ability users teaming up, they were absolutely sure to defeat Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was strong, but from the fact that he chose not to kill or set fires after infiltrating the base, and instead continued to lie low, two things could be inferred. First, Xiao Yang had a big ambition and did not want to reveal himself before achieving his goal. Second, Xiao Yang was seriously injured, and he was not sure he could handle all the people in the base. He wanted revenge, but he did not want to perish with his enemies. He wanted to come out in one piece. Thus, Wang Tao thought that before achieving his goal, Xiao Yang likely wouldn't reveal himself willingly. As long as he did dare to reveal himself, the united front of the base's people could definitely defeat him without any problem. Indeed, Wang Tao's guess was correct. After isolating the containment zone, there was no disturbance from that area. Xiao Yang's goal had not yet been achieved, and he did not know he had been exposed, so he chose to continue hiding. And as long as he didn't go for a do-or-die approach, by tomorrow, when everyone was prepared, it would be the end for Xiao Yang. Wang Tao, did you encounter any problems while capturing zombies outside? Lu Gang asked with some concern. Wang Tao had returned later than expected. A few minor issues, all resolved. Wang Tao waved his hand nonchalantly. He had originally planned to catch a few ordinary zombies. With his current strength, going out with an iron chain to catch zombies was a piece of cake. But then Wang Tao gave it some more thought and realized that ordinary zombies wouldn't be appropriate since it's commonly known that ordinary zombies can't climb walls. If Xiao Yang saw the zombies, he might suspect how these zombies got there. For the sake of caution, Wang Tao decided to catch a few mad demon zombies. He then made some noise, not too big, not too small, just enough to attract over a dozen mad demon zombies. Wang Tao was afraid of a large-scale attack by mad demon zombies, but these dozen or so were not a problem. He easily killed some and then tied up a few with the iron chain. After Wei Zhengguo indicated they were ready, he threw these mad demon zombies into the base through the gap left by Xiao Yang's destruction. At that moment, when Wang Tao was preparing to return, the noise he made earlier not only attracted the mad demon zombies, but also drew 3 elite zombies. And Self-Exploder, a stubborn and a police zombie. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Wang Tao decided to deal with the 3 elite zombies, which caused some delay. After killing the 3 elite zombies, Wang Tao's HP had reached 3,740/3,740. Just over 200 more to reach 4,000 HP. The power of 4,000 HP would certainly be much stronger than he was now, but Wang Tao had no time to search for elite zombies anymore. He had to deal with Xiao Yang quickly, or it would be troublesome if Xiao Yang managed to escape. Honestly, Xiao Yang coming along with Gao Hua was not a problem, but an opportunity. Chapter 223, Unlucky Xiao Yang 2. Everyone head back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll take him down together. Wang Tao said to the crowd. Understood. The group nodded. Oh right, I forgot something. Wang Tao took out some shimmering crystal cores. These are the crystal cores I've prepared for you all. Take the opportunity to fuse with them today. After Wang Tao collected all the crystal cores at the base, he synthesized them with his own. However, he didn't create any orange crystal cores. The synthesis was all purple and red ones. Although they were orange, the success rate for the purple and red ones was quite high, and what's more, these had no side effects or impurities, making them better than the ordinary orange crystal cores. Once everyone had fused with these crystal cores, their strength would be greatly enhanced, and dealing with Xiao Yang tomorrow would be much safer. However, Wang Tao didn't reveal all the crystal cores at once. He only brought out a portion, which were the ones the group had fused with before. Upon seeing Wang Tao suddenly bring out so many crystal cores, all of them purple and red, the committee members were immediately taken aback. If they remembered correctly, weren't all the crystal cores that Wang Tao took from the base white and blue? Did the quality just upgrade to purple and red after passing through his hands? But no one thought that Wang Tao could synthesize crystal cores. It wasn't a normal thing to consider. They figured Wang Tao must have killed a lot of elite zombies outside, and that these were the crystal cores he had accumulated, now being distributed to everyone for their use. This deeply moved everyone. Wang Tao had given so much for them, for this base. After all, the value of these purple and red crystal cores was much higher than those of the blue and white ones. Thank you. There was nothing much to say. They could only express their sincere gratitude. Haha, let's all do our best to resolve Xiao Yang easily and smoothly tomorrow. Let's do this. The group nodded, each taking the crystal cores they needed and went to rest. Wang Tao returned home and contacted Han Rui to ask about the situation. Han Rui had indeed discovered something. I sensed that Xiao Yang sneakily came out to check, and then he went back to the restricted area. He's quite shrewd. As long as we're sure he hasn't escaped, that's fine. You've had a tough day, so you don't have to engage in tomorrow's fight. You should rest for the day, he said. It's not tough at all. Don't forget I'm also part of the base. After ending the conversation with Han Rui, Wang Tao briefly explained the situation to Ding Yukin. Ding Yukin was still in the dark. She actually believed that zombies had appeared inside the base, not just her. Aside from the few committee members, Han Rui and Gao Hua, no one else knew about Xiao Yang. So Ding Yukin was somewhat panicked. She was very satisfied with the base and really didn't want to move again. Now, hearing Wang Tao's explanation, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the base is safe, that's good. Don't worry too much, let's go to sleep, he said. Okay. Atop an academic building within the restricted zone, a burly man dressed in ragged clothes and bandages stained with blood was keenly observing the survivors inside the base. He stuck out his somewhat elongated tongue and licked his cracked lips, his eyes brimming with malicious intent. All of you people will become my slaves. He was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang felt that he had been very unlucky lately. He was first trapped in the hospital while killing zombies because he ventured too deep. Actually, he still didn't understand what exactly had happened back then. Facing the elite zombies, which he could usually deal with quite swiftly, he suddenly felt very fatigued that day, and most importantly, his strength had diminished significantly. Because his strength had decreased too much, not only did he fail to eliminate the threat, but he almost got caught as well. Under such urgent circumstances, he had no choice but to use a handgun that he had obtained as a trophy after killing a police officer. The gunshot attracted all the zombies in the hospital. Although he found a safe place to hide, he was trapped and couldn't get out. With no other options, Xiao Yang had to call for help. However, the rescuers he called for were also trapped, and besides, several of them died. Although the few remaining people regrouped with Xiao Yang, they were still trapped, so what was the point? Luckily, there's strength in numbers, especially as Xiao Yang's power slowly returned. Eventually, they found another opportunity and managed to break free from the hospital. Of course, it didn't come without a cost. The cost was that all of the ability users who came to his aid died, leaving only him to escape. But to him, that didn't matter. Subordinates were just subordinates. If they died, they died. Even though they were ability user subordinates and their deaths were a bit of a waste, they were just ability users after all. You could find several loyal minions, give them a crystal core to eat, and that's it. As for whether it's suitable or whether the side effects are too severe, that's not something he would consider. Why would he think about how his minions feel when he doesn't care himself? That's impossible. After all, he only needed to know that when he offers a crystal core, there will be a bunch of people ready to bow down at his feet. Xiao Yang had finally escaped the hospital, but once he came out, he was infuriated to find that his car had been plundered by the survivors. Not only were all the various weapons and supplies gone, they even took the freaking car key. Chapter 224, Unlucky Xiao Yang 3. What pissed him off even more was that not only had his car keys gone missing, but the car keys of his underlings had vanished as well. As for other cars on the road, once drenched by the corrosive acid rain, they were essentially piles of scrap metal, completely undrivable. Without cars, getting back to the base was no easy feat, especially since he was being chased by many zombies. He really wanted to vent, and at that time he felt someone watching him. He almost charged over there. But reason prevailed, just in case the other party was also an ability user. In his current severely injured state, he might not be a match. And with many fierce zombies in the hospital, if he got surrounded by these zombies, he would only have one way out: death. What followed was a long and arduous flight, but after a considerable struggle, he finally made it home. To his shock, the home was no more. All the doors of the underground mall were wide open, and zombies moved in and out as if it was their own place. Though Xiao Yang was injured, dealing with these ordinary zombies was not a problem, but when he charged into the base and saw the devastation, his last sliver of hope was dashed. He naturally had no affection for the people in the base. But with no one left, who was going to serve him? Especially those female slaves, those toys. He liked them so much. He felt he couldn't live without these things. He had to take revenge, because he could tell that there were signs of survivors fighting here. After all, if it was a zombie attack, zombies couldn't possibly unlock the doors and rescue the slaves from his cages, right? And as to who was behind this, the first he thought of was Shui's base. Although he had offended many people, they either became his slaves or were tormented to death by him. He never left any enemies alive. There was only one exception, and that was Shui's base. He knew that Shui's base was too strong. He couldn't defeat it. However, he also silently noted Shui's base, and given the chance, he would definitely not let it go. After all, someone from Shui's base had killed his little brother Cao Zin, and the woman Cao Zin had given him. He was very pleased with her. For this reason alone, he had to avenge his little brother. Before he was trapped, he had just caught a group of Shui's base survivors. Overjoyed, Xiao Yang tortured these people ruthlessly, then prepared to use them to trade with Shui's base for some crystal cores. The result was, before the trade could take place, he got trapped. Looking at the current situation, he had reason to suspect that Shui's base had taken advantage of his absence and made a strong attack to rescue the people. But he was still not certain. He planned to find a place to recover from his injuries first, and once his wounds healed, he would pay a visit to Shui's base. And just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly felt someone spying on him. Then he discovered Gao Hua. Truth be told, he never thought Gao Hua would betray him, because Gao Hua was just to his taste. They shared a lot in common, and he was even thinking of making Gao Hua his deputy later on. But then he encountered Gao Hua. Everyone else was dead, but Gao Hua wasn't. Not only had he not died, but he was also secretly tracking him. Any fool could see what this meant. Xiao Yang was furious, but he still had his wits about him. He knew that killing Gao Hua right then would be useless. He needed to find out where Gao Hua lived, then slowly torture Gao Hua and his friends and family. And so Xiaoyang followed Gao Hua to Shui's base. Upon seeing Shui's base, Xiaoyang muttered to himself that it really was this place, and he had to settle both old and new scores together. Thus, Xiaoyang found a spot where the defenses were lax and broke into the base by climbing over the iron wire fence at the top of the high wall. Looking at how large the base was with so many women, Xiaoyang was envious. He had his sights on this place. He wanted to make it his kingdom. But Shui's base was powerful, with many members of the security army wielding automatic rifles. In his current low HP state, he definitely couldn't dodge bullets. Not to mention there were ability users here too. He had to be cautious, not show himself right away, and first let chaos erupt within the base. As long as there was chaos, he would have his chance. Then Xiaoyang thought of a plan. He added some zombie blood into the food in the base's cafeteria. However, he didn't add too much after all. He only wanted the base to descend into chaos, not for all these survivors to die. These were all his intended slaves. But he waited until the afternoon without witnessing any disorder at the base. This puzzled him. Could it be that tonight, no one in the entire base had dinner? That couldn't be right. There wasn't a lack of food, and it was impossible for the cafeteria to have only prepared tomorrow's food right. Xiaoyang started to wonder if he had added too little zombie blood. But it wasn't a big issue. He had already infiltrated the place. He had plenty of opportunities. And then in the evening, suddenly some zombies ran into the base. From his vantage point, Xiaoyang could clearly see that they were mad demon zombies capable of climbing walls, and it seemed they had entered from the spot in the fence he had previously damaged. This excited Xiaoyang. Could his unintended act have unexpectedly lent a great hand? But just as luck would have it, the ability users from the base had just returned. This left Xiaoyang feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed there would be no zombie crisis after all. However, he quickly felt a surge of anger and helplessness. Two of the mad demon zombies had actually run towards his location. Although he easily killed the two mad demon zombies, it seemed like they had caused panic within the base, with the survivors talking about downsizing the base and rebuilding the walls. Then, a significant number of people were dispatched to defend the area, effectively isolating the zone he was in. Xiaoyang. Two mad demon zombies hiding in the base would cause anyone to panic, but Xiaoyang couldn't go out and say that he had already killed these two, could he? He watched helplessly as a makeshift high wall was erected, isolating him on the outside. The wall wasn't the issue. He could climb over it at any time. The problem was the people standing guard behind the wall. He didn't want to expose himself at this time. Just as Wang Tao didn't feel confident in dealing with him, he felt the same way about confronting Wang Tao and his people. No choice, he had to wait. He planned to wait a little longer and look for another opportunity to infiltrate again. As for whether this quarantine was specifically targeting him, he didn't even have to think about it to know it was impossible. Everything had happened right before his eyes. He had seen it for himself. How could it be fake? Moreover, his actions were flawless. He couldn't have possibly left any handle for them to grab onto. The next day, Xiaoyang, who had finally managed to get some peaceful sleep, suddenly felt there was some noise outside the door. Groggily, Xiaoyang sat up. He wasn't fully awake yet. His instinct made him think he was still outdoors, and the noise outside might be caused by zombies. Then, bang! The door was kicked open. Two firefighter axes flew straight at his face. Chapter 225, Killed Twice. At dawn, Shui's base. A fully armed group quietly entered the restricted zone. RM still a bit nervous. Feng Ming and took a deep breath. It was mainly because Wang Tao had described Xiaoyang to be extremely formidable, and he had never fought against someone this powerful, so he felt somewhat uncertain. No need to worry. When I say he's formidable, I meant in his full peak state. Now that he's heavily injured, he's no match for us. Wang Tao whispered reassurances. Gauging Xiao Yang's HP levels, Wang Tao felt that he alone could defeat him. But since they had the advantage in numbers, there was no need to fight one-on-one. A group attack was more appropriate. "Are you sure he's upstairs?" Zhang Hongban took out a firefighter axe and then asked. "Positive." Han Rui and her team had monitored the restricted zone all night yesterday, and they hadn't seen anyone leave. Xiao Yang was surely still inside. Even more, Han Rui had located the exact building where Xiao Yang was. "It's this place." Han Rui pointed at a teaching building and spoke. Wang Tao had originally wanted Han Rui to rest during the day since she had been busy all night, but Han Rui said she felt quite energized and wanted to join in, as this was a rare battle opportunity. Seeing she was indeed in good spirits, Wang Tao agreed. When everyone cautiously approached the building, they suddenly froze. There were 2 mad demon zombie bodies at the base of the building. Could it be that Xiao Yang did this on purpose to lure us in? Looking at the bodies, the group grew suspicious. They could all guess that the 2 escaped mad demon zombies had likely gone to find Xiao Yang, and those 2 mad demon zombies were certainly no match for him. But the question was, why wouldn't Xiao Yang hide the corpse after killing the zombie? How could he possibly leave it lying at the foot of his own building? The clue seemed way too obvious. Xiao Yang was a smart man. He couldn't be that careless. This seemed more like a trap. Even Wang Tao was beginning to have doubts. Could it be that Xiao Yang knew he had been discovered and was setting a trap? "Let's do this. We'll go in first and let Han Rui use her perception ability." Before the mission started, Wang Tao had already informed everyone about Han Rui's perception ability. They were surprised, but also found it reasonable. Without such an impressive ability, Wang Tao wouldn't have kept her with him all this time. "Okay." Everyone nodded and carefully approached the building entrance. The group had intended to enter through a window, but they found the main door open too, the lock violently destroyed. These doors had been locked when the area was sealed off. Han Rui's perception ability was a 3-dimensional skill, but the range of perception was greater horizontally than vertically and became shorter with vertical distance. Moreover, factors like wall thickness could also affect her ability. Therefore, she needed to get a bit closer to perceive anything. The teaching building had 6 floors, and from the 4th floor Han Rui could see clearly what was on the 6th floor. He's still inside, alive. After reaching the 4th floor, Han Rui immediately spoke up. "Phew." Han Rui's certainty gave everyone a sigh of relief. As long as he was still there, they would take on whatever he had in store. The group silently reached the 6th floor without any incident. Wang Tao frowned slightly. Could it be that this is not a trap at all, and Xiao Yang really was just careless? According to what Gao Hua had said before, Xiao Yang was also a clever man. Despite the confusion, they had come all this way, and they couldn't possibly let Xiao Yang go. After letting Han Rui confirm which room Xiao Yang was in, the group made a brief arrangement. A classroom had 2 doors, front and back. Xiao Yang's position was at the corner by the front door where he could see both doors. Wang Tao and a few others were near the front door closer to Xiao Yang, while Wei Zhengguo was alone at the back door. Once arranged, everyone took a deep breath, then Xiang Hongbin kicked the door open with 1 foot. Bang! The moment the door opened, Wang Tao threw 2 firefighter axes at Xiao Yang's position. Han Rui and Lu Gang also shot an arrow each at Xiao Yang's position, perked. 1 axe accurately chopped into Xiao Yang's chest, but he was protected by a steel plate there, and the axe was bounced off. The other was deflected by Xiao Yang's arm, which also had a steel plate strapped to it. The arrows, on the other hand, hit Xiao Yang in the left upper arm and right thigh areas that were unprotected, and they embedded firmly into the flesh. Xiao Yang, who was somewhat dazed initially, snapped to alertness in an instant. He roared and lifted 2 metal desks from beneath him, hurling them towards the door. Crash! The group quickly dodged aside. As the desks hit the ground, Wang Tao was preparing to throw another flying axe when he saw Xiao Yang suddenly picked up the axe he'd just thrown and hurled it back towards the door. Damn it! Wang Tao had forgotten that Xiao Yang also had a strong throwing ability. Bang! Zhang Hongbin took the brunt of it, getting knocked down by the two axes. He was hit because he, too, had a steel plate strapped to his chest. Though the plate stopped the axe, the massive impact knocked Zhang Hongbin to the ground. Zhang Hongbin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face in shock. Damn, that's some serious strength. Feng Mingyan hurriedly pulled Zhang Hongbin back up. At the back door, Wei Zhengguo suddenly launched a rush. Roar, boom, boom. Bang! He smashed straight through the wooden door and rammed fiercely into Xiao Yang. Chapter 226, Killed Twice Too. Whoosh! Xiao Yang was sent flying and got pinned against the corner by Wei Zhengguo, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, everyone rushed in. Wang Tao and his group were about to go over to help subdue Xiao Yang, but with a roar of rage, Xiao Yang suddenly pushed Wei Zhengguo away. He seemed to have undergone a rejuvenation, as the weariness from his injuries vanished in an instant. Wang Tao quickly checked his HP. HP 704/4110. Mana 1690/4000. He was still critically wounded, and his HP hadn't recovered at all. Wang Tao immediately thought of a rejuvenation crystal core he had seen before. Rejuvenation consumes a certain amount of energy to instantly restore full physical strength and spirit. Only Xiao Yang's physical strength and spirit had recovered. His HP was still critical. Seeing this, Wang Tao sent a shockwave directly at him. Bang! The shockwave hit Xiao Yang in an instant. However, Xiao Yang unexpectedly pulled out a homemade steel shield from behind him. Minus 129. The shockwave hit the steel shield, and although most of the energy was absorbed by the steel plate, some still managed to hit Xiao Yang, causing him to lose over 100 HP. Xiao Yang suddenly looked up at Wang Tao, and with his mouth wide open, a slender tongue shot out at Wang Tao like an arrow. Having seen the unusual look of Xiao Yang's tongue, and considering the loose tongue ability, Wang Tao had been on guard for this trick. Wang Tao instantly activated precision shooting, and then chopped at the air with his axe. This chop was seemingly at nothing, but Xiao Yang's tongue struck the blade as if magnetically attracted, colliding with Wang Tao's axe. Clang! A sound akin to metal striking metal rang out, and Wang Tao felt as if he had hit a steel bar. It's so hard. But being hard doesn't mean it can't feel pain. Xiao Yang instantly retracted his tongue, with a trickle of fresh blood leaking from his mouth. He glared fiercely at Wang Tao, unable to understand how Wang Tao could have anticipated his attack in advance. But now wasn't the time to think too much about it. He immediately grabbed his shield and rushed toward Wang Tao. He could sense that Wang Tao was the strongest among these people. If he could just kill Wang Tao, the others wouldn't pose a threat. Watching Xiao Yang charge toward him, Wang Tao quietly activated the ability that came with his equipment set. Rushing. Bang! In an instant, the two collided. Just as fast as Xiao Yang had charged, he was sent flying back at the same speed. He even crashed through a wall and landed in another classroom. Wang Tao grabbed the dazed Xiao Yang, then with a fierce tug, the beefier Xiao Yang was thrown over Wang Tao's shoulder and slammed hard onto the ground. Bang! Then Feng Mingyan, who had been ready for a while, released a mouthful of slime spitter. A large amount of white slime erupted from his mouth, covering Xiao Yang's body in an instant. Xiao Yang struggled for a moment, then quickly became still, not dead but completely immobilized by the slime. Looking at Xiao Yang's eyes, which were glaring hatefully at him, Wang Tao felt like laughing. Xiao Yang's strength was great, but Wang Tao's strength was not small either. How could Xiao Yang's ordinary rush with a shield compare to Wang Tao's ability? And fortunately for Xiao Yang, with his strong physical constitution and carrying a steel shield, otherwise Wang Tao's rush might have killed him on the spot. The battle had some complications, but everyone was satisfied with the outcome. The plan was to try and capture him alive if possible. If not, a direct kill was the option. Now it seemed their luck wasn't bad, and they had truly captured Xiao Yang alive. After all, Xiao Yang had mercilessly killed members of their base. Capturing him alive was best, so they could bring him before all the survivors for execution. "You beast, we finally caught you. You're dead meat, I'm telling you," Xiang Hongbin, clutching his chest, cursed as he walked over. "I didn't expect to fall into your hands. I don't accept this." Xiao Yang opened his mouth with some difficulty. He felt his head was heavy, his vision was double, and even his thoughts were half a beat slower. His limbs weren't quite responding to his brain. If it wasn't for these negative states he was in, he believed he might not have lost. He didn't accept defeat. Xiang Hongbin kicked him viciously a couple of times, then revealed a cruel smile. "You'll accept it soon enough." Wang Tao searched Xiao Yang's backpack while keeping an eye on his HP. HP 104/4110. He was on the verge of death. Just about anyone could kill him now. However, upon seeing the percentage of internal impurity in Xiao Yang's body, Wang Tao frowned. Internal impurity, 85%. It was 70% before, wasn't it? It's reached 85% in just a few days. What had he been doing lately? Feeling somewhat puzzled, Wang Tao didn't dwell on it. The man was as good as dead anyway. And Wang Tao planned to thoroughly interrogate Xiao Yang to learn about the situation inside the hospital. Feng Mingan was quite skilled at interrogation. He should be able to get some information out of him. Everyone was ready to carry Xiao Yang away along with the solidified slime, but Wang Tao suddenly furrowed his brows. He noticed that Xiao Yang's HP bar was flickering. Human survivors' HP bars are green, while zombies' HP bars are red. Wang Tao could distinguish whether one was a human or a zombie by the color of the HP bar. But at this moment, Xiao Yang's HP bar was alternating between green and red. When Wang Tao saw black veins slowly appearing in Xiao Yang's eyes filled with hatred, he was shocked. "Oh no!" Without a second thought, a surgical knife manifested in his hand. And before anyone else could react, he threw it. Thwack! The surgical knife plunged directly into Xiao Yang's eye socket. Chapter 227, Killed Twice 3. -204. 0/4110. Xiao Yang's HP hit 0, instantly killed. Wang Tao conveniently picked up the package Xiao Yang dropped. Within 3 meters, Wang Tao could collect the spoils of war. But the others were somewhat flabbergasted. "Wang Tao, you... Weren't we supposed to take Xiao Yang back for interrogation and then execute him in front of the survivors? Why did you suddenly kill him? He was turning into a zombie, fuck." Wang Tao was about to explain when, before he could finish his sentence, he saw the dead Xiao Yang suddenly lift his head. Roar! With a furious roar, its muscles swelled, and black veins covered its face and neck. Then, with a bang, the hardened white slime on its body shattered instantly. Whoosh! The impact threw everyone into the air, slamming them against the wall. He. Xiao Yang stood up, licked its elongated tongue, and emitted a chilling growl from its mouth. What the hell? The crowd was horrified. Xiao Yang had turned into a zombie. And this zombie was clearly stronger than Xiao Yang had been in life. Didn't I shoot him in the head? How could this be? Wang Tao could barely believe it, but when he saw the HP bar of zombie Xiao Yang, he was taken aback. 404/5000. After turning into a zombie, Xiao Yang's maximum HP rose to 5,000, but he was critically wounded. Xiao Yang, with its one remaining eye, glared fiercely at Wang Tao, as if it retained some memories from its life. It was when Wang Tao saw Xiao Yang's face, especially the surgical knife sticking out of Xiao Yang's left eye socket, that an idea flashed through Wang Tao's mind. Could it be? The surgical knife was thrust into Xiao Yang's brain, but not all the way through. Dead people can become zombies, but as long as the brain is destroyed, they won't turn into zombies. Although the principle is unknown, that is the reality. Previously, when Wang Tao saw Xiao Yang's HP bar flashing continuously, he speculated that Xiao Yang might turn into a zombie. In a panic, Wang Tao instantly activated his precision shooting skill, then took out a surgical knife from his space backpack and threw it, successfully piercing Xiao Yang's eye socket and killing Xiao Yang. Only this injury could kill Xiao Yang the human, but not Xiao Yang the zombie. Hence Xiao Yang became a zombie again. But since the surgical knife penetrated the brain, it might have damaged Xiao Yang's brain, which led to Xiao Yang becoming a critically wounded zombie. It's well known the brain is the zombie's core. A zombie can live with just a head, so it makes sense for Xiao Yang, a zombie with a damaged brain, to be critically wounded. Wang Tao had many thoughts flash through his mind, but in reality, it was all in an instant. Zombie Xiao Yang, now over 2 meters tall, lowered its head to look at Wang Tao, and then it suddenly opened its mouth, its elongated tongue shooting toward Wang Tao like a sword. Bang! Wang Tao chopped at zombie Xiao Yang's tongue with his axe once again. -46. 358/5000. The tongue quickly retracted. Never learns. Wang Tao, looking at zombie Xiao Yang, suddenly cracked a smile. Just a zombie with 5,000 HP, what's the big deal? Zombie Xiao Yang, as if it knew Wang Tao was not to be trifled with, or perhaps recalling some residual memory, suddenly turned and ran outside. Don't let it get away, it's badly injured. Wang Tao roared and immediately gave chase. The crowd had just been frightened by zombie Xiao Yang. After all, they had never seen a zombie break free from slime spit. Especially with zombie Xiao Yang's size having expanded, and its considerable increase in height, it looked terrifying. The unknown is always scary. Xiao Yang was strong to begin with, but only because it was injured were they able to take it down easily. But as a zombie, injured or not, it made no difference, which is why everyone was a bit worried. However, after seeing zombie Xiao Yang exchange blows with Wang Tao before fleeing, and hearing that Wang Tao said zombie Xiao Yang was seriously injured, the group immediately got fired up. An elite zombie with low HP, they definitely had to chase it down. Zombie Xiao Yang ran downstairs, with Wang Tao closely pursuing him and the others chasing Wang Tao. When zombie Xiao Yang reached the 3rd floor, he suddenly charged towards a window. Crash! He shattered the glass and security bars, falling straight to the ground below. Wang Tao didn't even think, he just jumped out after him. With Wang Tao's physical condition, jumping down from the 3rd floor was basically no problem. Zombie Xiao Yang smashed into the ground, creating a crater. He rolled, dissipating some of the impact, then, as if sensing something, suddenly turned its head, only to see a dark shadow landing squarely on its own. Squishing. -358. 0/5000. Thud. The massive body of zombie Xiao Yang crashed to the ground. Huff huff. Wang Tao got off zombie Xiao Yang's body and took a deep breath. That thing could really run. He almost didn't catch it. Luckily, he managed a one-hit kill with a precise airdrop in the end. However, after killing zombie Xiao Yang, Wang Tao suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Only then did he realize, after the fact, that his HP had exceeded 4,000. Since Xiao Yang was dealt with, Wang Tao could sleep peacefully, but he suddenly thought of the rejuvenation potion. Why not give it a try, see if it works for the drowsiness after the HP increase? So Wang Tao used a rejuvenation potion. Instantly, he felt full of energy and no longer sleepy. The potion actually worked. Wang Tao seemed to have discovered a new use for the rejuvenation potion. By the time Wei Zhengyu and the others caught up, Wang Tao had already collected the spoils of war. Is it dead? Looking at Wang Tao sitting next to the burly zombie's corpse, Feng Ming'an asked instinctively. It's dead. Wang Tao stood up. The potion was really effective. He wasn't sleepy at all. Awesome. Xiang Hongbin gave a thumbs up. He didn't know how much HP zombie Xiao Yang had. He only knew that the zombie was tough, but still, Wang Tao had slain it. So impressive. The others too looked at Wang Tao with faces full of admiration, especially Han Rui, who practically worshipped him. But there wasn't much joy on Wang Tao's face. What's wrong? Wei Zhengyu noticed Wang Tao's expression was off and asked with some curiosity. Wang Tao's face was very serious. This time we were lucky, otherwise we might have lost people. Was it really that strong? Xiang Hongbin was somewhat incredulous. After all, nobody had been seriously injured except for a minor injury to himself. It looked like a great victory. Wang Tao shook his head and then took out a dark green crystal core. It was a level 2 zombie. Level 2 crystal core, super strength. Quality, rare 55%. Purity, 45% side effect. Strength and body size are proportional. Insufficient body size results in negative strength growth. Chapter 228, Level 2 Zombie. Level 2 Zombie. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Then they all subconsciously looked towards the dark green crystal core. Although they couldn't see the data, they could clearly feel that this crystal core was larger than any they had seen before. Previous cores, despite their various types and colors, were all the same size without the slightest difference. Therefore, this conspicuously larger crystal core must be a level 2 crystal core. Everyone was captivated by the beautiful level 2 crystal core. Before they met Wang Tao, they only knew about zombie cores. It was after meeting him that they learned its full name was level 1 crystal core. If there was a level 1, then presumably there would be level 2, level 3, and so on. A level 2 zombie would definitely be stronger than a level 1, and a level 3 zombie would be stronger than a level 2, and so forth. However, the zombies they encountered and killed had all been level 1 zombies. Gradually, everyone had started to overlook the concept of zombie levels. Now, suddenly seeing this level 2 crystal core, everyone was immediately reminded of the explanation Wang Tao had given before, that zombies had levels 2, with level 1 being the lowest. Everyone had been feeling a sense of urgency lately, but now with the appearance of this level 2 zombie, they felt the pressure increase exponentially. Wang Tao looked at the level 2 crystal core. Compared with the level 1 crystal core, this level 2 core was not only larger in appearance, but it also had one different attribute: purity. The purity of a level 1 crystal core was 50%, the rest being impurities. These impurities were harmful to the human body. A small amount might be okay to absorb, but too many impurities carried the risk of turning someone into a zombie. The more impurities, the higher the risk of zombification. Wang Tao had previously hoped that higher-level crystal cores, such as level 2 and level 3, would contain fewer impurities. But now it seemed he had thought too much. The purity of a level 2 crystal core was 5% lower than that of a level 1 crystal core, meaning it contained even more impurities. Merging level 2 crystal cores would have to be done with even greater caution. And Wang Tao suddenly remembered another important issue. The purity of a level 1 crystal core was 50%. Merging 2 cores would make it 100%. But with a level 2 crystal core having a purity of 45%, merging 2 cores would only reach 90%. Could it be that he would need 3 cores for a synthesis? Unless Wang Tao didn't mind accumulating some impurities in his body, he would need 3 cores for a synthesis, but the combined purity of 3 cores would be 135%. He had tried before. Purity cannot exceed 100%, which means, to synthesize a pure level 2 crystal core, at least half a core would be wasted. Wang Tao felt a pang of heartache. What level was Xiao Yang before his death? At that moment, Xiang Hongbin suddenly spoke up, snapping Wang Tao out of his inner turmoil. The others, curious, also turned their gaze to Wang Tao. Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, He must have been a level 1 ability user before death, becoming a level 2 zombie after. The specific reason is unclear since we still know too little about zombies. Wang Tao felt that reaching an HP limit of 5,000 would likely lead to a level 2 ascension. After all, Xiao Yang had just over 4,000 HP previously, which certainly wasn't level 2. After turning into a level 2 zombie, his HP limit rose to 5,000. This HP was definitely related to the level. But speaking of 5,000 HP, the image of the gorilla zombie surfaced in Wang Tao's mind. I just thought of the gorilla zombie when we first saw it. It felt just like this Xiao Yang. So, at that time, it must have been a level 2 zombie already. When Wang Tao first encountered the gorilla zombie, it already had 5,000 HP. He had felt completely outmatched by it. However, at the time, Wang Tao didn't know exactly how much he was outclassed by the zombie. Now he knew. The gap between him and the gorilla zombie wasn't just the HP difference, but also the level difference. Then Wang Tao's thoughts wandered. He remembered the first time he went out to scavenge airdrops and encountered that almost paralyzing shadow on the outer ring road. That shadow had a whopping 10,000 HP and was above level 2 as well. No wonder he felt like his legs were turning to jelly at that time. Back then, he only had a little over 200 HP, not even qualifying as an ability user. So Wang Tao said that if it hadn't been for Xiao Yang's zombie being on the brink of death, even if they had eventually won with their numerical advantage, they might have paid a terrible price. Gorilla Zombie. While everyone had been thrilled about killing Xiao Yang, the realization that level 2 zombies like that gorilla existed made their joy vanish in an instant. Given the kind of attack they just mounted, aside from Xiao Yang, no one might withstand it. But that was just barely a level 1, critically injured Xiao Yang. If a level 2 zombie Xiao Yang had appeared, they wouldn't have had a chance to fight, reliant entirely on Wang Tao. They dared not imagine just how terrifying an uninjured zombie Xiao Yang would be. Damn it, kill zombies, improve strength. Xiang Hongbin violently kicked the corpse on the ground. You should rest if you need to, get busy if you have to. I'll handle things here. Ren Jai pointed to the zombie's body and the containment area. Now that Xiao Yang had been killed, the newly built walls from last night could be dismantled. They also had to find a suitable reason not to panic the survivors. We'll rest for a while and then go out to hunt zombies in the afternoon. What about you, Wang Tao? Zheng Yu asked. Chapter 229, Level 2 Zombie 2. I need to go back and rest a bit. Wang Tao said. Okay. The group searched the sealed-off area again to ensure no zombies remained before they left. Ren Jai broadcasted in the base that Xiao Yang had been killed by several committee members working together, and everyone no longer needed to worry about his sneak attacks. Once this news was announced, the hunters all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been on edge these past few days while outside, but now they could finally feel at ease. However, Ren Jai also announced another piece of news, stating that level 2 zombies had appeared outside, advising everyone to be cautious. Ren Jai took the opportunity to explain the meaning of level 1 and level 2. Ordinary people have no rank, and only after becoming ability users do they become level 1 ability users. Level 2 represents an even stronger existence than level 1. The news of level 2 zombies immediately tightened the atmosphere. Many of them didn't actually know how powerful zombies were, only that ordinary zombies were very strong, and elite zombies were much stronger than ordinary ones. But now they knew that the elite zombies they had seen were actually just level 1 zombies. So just how strong were level 2 zombies? Zombies were getting stronger, and they needed to become stronger too. Otherwise, not to mention killing zombies, the risk of going out to scavenge for supplies had also increased. Quite a few hunters silently resolved to quickly improve their strength, hoping to be selected by the committee to become ability users. Only by becoming ability users would they qualify to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Once Wang Tao returned home, he finally felt somewhat sleepy. The spirit boosted by the rejuvenation potion was about to run out. No good, too sleepy. Sister-in-law, I'll take a nap. Not bothering to say much more, Wang Tao collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. All right. Ding Yukin knew this was a process of power upgrading, and she was genuinely happy for Wang Tao from the bottom of her heart. Now with 1000 HP, she had a lot more strength, and she laboriously lifted Wang Tao onto the bed. After all, sleeping on the sofa wasn't comfortable. Time passed without her noticing, and finally, Wang Tao woke up. He felt a bit thirsty, then saw a glass of water being handed to him. Sister-in-law, how long did I sleep? Wang Tao glanced at Ding Yukin, who was sitting by the bed keeping him company. Still the same as before, 3 hours. Ding Yukin looked at the wall clock, then added, I'm going to make dinner now. Go ahead. After Ding Yukin left, Wang Tao stretched and then clenched his fists. I've gotten stronger. Wang Tao was a bit excited, but not inflated. The outcome of Xiao Yang was the result of arrogance, and he needed to always remember this lesson. Then Wang Tao turned his attention to the loot pack he obtained after killing Xiao Yang today. The situation this time was a bit different because Wang Tao had killed Xiao Yang twice. Once as a human and once as a zombie. This situation left Wang Tao quite baffled. If it weren't for seeing his HP increase and the loot packs, he might not have even noticed this fact. He had an HP increase twice and obtained 2 packs. If he remembered correctly, his maximum HP was 3740 up until yesterday. After killing Xiao Yang, it suddenly increased to 3940. In other words, killing Xiao Yang earned him an additional 200 HP limit, which was more than any zombie he had previously killed. Wang Tao guessed that the amount of increased HP limit was likely related to the strength of his opponent. Considering Xiao Yang's strength, although adding 200 HP limit was a lot, it seemed reasonable. However, Wang Tao soon realized that these 200 HP really weren't that much, because when he killed Xiao Yang the second time, or more accurately, when he killed zombie Xiao Yang, the added HP limit was even more terrifying, directly an additional 960. Wang Tao was taken aback, and then saw his health bar suddenly surge a small segment, from 3940 to 4900. He was just 100 HP limit short of reaching 5000. 5000 HP was most likely the threshold between level 1 and level 2. If he could reach 5000 HP, he might be a level 2 ability user. He didn't know why zombie Xiao Yang added so much HP, but there were only 2 possible explanations. Either killing a level 2 zombie naturally yielded more HP, or killing a zombie above your level granted extra HP. As for which was correct, he could only observe more in the future. But regardless, seeing his own 4900/4900 HP, Wang Tao was still somewhat excited. The missing 100 HP could potentially be made up in just one morning with good luck, or possibly in one day with less fortune. His 5000 HP was all but assured. Then Wang Tao turned his attention to the other loot. He hadn't had the chance to examine the pack dropped by Xiao Yang the first time he was killed. When he looked now, it was a bit beyond Wang Tao's expectations. There were 4 crystal cores. Level 1 crystal core, strength. Level 1 crystal core, loose tongue. Level 1 crystal core, throwing master. Level 1 crystal core, rejuvenation. These were light green crystal cores with no side effects and a 50% fusion success rate. Wang Tao had never before found crystal cores in the packs he exploded, but he hadn't killed many people either. Only 2 ability users, Cao Xin and Xiao Yang. What Cao Xin exploded into was slime grenades, but at that time Cao Xin had just over 200 HP, merely a weakling compared with the now 4000 plus HP Xiao Yang. Hence, no comparison was possible. Wang Tao speculated that these 4 crystal cores must be the 4 abilities Xiao Yang had learned. This was consistent with his previous speculation. Xiao Yang had 4 abilities, and each one was fused with 10 crystal cores, which accounted for his 4,000 mana. Chapter 230, Level 2, Zombie 3. And looking at the names of these 4 crystal cores, Wang Tao probably understood why Wei Zhengguo and Gao Hua, the 2 people who had seen Xiao Yang, both said that Xiao Yang was completely different from before. Xiao Yang had gained the strength of an ability user and became somewhat inflated with pride, which was definitely also a reason. But there was another important reason, which was the side effects of these crystal cores. The side effect of the power crystal core is that physique and strength are directly proportional, which didn't temporarily affect Xiao Yang's personality. But the other 3 crystal cores were different. The side effect of the loose-tongue crystal core was emotional instability. The side effect of precision shooting was irritability. And the side effect of rejuvenation was prone to falling into lust. All these side effects could influence a person's personality. If there was only one side effect, it would have been okay, but Xiao Yang had fused all 3 types of crystal cores, and on top of that, he had fused them to the limit. Combine that with Xiao Yang's possible arrogance and his lack of strong will, and he gradually became psychologically twisted. He might not even be aware of it himself, and he might even think that what he's doing is right. These kinds of side effects that subtly change a person's personality are somewhat terrifying. From now on, if I see someone fusing such crystal cores, I'll need to be wary, for it might just be another Xiao Yang. When Wang Tao killed Xiao Yang for the 2nd time, which was killing zombie Xiao Yang, his spoils of war included a level 2 crystal core and a bundle. After digging through zombie Xiao Yang's brain, there was only one green level 2 power crystal core. The expectation of finding 4 crystal cores in his head left Wang Tao slightly disappointed. As for the contents of the bundle, it surprised Wang Tao once again. It was still crystal cores. However, this time there were only 2, and these 2 crystal cores were completely different from the ones he had seen before. Level 1 crystal core, omnipotent. Quality, excellent 40%. Impurities, 50%, no side effects. Omnipotent. After fusion, randomly adds +1 to one of the already fused abilities, up to a +10 limit. The first one was an omnipotent crystal core. Wang Tao had never seen such a crystal core before. Reading the description on the crystal core, didn't this mean that if he fused this level 1 omnipotent crystal core and succeeded, he could directly add +1 to his precision shooting or self-healing power? That was rather impressive. But clearly, obtaining this crystal core was far more difficult. Wang Tao had killed so many zombies, but had never come across such an omnipotent crystal core. Wang Tao felt that this might be related to Xiao Yang's strength. Zombie Xiao Yang was not only powerful in his own right, but he also possessed 4 abilities. This was what made him completely different from other zombies, as all other zombies Wang Tao had encountered so far only had 1 ability. Therefore, Wang Tao had reason to guess that perhaps only zombies with multiple abilities had the possibility of dropping this omnipotent crystal core. If that were true, then the conditions would be too harsh. Seeing that apart from zombies transformed from ability users, Wang Tao had never seen any zombie with more than 2 abilities. Then there was the second crystal core, which excited Wang Tao even more than the first omnipotent crystal core. Level 2 crystal core ascension. Quality, excellent 80%. Impurities, 45%, no side effects. Ascension. After fusion, can randomly promote one of the already fused abilities to level 2. Wang Tao had previously thought that after successfully fusing 10 crystal cores, there would be no way to fuse anymore, so how could he continue to advance? Wang Tao knew there were level 2 crystal cores. If he had one, would he just fuse it directly? Would it need any conditions? His powers were level 1. Could he directly fuse a level 2 crystal core? These were all questions. And now Wang Tao seemed to know the answer. His level 1 abilities could continue to fuse with level 2 crystal cores. But first, he had to promote his abilities to level 2. The way to advance to level 2 was by fusing this level 2 Ascension Crystal Core. This Ascension Crystal Core was an even more precious existence than the omnipotent Crystal Core. The Ascension Crystal Core was fundamental. If you don't use the Ascension Crystal Core to promote your ability to level 2, then having more omnipotent crystal cores would be useless. However, Wang Tao suddenly thought of another problem. This crystal core stated that it would randomly promote one prefused ability to level 2, but he had 4 abilities. This meant he needed 4 Ascension Crystal Cores, no, perhaps even more than 4. If he wanted a higher success rate and no impurities, he might need 8 or even 12. Wang Tao suddenly felt annoyed. Surely, only a level 2 zombie could drop a level 2 Ascension Crystal Core, but how many level 2 zombies would he have to kill to collect so many crystal cores? Moreover, there's no guarantee that every level 2 zombie would drop one. What if it's all a matter of luck? Wang Tao felt his scalp tingling. This was about fighting level 2 zombies. When he killed zombie Xiao Yang, it was because the opponent was at low HP. If it were a full HP level 2 zombie Xiao Yang, he didn't know whether he could win. Wang Tao suddenly remembered the first time he fought the Big Hammer zombie, that thrilling, exciting feeling. He might have to experience that often in the future. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Wang Tao shook his head. But no matter what, he had to increase his strength. Knowing the danger, he still had to face it. Otherwise, as the zombies evolved and upgraded, and he remained stagnant, he would eventually be eliminated. The next day, in the early morning, when Wang Tao woke up, he prepared to go hunt zombies. He was just 100 HP away from 5,000, and he wanted to see if reaching 5,000 HP would make him a level 2 ability user. But just after getting up, Wang Tao felt his body was somewhat weak. What's going on? I didn't do anything last night. Wang Tao hurriedly checked his attributes, and a weakness icon appeared below his HP bar. Weakness remaining time, 1732:47. Fucking. Wang Tao suddenly remembered that the rejuvenation potion had a side effect. After using it, one would fall into a day of weakness. Wang Tao went to bed early yesterday and forgot about it. And this potion was kind of interesting. It mentioned weakness for a day, and it really meant a full day, starting the countdown precisely from midnight of the next day. Chapter 231, Another Airdrop. Wang Tao had fallen into a state of weakness for the entire day and had originally planned to go hunting zombies, hoping to raise his HP to 5,000. Now that was out of the question. Although even in his weakened state, he could still kill most of the level 1 elite zombies. There was no need to risk it, after all, you only live once. Wang Tao took out some materials and crafted several rejuvenation potions. Then he sent some over to Wei Zhengyuo, explaining the situation to him. Rejuvenation potion, that's some good stuff. Everyone was surprised to see the potion. Nobody asked Wang Tao where it came from, they just used it. Although there was the side effect of a one-day weakness period, the potion could save lives at critical moments. The side effects were bearable. Wang Tao, if you're not going out today, can you help me finalize the list of the first group of ability users? Ren Jai suddenly said to Wang Tao. They had already mentioned the need to improve the overall strength of the base, and the simplest way to do that was naturally to increase the number of ability users. After several days of selection, some preliminary lists had been drawn up. Next would be to confirm the specific individuals and then provide them with crystal cores. Sure. Wang Tao didn't refuse. He was curious to see the current levels of these survivors. As for the confirmation process, Ren Jai was prepared to have those on the list display their abilities in front of them, after which he and Wang Tao would decide. If committee members had their own recommendations, they could of course make a direct appointment. Wang Tao thought this method was not problematic, so they settled on it. Ren Jai used the broadcast system to call the individuals on the list to the plaza, outside the comprehensive building. Suddenly, nearly all the survivors in the base showed up. Although many were not on the list, they wanted to see how strong those who were listed actually were. Some also felt somewhat indignant. Of course, more importantly, everyone wanted to know who exactly would become ability users, for they would be key figures to cling to in the future. But just as all the survivors had gathered on the plaza, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. A plane, another airdrop is coming. A moment later, Wang Tao saw the silhouette of a transport plane in the sky and was rather surprised. The first time the airdrop came, the note left in the drop by that military base said they didn't know if there would be another airdrop. But a month later, the second airdrop arrived. Now it hadn't even been a few days, and the third airdrop was here. If the airdrops could maintain a frequency of once or twice a month, that would be quite nice. It was just unknown what the situation inside the military base was like now, whether it was safe. Considering they were still able to make airdrops, it should be safe, right? Wang Tao felt that Shuai's base still lacked a bit of appeal. If he could go to the military base, that would be even better. Another airdrop is coming. Renjai looked at the airdrop somewhat happily, as every airdrop meant a harvest. Wang Tao felt a bit regretful as he was in a weakened state today and couldn't go out. Otherwise, he could have happily collected the airdrop. However, Wei Zhengguo and the others were outside. They would definitely not let these airdrops slip away. "Look here!" Renjai shouted to the survivors below, instantly attracting their attention. After merging with the screaming crystal core, his voice was now very loud and could be used as a human megaphone. With your current abilities, going after the airdrop is still very dangerous. But once you become ability users, you can go and collect the airdrops yourself in the future. Renjai spoke with a smile. The crowd below became excited upon hearing this. Who wouldn't want to become an ability user who could dominate the post-apocalyptic world? I will now start reading the list. Those who are called, please come up to the stage and showcase your abilities. Renjai began calling names one by one. Every person called was thrilled to go up on stage. Some displayed their strength, others their speed, and still others their resilience and more. When selecting ability users, of course, priority was given to those with good physical condition. And this list was made up of survivors Renjai had picked out as having relatively good character. Thus, the specific individuals chosen for this first group of ability users were fundamentally those with good character and physical fitness. Wang Tao sat on the stage, silently observing the survivors below. He could generally tell who had good physical fitness just by looking at their HP bars, but some qualities cannot be shown through the HP bars. Just like himself, he had inherently good physical fitness that couldn't be wholly reflected by the HP bar. Soon, everyone on the list had shown what they could do. There were only 30 people on the list in total, but only 6 would be chosen. The reason there were so few was that the remaining spots had been taken by the security army. Apart from ability users, the security army had the strongest combat power in the base, so they naturally had to be prioritized to become ability users. Not counting Wei Zhengguo and his group, the security army currently had 14 members. Adding these 6 slots meant that the first batch of ability users would consist of a total of 20 people. If all 20 of them succeeded, it would be a substantial increase in strength for the base. After some consideration, Wang Tao and Ren Jai chose the 6 individuals. Those not selected looked disappointed, while the chosen ones were ecstatic. Wang Tao was very fair. He didn't know these 6 individuals. He simply saw that they had high HP, had killed many zombies, and had good physical fitness, and then he chose them. As for Ding Yukin and Gao Hua, these 2 naturally weren't chosen. They were actually on the list. Clearly Ren Jai was giving them face. Chapter 232, Another Airdrop 2. But Wang Tao didn't have to choose them. He held the crystal cores in his hands and could give them to whomever he wanted, and these 2 were already predetermined ability users by Wang Tao. Thank you, Commissioner Wang, Commissioner Ren. Thank you for the base's cultivation." The 6 lucky ones were also very sensible and immediately bowed to Wang Tao and Ren Jai in thanks. "Congratulations to you all. I hope that after you become ability users, you can contribute more to the base. After all, this is our home." After Ren Jai offered his encouragement, Wang Tao distributed the 6 crystal cores to them. All these crystal cores were combat abilities selected by Wang Tao, and they were all red, but he required them to merge with the cores on the spot. After receiving them, they swallowed the cores immediately, and then one by one, the 6 people lay down on the ground to sleep. Not bad. Seeing that none had failed, Wang Tao felt very relieved. These were crystal cores with an 80% fusion success rate. After they sent the soon-to-be ability users home, Ren Jai once again encouraged everyone. The committee's goal is to make all combat personnel in the base into ability users. Although this can't be achieved in a short time, the base has always been working towards this direction. Those who weren't selected shouldn't lose heart. Continue to improve yourselves. This is just the first batch of ability users. There will be a second batch, a third batch. With these words from Ren Jai, everyone's fighting spirit was indeed reignited. They too wanted to become ability users. All right, let's dismiss. Everyone get back to training, kill more zombies, and strive to become the next batch of ability users. Ren Jai waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. As Wang Tao was preparing to leave, Huo Zi suddenly approached him. "What's up?" Today, Huo Zi had made a special effort with her appearance and looked somewhat like a pre-apocalyptic minor celebrity. "It's like this. We have some things we would like to consult Commissioner Wang about. If Commissioner Wang has the time, please come with us." Huo Zi spoke somewhat coyly. "All right." Wang Tao didn't have anything to do at the moment, so he followed her. Huo Zi led Wang Tao to a large classroom, where aside from her, there were several other young women dressed to the nines. On the way there, Huo Zi also explained to Wang Tao that she wanted him to see the program they had prepared. The apocalypse had been upon them for almost 3 months, and Ren Jai and others had been thinking of holding a celebration at the base when the 3 months were up. This was not about indulgence or formality, but to boost the survivors' happiness index. Since the establishment of the base, it had always been quite oppressive, with many people seemingly walking around like zombies. This state was definitely unhealthy. As a once very capable deputy county head, Ren Jai knew that he needed to adjust everyone's mental state. Otherwise, if the oppression continued, it could push people to extremes, and it would be bad if another Xiao Yang emerged. So he planned to have a simple evening party to celebrate everyone surviving 3 months of the apocalypse. Surviving 3 months in such a harsh apocalypse was certainly something worth commemorating. Huo Zi, this former minor celebrity who had no ability to hunt zombies or dare scavenge supplies, could only do hard labor in the base without a proper role. Now, this party offered her a great opportunity. Of course, there might be other motives involved, such as gaining the favor of Commissioner Wang Tao. To be fair, watching these youthful and pretty girls dancing in their little skirts on stage, Wang Tao almost thought the apocalypse was a dream. But he quickly came back to reality, as these minor celebrities would not be dancing for him personally if this wasn't the apocalypse, would they? "Commissioner Wang, how was our performance?" Huo Zi wiped the fine sweat off her forehead. She seemed to lose herself looking at Wang Tao. Then, full of expectation, she inquired. It seems Commissioner Wang was quite captivated. "Very good. I am sure this program will be liked by many people." Wang Tao praised with a smile. Huo Zi and her sisters all had good foundations. Even an 18th-tier minor celebrity couldn't be compared to some so-called internet-famous personalities. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Huo Zi blushed, speaking softly. "Then does Commissioner Wang like it?" Wang Tao was about to say he really liked it when his walkie-talkie went off. It was Ren Jai looking for him, saying there was something important. "Sorry, I have to go for some business first." Wang Tao nodded to the young women and then left. Once Wang Tao left, the other women quickly surrounded Hu Zi. Sister, you think it's still peacetime? Be more resolute. Go straight for it. Trust me, next time you see Commissioner Wang, just sit right on his lap. What a wasted opportunity. Seeing her sister's frustrated expressions, Hu Zi's face turned a bit red. She indeed was quite interested in Wang Tao now, but she still cared about her image and really couldn't bring herself to make such a direct move. Oh well, forget it. Next time I'll definitely go for it directly. Let's continue the rehearsal. Wang Tao arrived at the comprehensive building. Besides Wang Tao, Wei Zhengguo and the others had also returned. Hey, you're back. Wang Tao was a bit surprised. He thought Wei Zhengguo and the others would take a while longer to return. Guess what great thing we found today? Wei Zhengguo looked at Wang Tao with a proud face. Chapter 233, Another Airdrop 3. Hearing this, Wang Tao's eyebrows rose. Today, when Wei Zhengguo and the others went out, there was an airdrop. They must have collected the airdrop. Could it be that there are a lot of goodies in it? Food, weapons, inhibitor? Wang Tao asked with a smile. As of now, the most precious thing in the airdrops was the inhibitor. Could it be that they found a large quantity of inhibitors? Haha, not just that far from it. Xiang Hongbin laughed heartily. Oh, what other good stuff is there? Let me take a look. It couldn't possibly be a crystal core airdropped, could it? Wang Tao was intrigued. Hey, although it's not a crystal core, it's indeed related to crystal cores. As Xiang Hongbin spoke, he stepped aside and Wang Tao saw several large boxes behind him. What are these? Wang Tao walked over curious. Let's wait for Liu He to arrive before we disclose. Xiang Hongbin wore a sly smile on his face. Old Xiang here, he wouldn't tell me when I asked him just now, insisting on waiting until everyone was here. Ren Jai was somewhat helpless. All right. Wang Tao shrugged. Before long, Liu He arrived. 07 committee members were now present. Come, let me introduce this to everyone. Xiang Hongbin opened the first box and pointed at a machine about the size of a 24-inch suitcase inside, saying, "This device is called an energy detector. It can check for energy and impurities inside the body. Check body energy and impurities." Wang Tao and the others were somewhat astonished. This sounded like a great device. Had the surviving scientists already developed such technology? The specifics are like this. Xiang Hongbin briefly explained. This detector needed a blood sample from the tester. Just putting blood into it in about a minute, it could detect the energy and internal impurities contained within the person. Wang Tao found it quite magical and inquired, "Have you tried it yet?" "Not yet. We didn't even take a look after we got these, just hurried back." Wei Zhengguo shook his head. "Come on, let me give it a try first. This machine has a downside. It needs a lot of electricity. It's even more power-hungry than an air conditioner." Xiang Hongbin stepped forward without hesitation, plugged in the device, turned it on, and directly bit his finger, dripping a drop of blood into the detector's intake. There was a small LED screen on the machine, and after approximately a minute, 2 lines of text appeared on the screen. Energy, level 1. Internal impurity, level 1. Wang Tao. Is that it? He thought it would show detailed information like how much HP he had, what percentage of impurities and so on, but it just showed level 1 and level 1. Cough, let me check the manual. Xiang Hongbin was also a bit embarrassed, mainly because the numbers were too concise, especially with regard to the impurities, which he didn't understand. There was a manual inside the machine, and Xiang Hongbin quickly figured it out. I understand now. The meaning of energy is similar to that of crystal cores. Level 1 is the same as our understanding of level 1. However, this detector is a semi-finished product, currently only able to check 3 levels. 1 and 2 level 2 refers to anything above level I, no matter how many levels, it will all show as level 2 here. What a thing, it's a semi-finished product. Cough, to be precise, one shouldn't call it a semi-finished product. It's just that they don't have data on higher levels, so they can only do this for now. After explaining, Xiang Hongbin continued. As for these impurities, there are 5 levels, with each level being 20%. When the internal impurity is below level 2, which is under 40%, it's generally very safe. When it's at level 3, 40% to 60%, there is some danger. At level 4, 60% to 80%, it's very dangerous. And at level 5, 80% to 100%, that's extremely dangerous. The manual recommends that no base should take in people with level 5 impurities. Otherwise, there's a risk of a sudden outbreak at any time. Wang Tao had just been critical of the machine's lack of precision, but after hearing Xiang Hongbin's explanation, he realized that the significance of the machine wasn't necessarily about knowing exactly how many impurities survivors had within them, but rather its purpose was to filter out those dangerous survivors. If a base set up one of these machines at its entrance and required a blood check for entry, that could prevent a lot of danger. The others obviously thought of this use as well, and Ren Jai, his eyes alight, said, I was just thinking these past few days, if the base has more ability users, they'd have the capacity to hunt elite zombies themselves. Then, when they have merged with more crystal cores, how to determine the amount of impurities in their bodies. Now with this machine, it becomes much more convenient. Although Ren Jai had emphasized that one shouldn't merge with too many crystal cores, such cautions in the face of strength enhancement, it's estimated that quite a few people would choose to continue increasing their power. After all, the feeling of gaining strength is really exhilarating. Definitely, some people can't resist. But if they had this machine, running periodic medical checks could identify who the dangerous elements were. Besides this detector, there are other goodies. Xiang Hongbin brought over another machine, which was 3 or 4 times larger than the detector. He pointed to it and said, This is a crystal core energy synthesizer. To be precise, it should be called an extraction and synthesis machine. Extraction, synthetic crystal core energy. Ren Jai was somewhat surprised. Crystal core energy could also be extracted and synthesized. This seemed much more impressive than the energy detector. However, it extracts negative energy, which is the side effects. Extract side effects. Everyone instinctively looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao had previously told them that the crystal cores he provided were without side effects. He hadn't elaborated on the specifics, and they hadn't asked. Now that side effects were mentioned, they instinctively thought of Wang Tao. Could it be that the crystal cores Wang Tao gave them were created with a machine similar to this one? I did take a look at the manual in advance for this one, and it says that the energy and impurities in crystal cores are fused together and can't be separated. But these side effects are a special kind of impurity that can be separated. However, to extract the side effects, a significant cost has to be paid. Chapter 234 Hope Research Institute, 49.99 HP 1. What's the cost? Wang Tao asked with some curiosity. Although he was able to obtain a crystal core without side effects, there was still a price to pay. His cost was the wastage of a crystal core during the synthesis of a level 1 crystal core, and possibly the wastage of 2 for a level 2 crystal core. He didn't know what the cost of this device was. If it was small, he might consider using it as well. The cost is, to get a side effect-free crystal core, you have to waste even more crystal cores. According to the instructions, this machine can currently only synthesize level 1 crystal cores. To obtain one such core without side effects, you need to use up 3 level 1 crystal cores, which can be of different types but must be of the same color. However, that's not the main point. The main point is that there's a probability of failure during synthesis. If it fails, all crystal cores disappear. As for the probability, it's hard to say. It all depends on luck. After listening to Xiang Hongbin's explanation, everyone frowned in thought. The need to expend 3 crystal cores of the same quality is one thing, but there's also the damned risk of failure. Everyone naturally desires a crystal core without side effects. However, the cost seems a bit too steep. If it only required 3 cores, it might be manageable, but if it failed, probability is like gambling, unreliable. Now, whether it's worth it becomes the question. Upon reflection, some side effects might not be unacceptable. Wang Tao, meanwhile, was deep in thought. His crystal core synthetic ability only required 2 crystal cores, but he could only use cores of the same type and was unable to cross types. Whereas this machine requires 3 crystal cores with a certain probability of failure, it allows the usage of different types, albeit demanding that the cores be of the same quality. Of course, there's one major difference between Wang Tao's synthesis and the machine's. The crystal cores Wang Tao synthesizes not only are without side effects, they also have no internal impurities, and even the quality is additive. Meanwhile, the crystal cores obtained from this machine do not have additive quality, nor can their impurities be extracted. They're simply free of side effects. One can only say that Wang Tao's ability is the more powerful one, but this machine is also impressive for its capacity to strip away side effects. If someday there could be research that enables the extraction of internal impurities, that would be even better. The capabilities of this machine seem decent. Although it wastes some crystal cores, you can use other types, such as those from useless abilities like glutton or self-detonation, which could be put to good use. Of course, this assumes you're lucky in the future. Whoever feels lucky can give it a try, as I won't be using this synthesizer anyway, Feng Ming'an stated, stroking his chin. He didn't have much hope for his own luck. Apart from these 2 devices, there are also many inhibitors, and there's also a letter, said Xiang Hongbin as he opened the other boxes filled with inhibitors. Take a look at this letter. It mentions matters about abilities and inhibitors. Wang Tao took the letter and read it carefully. We have discovered. The letter explained that according to their current research, a person could at minimum fuse with 1 type of crystal core and at maximum with 4 different types. In other words, a person could only learn up to 4 abilities, and whether there was a chance to fuse with more crystal cores in the future was unknown. At present, a level 1 crystal core could only be fused with up to 4 kinds. Those who could fuse with 4 types were considered the most potential-laden ability users. Naturally, those who could only fuse with 1 type had the least potential. But potential aside, final combat effectiveness still depends on the individual. They had examples of individuals who fused with only 1 type of crystal core, but had mastered their ability to perfection, achieving remarkable combat strength. Many who fused with 4 types of crystal cores couldn't beat them. Of course, this was more of an exception. Usually, the more abilities fused, the greater the advantage. However, having more abilities also meant a greater difficulty, namely needing more crystal cores to enhance special ability level. Especially if you want crystal cores without side effects, you'll need a large number of them. They also speculated that ascending from level 1 to level 2 as an ability user might require certain conditions. It's unlikely there are no conditions to ascend. They weren't clear on the specifics, as they didn't have any level 2 ability users there. As for inhibitors, they hadn't yet figured out how to solve the problem of internal impurity, but inhibitors could provide some relief. When fusing with a crystal core, concurrently taking an inhibitor could reduce the amount of internal impurity. How much it could reduce was not specified, but based on their experiments, it indeed went down a slight amount. However, there was also an issue with this. The process of using inhibitors was too painful. Though most ability users could probably endure it, no one wanted to experience that sensation. Whether to use it or not is up to the individual. If you're very fearful of internal impurity, or if you wish to fuse with more crystal cores, then it's better to use inhibitors. If you're not bothered by internal impurities, or if you have strong self-control and can hold off fusing with too many crystal cores, then it doesn't matter whether or not you use inhibitors. As long as you can control the level of internal impurities below 50%, there shouldn't be any safety issues. The letter mentioned another use for inhibitors, which is to use them when internal impurity levels become too high. When they first began researching this inhibitor, they actually aimed to create a zombie antidote. Though they didn't succeed in developing the antidote, the inhibitor was a byproduct of this research. Chapter 235 Hope Research Institute, 4999 HP. Moreover, at that time, they hadn't discovered the attribute of internal impurity. They thought that by using inhibitors to slow down the activity of the zombie virus, although it wasn't possible to eliminate the virus, as long as it never became active, they could avoid the danger of turning into zombies. Then they discovered through testing that inhibitors could not only be used on infected individuals, but were also extremely beneficial to ability users. When an ability user merged with too many crystal cores and accumulated too much internal impurity, they too risked turning into zombies. The inhibitor could suppress this risk as well. Theoretically, even a person whose internal impurity was at 90% could avoid turning into a zombie forever as long as they continuously used inhibitors. Of course, that was just in theory. In reality, there were too many uncontrollable factors, and it would be very dangerous to actually have such a person. Therefore, they still advised that survivor bases better not accept people with level 5 impurities. In fact, Wang Tao had thought of using the inhibitor for ability users the first time he saw it. But it was because he knew about the impurities within a crystal core, and then combined that with the characteristics of the inhibitor that he came up with the idea. They had only recently discovered internal impurities, and then accidentally found that inhibitors and internal impurities were well suited for each other. But no matter what, the effect of the inhibitor had already been officially established. From now on, it would be an indispensable item for survivors. As for who this they referred to, the end of the letter also introduced them. Wang Tao had originally thought this was something researched by a military base, that the scientists might have been protected by the military base, but that wasn't actually the case. This they referred to a power known as the Hope Research Institute. This was an organization established by the government, its core personnel being technicians and scientists who had survived after the apocalypse struck. Products like inhibitors, detectors, and synthetic devices were all researched and developed by them. The headquarters of the Research Institute was in Capital City, and they welcomed capable individuals to go to Capital City to meet with them. Their ultimate goal was to develop a potion to eliminate the zombie virus and rid the world of zombies. Although Wang Tao thought this possibility was very slim, he wouldn't mock them. After all, in a sense, they were humanity's hope. At least they were the hope for Cayenne country. Wang Tao was very curious about the Research Institute, but it was too far away from him. If he remembered correctly, it was 1,500 kilometers from Huangfeng City to Capital City. Such a long distance was practically a death wish to attempt. However, Wang Tao was very curious about how they managed to send their message out. Could it be through super powerful radio waves, or some other kind of black technology? If Wang Tao had such a means, he would definitely want to find out what was going on with the military base. Besides these, does the airdrop say anything about the situation at the military base? Wang Tao asked. No. Xiang Hongbin and Wei Zhengguo both shook their heads. They were also eager to know the current state of the military base, but unfortunately, there was no news about it in these airdrops. Wang Tao was somewhat puzzled. During the first airdrop, the military base's people left a letter for the survivors, but there were no letters in the second and this third airdrop. All of them were done in a strict business-like manner. He found it impossible to inquire about the actual state of the military base. Could it be that the military base didn't want any survivors to come? That should not be the case, right? After all, the more people, the greater the strength. There wouldn't be a base that despised having too many survivors. Wang Tao was very perplexed, but since they were far from the military base, they had no way to check. Although a radio frequency for contact had been provided in the previous airdrop, with such a distance, the The radios they had on hand definitely wouldn't be able to reach. Wei Zhengguo distributed the inhibitor to everyone. Now that they knew the inhibitor was also useful for ability users, they had to stock up more, because they might need to use it continuously from now on. The next day, early morning, Wang Tao met Han Rui outside the complex building. Having been weak the whole day yesterday, Wang Tao hadn't gone out. Today, with his weakness past, he was ready to go out and increase his HP. His HP was at 4,900, just 100 short of 5,000. If he didn't make up that 100 HP today, he probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. Han Rui also rested for a day yesterday. She is now Wang Tao's exclusive teammate. If Wang Tao goes out, she goes out. If Wang Tao doesn't, she stays home and rests. This was of course voluntary, as it was very safe to be with Wang Tao. Have you recovered from your weakness? Han Rui asked with concern. Yes, let's go. Okay. Wang Tao drove the SUV, taking Han Rui towards the hospital. The hospital was abundant with zombies, so there was no worry about not being able to find elite zombies. If they wandered around other places and ended up wasting a whole day without even finding 3 elite zombies, that would be frustrating. By noon, the two arrived near the hospital. Well, we really haven't bumped into a single elite zombie. They hadn't encountered a single elite zombie the whole way there. Just as Wang Tao had thought, the harder you need something, the harder it seemed to obtain it. However, seeing the hospital swarming with zombies, Wang Tao knew that reaching the 100 HP mark today wouldn't be a problem. But the elite zombies were all wandering inside the hospital and not coming out through the main entrance. This left Han Rui somewhat helpless, as they couldn't lure the zombies over that way. Chapter 236, Hope Research Institute, 4999 HP 3. Don't worry, I've been prepared for this. Wang Tao took out a megaphone. He and Han Rui went to the rooftop of a 6-story building, and then set the megaphone there. It was a remote-controlled megaphone that Liu He had helped him to make. He could control the volume of the megaphone from a great distance, and it was preloaded with a DJ dance track. This thing would surely attract many of the hospital's elite zombies, and Wang Tao was even concerned that it might attract some zombies he couldn't handle, like the gorilla zombie. But to gain something, one must take risks. Moreover, Wang Tao had deliberately placed the megaphone a good distance away from himself, so even if it did attract an unbeatable zombie, he wouldn't be surrounded. Soon, Wang Tao and Han Rui arrived at the apartment where they had rested before. I hope this works, don't let me down. Wang Tao took out the remote control and pressed it lightly. After a delay of about 2 or 3 seconds, a boom-chaka sound came from the rooftop of the building across from them. Roar! In that instant, the quiet world seemed to come alive, with chilling roars sounding everywhere. Sounds of trampling came from inside the hospital. Then a large swarm of mad demon zombies charged towards that building like a tide. This is terrifying. Seeing the hundreds of zombies, Han Rui's scalp tingled. Wang Tao watched the situation below carefully. While the mad demon zombies were sprinting towards that building, some elite zombies were following behind them, and there were quite a few of them. They're out. A smile appeared on Wang Tao's face. As long as these elite zombies were out, he would know how to handle them. Wang Tao, what's that? A zombie or an ability user? Suddenly, Han Rui pointed at an opening. Wang Tao followed the direction of her finger, and his eyes immediately narrowed. He saw a black figure in a hoodie running on the rooftop. The figure moved with agile grace, like a parkour athlete, dazzlingly navigating across the rooftops. However, Wang Tao's brow furrowed because the figure's HP bar was red. 6,000/6,000. It was a zombie, and it looked to be a level 2 zombie at that. Wang Tao silently cursed his luck. He had just been thinking that he hoped not to run into any level 2 zombies, and now here one was. Although Wang Tao had already killed a level 2 zombie, Xiao Yang, it was low on HP. This level 2 zombie had a full 6 HP, and its strength might be even greater than zombie Xiao Yang's. Wang Tao did not want to fight it now. At least, not until he himself became a second-order superpower owner. It's a level 2 zombie. Wang Tao whispered. Ah, a level 2 zombie. Han Rui was startled. Whether the two of them could defeat this level 2 zombie now was a question. Fortunately, that level 2 zombie wasn't coming for them, but it seemed to be heading straight for the loudspeaker. Whoosh! With a few jumps, the zombie had climbed to the rooftop where the loudspeaker was placed, and then stomped down hard. Crack! The sound of the loudspeaker instantly ceased. No way was this zombie specifically here to eradicate noise. Wang Tao was somewhat baffled. After crushing the loudspeaker, the zombie disappeared from Wang Tao's sight with a few leaps. Without the music from the loudspeaker, those agitated zombies outside quickly calmed down. However, those mad demon zombies did not leave, but continued to search for something in the vicinity. Watching this scene, Wang Tao couldn't afford to think about the level 2 zombie any longer. He intently watched the mad demon zombies, and as soon as he saw a significant number of them arrive at the base of the apartment building, Wang Tao decisively took out 2 stealth potions and, rolling up his and Han Rui's sleeves, injected them directly. Han Rui didn't resist, but asked with a hint of curiosity. What is this? Stealth potion. The mad demon zombies have found us. Let's try not to engage them. Wang Tao succinctly explained. Oh. Soon Han Rui felt her body temperature dropping, her body becoming slightly stiff, and her breathing and heartbeat slowing down. Her limbs also grew heavy, and an offensive smell emanated from her, just like a zombie. This sensation made Han Rui panic a bit, as she instinctively clutched the corner of Wang Tao's clothes. It's okay, this is the effect of the stealth potion. Once injected, zombies will have a harder time detecting you for an hour. Wang Tao hadn't used a stealth potion in a long time, as he was able to deal with zombies quickly before, and didn't need to waste them. But now, with many mad demon zombies outside and the appearance of a level 2 zombie, it was better to be safe and use a stealth potion. There's such a miraculous potion. Han Rui was somewhat shocked, but she didn't doubt Wang Tao's words and didn't ask where the potion came from. After both of them had used the stealth potion, those mad demons ran up to the upper floors, made a round, and left. Seeing that the stealth potion was effective against the mad demons, Wang Tao let out a temporary sigh of relief. About 10 minutes later, all the mad demon zombies downstairs had vanished, leaving only some ordinary zombies and elite zombies from the hospital wandering around. Let's go. Wang Tao and Han Rui headed downstairs together. Although the stealth potion did cause a slight decrease in their own strength, the decrease wasn't significant, and since both Wang Tao and Han Rui mainly used crossbows, it didn't affect their performance. Moreover, using the stealth potion to hunt elite zombies was indeed effective. The elite zombies only noticed them when they were nearby, and the first elite zombie they killed had no idea who was attacking it until its death. After taking down the first zombie, Wang Tao's HP reached 4940, and after the second, his HP reached 4990. Wang Tao had thought that his HP would hit 5,000 after killing the third zombie. But after killing the third zombie, his HP was 4,999/4,999. It only increased by 9 HP. Damn, I knew it. Reaching level 2 isn't that easy. Chapter 237, Ascension of the Highest Difficulty. Wang Tao, what's the matter? Han Rui looked at Wang Tao with some curiosity. I'm fine, you finish off the zombies from now on. Since he no longer gained HP from killing elite zombies, it would be a waste not to let Han Rui take them down. Ah, really? You're not going to increase your strength anymore? Han Rui was somewhat excited. She obviously wanted to become stronger, but it had been agreed that Wang Tao would be the focus. I've reached the limit already. I can't enhance my strength for the time being. Wang Tao shook his head with a sense of helplessness. Limit? Han Rui was taken aback. I've reached the limit of level 1, and I need to figure out how to ascend to level 2. Otherwise, killing these elite zombies will be pointless. Previously, when he had 1000 HP, killing ordinary zombies wouldn't increase his HP, and only killing elite zombies would work. But this time, the situation was different from before. At least he could increase his HP to 1000 previously, but now he was stuck at 4999 and couldn't ascend any further. He had previously guessed that you need 5000 HP for a level 2 ascension, but that HP couldn't be achieved just by killing zombies. Wang Tao felt the key must lie in the crystal core. The day before yesterday when he killed Xiaoyang, he obtained a level 2 Ascension Crystal Core. This crystal core could enhance an ability to level 2. And only after an ability user ascended to level 2 could they merge with a level 2 crystal core. Could there be a possibility that in order to ascend to level 2, ability users first need to enhance their own abilities to level 2? Perhaps Wang Tao needed to elevate his own ability to level 2 first in order to continue gaining HP from killing zombies. If that's the case, then Wang Tao would be quite helpless. After all, he had learned 4 abilities. He surely wouldn't need to enhance all 4 abilities to level 2, would he? Or would having just one level 2 ability suffice? If only one ability needed to be upgraded for him to achieve a level 2 ascension, then it wouldn't be too bad. But if all 4 abilities needed to be ascended, never mind whether he could kill enough level 2 zombies, just finding that many level 2 zombies wouldn't be easy. As far as he knew, the only level 2 zombies were the deceased Xiaoyang, the hooded zombie with 6000 HP he had just seen, and the gorilla zombie with 10,000 HP. Other than those, he had not seen any other level 2 zombies. He definitely couldn't defeat the gorilla zombie, though he might think of a way to deal with the hooded zombie. But even if he could kill it, the number of crystal cores would still be insufficient. What a headache. Shaking his head, Wang Tao decided not to dwell on it further and focused on working with Han Rui to kill the zombies. The loudspeaker that Wang Tao had prepared might have been smashed by the hooded zombie, but it still drew many elite zombies outside the hospital. Taking advantage of the effects of the stealth potion, Wang Tao and Han Rui went on a rampage against the zombies. With the potion and crossbow arrows, the zombies couldn't detect them at all. It took 2 days, but the 30-odd elite zombies that had emerged were all killed by the 2 of them. Wang Tao also conducted an experiment and found that after reaching 4999 HP, indeed he could no longer increase his HP limit. Other than the one he tested, all the other zombies were killed by Han Rui. Han Rui thoroughly enjoyed the slaughter. She directly added almost 2000 HP. Her total HP had reached 3030. In fact, they had felt that these zombies could have been dealt with in one afternoon, but because Han Rui's HP increase required sleeping, some time was wasted. Of course, Han Rui's pace was still very fast, much faster than Wei Zhengguo and the others. There was no helping it. After all, with Wang Tao covering for her and the abundance of elite zombies here, her enhancement was bound to be rapid. After these zombies were killed, however, there were no more elite zombies outside the hospital. To continue killing, they either had to draw them out or go in. Wang Tao's loudspeaker was gone, making it hard to lure the zombies, so the 2 decided to hunt inside the hospital. But Wang Tao hadn't forgotten that Xiaoyang, with his strong abilities, had been trapped inside the hospital. So they decided to just linger at the entrance of the hospital and not venture too deep. However, they discovered after entering the hospital that there didn't seem to be many elite zombies left. Could they have been killed off? That can't be right. There were so many before. Wang Tao looked at the big hole created by the gorilla zombie in the inpatient building and felt that zombies might be inside. Forget it, let's not think about the zombies inside the building. Let's just clear out the ones in the courtyard. Wang Tao thought it was best to play it safe. Ahem. Han Rui naturally had no objections. There weren't many elite zombies in the courtyard, only 8 in total, which brought Han Rui's HP up to 3470. The two decided to call it quits and returned directly to the apartment. We'll wait one more day, and if those zombies inside the building don't come out, then we'll head home. Wang Tao pondered. Actually, he wanted to increase Han Rui's HP to 4,000, as the opportunity was rare. But unfortunately, the zombies inside the hospital wouldn't come out. If these zombies came out, Wang Tao not only wanted to increase Han Rui's HP to 4,000, but also thought about bringing Wei Zhengguo over to enhance everyone's HP. As long as everyone's strength increased, Wang Tao could get them to help him hunt down level 2 zombies. But while the imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. By the next day, not only were there no elite zombies left in the hospital, but even the ordinary zombies had vanished. Forget it, let's retreat. With no other choice, Wang Tao decided to head home for some rest. Chapter 238 Ascension of the Highest Difficulty 2. However, on the way home, Wang Tao suddenly heard a rumbling noise. It's a gorilla zombie. The two of them hurriedly left the car and hid in a building. Before long, they saw the gorilla zombie pass by their location, still as fond of causing destruction as ever. Wang Tao was worried it would throw his car away. Thankfully, the gorilla zombie walked down the next street over, sparing his vehicle from harm. Let's go, hurry back. After the gorilla zombie left, Wang Tao drove away. It seemed that the appearance of the gorilla zombie had some benefits, as it had not only scattered various obstacles but cleared out the zombies as well. Their car journey was smooth and fast. However, Han Rui in the car was frowning somewhat, looking uncertainly at Wang Tao and saying, "Looking at the path that gorilla zombie took, it seems like it might pass by Li Qiuyu's house." Wang Tao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "There's nothing we can do about that. We can only hope she's lucky." If it were a trivial effort, Wang Tao wouldn't mind going for a rescue. But this was a level 2 zombie with tens of thousands of HP. With his current strength, going there was no different from seeking death. He couldn't risk his and Han Rui's lives on a gamble. Han Rui felt somewhat regretful. She tried contacting Li Qiuyu with the walkie-talkie but couldn't get through. She could only hope that Li Qiuyu was fortunate. 2 hours later, the pair returned to Shui's base. They had been outside for 3 days, and during those 3 days, something significant had happened at the base. The first batch of 20 selected survivors had all become ability users. Since they had been chosen as ability users, it was natural that they wouldn't just be given a crystal core and be done with it. If it was a success, all well and good, but if not, they would continue getting crystal cores until they succeeded. Hence, all 20 people became ability users. The overall strength of the base had gained a relatively big enhancement. Renjai and the others were originally quite excited, but when Wang Tao expressed that he temporarily had no way to achieve level 2 ascension, everyone's excitement diminished considerably. They hadn't expected that achieving second-level ascension would be so troublesome. Especially with the gorilla zombie showing up again today, it would be difficult to deal with it if Wang Tao couldn't ascend to level 2. Next, you all need to seize the time to kill zombies, elevate your strength a bit more and collect more crystal cores. If you encounter zombies that seem to be level 2, contact me immediately. As for me, I'll think of another way. Wang Tao told the others. Okay. After all, enhancing one's strength was the most basic requirement. If the 500 or 600 people in the base were all level 1 ability users, couldn't they defeat a level 2 zombie? After returning home, Wang Tao furrowed his brows in thought. He did have a level 2 ascension crystal core in his possession, and it was red. But this crystal core was impure. He hesitated over whether to use it or not. If he continued as before to synthesize a core with no impurities, he would need 3 crystal cores to do so. In the unluckiest scenario, If he needed to upgrade all 4 of his abilities to level 2 for the Ascension, then he would need 12 Ascension crystal cores. That would mean killing 12 level 2 zombies. Where could he find so many level 2 zombies? Maybe I should try using one first. Wang Tao struggled for a moment, then with determination, decided to use the Ascension crystal core. So what if some impurities accumulated inside his body? As long as he kept it within a manageable limit, it was still safe. The primary concern was the gorilla zombie that posed a great threat. It might arrive at the base anytime, not giving him the chance to slowly collect crystal cores. Wang Tao took out the Ascension crystal core. Inside the Ascension crystal core, there was a faint plus shadow, which probably signified the meaning of Ascension. Level 2 crystal core Ascension. Quality, excellent 80%. Impurities, 45%, no side effects. Ascension. After merging, it can randomly upgrade an already fully merged level 1 special ability to level 2. Wang Tao currently had 2 abilities at plus 10, Shockwave and Toughness. One for offense and one for defense. He would accept whichever one was upgraded to level 2. Wang Tao directly placed the Ascension crystal core of outstanding quality in his mouth. Upon entering his mouth, Wang Tao felt the crystal core turn into a gas, filling his limbs in a very short time. Wang Tao felt warmly comfortable all over, and the 80% success rate meant no mishaps occurred. Comfortable. After a short while, the warm sensation disappeared. All sense of fatigue that Wang Tao had before vanished instantly. He quickly checked his attributes. There were no changes to his HP bar, still at 4999, but his mana was different. It had increased from 2500 to 2700. So one level 2 crystal core added 200 mana. Then, as expected, Wang Tao noticed an additional attribute. Internal impurity, 0%. Seeing this impurity, Wang Tao was somewhat resigned, hoping that there would be fewer impurities in the future. And whether it was psychological or not, Wang Tao always felt somewhat uncomfortable having impurities inside his body. As for the highlight of this ascension, the upgraded ability, Wang Tao had a sensation of shockwave even before checking the attributes. Looking at his attributes, the plus 10 on the icon of shockwave was gone, but the bottom left now showed a 2, presumably denoting level 2. There weren't any other changes. Wang Tao prepared to go out and test this level 2 ability, while also looking for an elite zombie to see if he could achieve level 2 ascension. Chapter 239, Ascension of the Highest Difficulty 3. Just like before, Wang Tao called Han Rui, and the two of them made a round outside. They weren't sure if the elite zombies nearby had all been killed by Wei Zhengguo's team, as they could barely spot any. The only one they eventually found was a self-exploder. But as long as it was an elite zombie, that was good enough for Wang Tao to practice on. He carefully sneaked up to the suicide-bombing zombie and controlled it with a slime grenade. Then he swung his axe at the creature, as if cutting through the void. A visible shockwave appeared on the blade, striking heavily onto the body of the self-exploder. Then, bang! The self-exploder exploded. The sound, however, wasn't loud because it wasn't a self-detonation. It was shattered by the shockwave. The white slime that had solidified on its body was also broken into pieces. Amazing! Is this the power of a second-order superpower owner? Witnessing the shattered remains, Han Rui exclaimed softly. And she suddenly thought of something. If Wang Tao could kill a self-exploder in one blow and prevent it from exploding, they could save on using slime grenades and save a lot of time. Just approach the self-exploder, hack it with the axe, and that's it. This is what it means when a level 2 suppresses a level 1. No, to be precise, this is just the power of a level 2 ability. I'm not a second-order superpower owner yet. Wang Tao was not pleased at all, as his HP hadn't increased. His worst fears had come true. Maybe he had to ascend all 4 of his abilities to level 2 before he could achieve level 2 ascension. Han Rui was stunned for a moment. Then after hearing Wang Tao's explanation, she felt a bit disappointed before she started thinking about herself. She currently only had two abilities, perception and rush, but she could feel that she was still capable of fusing two more abilities. That meant she, like Wang Tao, could learn up to 4 abilities. But for Wang Tao to upgrade to level 2, he might need at least 4 Ascension Crystal Cores. If you only had one ability, perhaps you'd only need 1 Ascension Crystal Core. She currently had 2 abilities and needed just 2 cores, which was half as difficult compared to needing 4. Being powerful comes at a price, huh? Wang Tao sighed. Although ability users who fused 4 crystal cores were quite impressive, the difficulty of ascending increased exponentially. When he first discovered he could fuse 4 different types of crystal cores, he still thought it was too few and wished he could fuse dozens or hundreds. How powerful would that be? Now, Wang Tao felt relieved that he couldn't fuse so many types of crystal cores. Otherwise, if he truly could fuse that many, whether he could ever achieve level 2 ascension in his lifetime would be another question. So, do we keep hunting zombies? Han Rui asked, looking at Wang Tao. Kill? Wang Tao nodded. He needed to find crystal cores. At the very least, he had to get 3 more Ascension crystal cores to check for any level 2 zombies. Wang Tao currently knew of 2 level 2 zombies, the gorilla zombie and the hooded zombie. Even if he managed to kill these 2 and they both dropped Ascension crystal cores, he'd still be short 1 crystal core. Plus, he needed to level up his precision shooting and self-healing abilities. One of his abilities was at +4, and the other still at +1. He needed to kill more zombies to collect level 1 crystal cores. Wang Tao and Han Rui stayed outside until dark before returning, having bad luck with only 5 elite zombies encountered all afternoon. This was far too few compared to the hospital. Too bad the zombies there wouldn't come out anymore. Go home and rest up, Wang Tao said to Han Rui as she got out of the car. Okay. Han Rui gained quite a bit of HP this afternoon, reaching 3,700, not far from 4,000 HP now. But Han Rui was conflicted about fusing crystal cores. Wang Tao said he still had plenty of crystal cores, and if Han Rui was willing to fuse, she could ask him for them. The more types of crystal cores she fused, the harder it would be to ascend, and now Han Rui wasn't so sure if she wanted to continue fusing. After all, reality isn't like playing a game. In games, you can slowly grind over time, but reality doesn't give you that luxury. The next day, Wang Tao once again asked Han Rui to join him for a zombie hunt, but this time not just Han Rui, Ding Yukin, Gao Hua, and Chen Zhuang joined as well. All 3 were above 1,000 HP, and since killing ordinary zombies wouldn't increase their HP, they needed to kill elite zombies instead. Wang Tao hadn't taken them before because they lacked experience in killing zombies, and bringing them would only be a hindrance. But now, after some training, they were basically qualified hunters. Even Ding Yukin, the least skilled among them, could handle several ordinary zombies on her own. So Wang Tao took them out to get more familiar with the characteristics of elite zombies, to be more composed when they encountered them in the future. They had better luck today than yesterday, encountering 16 elite zombies in the span of one day. Han Rui reached 4,000 HP and fell into deep slumber. Ding Yukin, Gao Hua, and Chen Zhuang also got their cuts in, relishing the thrill of killing an elite zombie. Before nightfall, when they returned to the survivor base, Wang Tao noticed many unfamiliar faces. He let Ding Yukin and the others go first, then drove the still unconscious Han Rui to her home. At Han Rui's house, Wang Tao unexpectedly saw Sun Weiguang. It had been many days since Wang Tao last saw Sun Weiguang, and to be honest, he felt that when Sun Weiguang was around, things seemed more thrilling. Ahem. Commissioner Wang. Upon seeing Wang Tao carrying Han Rui upstairs, Sun Weiguang was surprised, but considerately helped Wang Tao open the door. Where have you been these days? Wang Tao asked curiously. I've been with Ying lately. I came over today to formally talk to Han Rui, hoping that we can part on good terms and go our separate ways. Oh, then I won't disturb you guys. Wang Tao nodded. After placing Han Rui on the bed, he left. Then he went to the administrative building, asking Ren Jai with some surprise. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces today? Ren Jai replied, it's all because of that gorilla zombie. Many family-style small-scale survivor bases were destroyed. Those who survived all want to join our base. Chapter 240, Revenge L. The destruction caused by the gorilla zombie was far greater than Wang Tao had imagined. Wherever it went, destruction followed. It didn't care if there were people or not, it simply wanted to wreak havoc. Some of the smaller survivor bases had had terrible luck. They were either inadvertently affected by the gorilla zombie or almost completely wiped out upon discovery. Those who managed to survive fled the base immediately. It had been over 2 months since the end of the world, and most survivors in Shui's County had already heard of the Suzaku University survivor base. After all, there were quite a few hunters in the Shui's base, who occasionally encountered other survivors, and word about the base slowly spread. The base also broadcasted from time to time through walkie-talkies, and those who had civilian walkie-talkies could receive the signal. Of course, knowing about the Shui's base was one thing. Whether they wanted to come or not was another matter. After all, coming would mean abiding by rules, lacking the freedom they once had. Moreover, with so many zombies outside, reaching the Shui's base involved great risk. Many people felt that as long as they could barely get by, there was no need to take that risk. This was their previous thinking. Now, of course, it was different. Their small bases could barely count a dozen people as many, and they had no ability to resist risks. In the past, they could hide from some of the elite zombies, but now, faced with a gorilla zombie, they had no capacity to fight back. Quite a few small bases were completely wiped out, and the survivors who were still alive had no choice but to flee. Along the way, many more died, and it was no small feat to make it to the Suzaku University. Today our base received 32 people, according to their accounts, at least over 50 people died. Renjai's tone was somewhat sorrowful. While it was good to have an increase in population at the base, the death of so many survivors was still regrettable. With the gorilla zombie wreaking havoc like this, it would probably not be long before the entire Shui's County had only their Shui's base with any living people left. There's nothing that can be done about it. Wang Tao shook his head, then prepared to leave, but as if he remembered something, he asked, by the way, among these people, is there a Li Qiu? Ren Jai shook his head. Li Qiu? No, I don't recall seeing that name. The surname Li is quite rare. If he had seen it, he wouldn't have forgotten. That's a pity, she once helped me. I saw the gorilla zombie heading towards her house, but I was unable to help her. Wang Tao shook his head and spoke of the situation at that time. Although it was regrettable, he had lost hope for Li Qiu. It's not your fault. Ren Jai shook his head. Wang Tao wasn't yet at level 2, so he certainly couldn't contend with the gorilla zombie. Going there would have been suicide. However, I'll keep an eye out for you, just in case she didn't die. All right, I'll get going then. After Wang Tao left, Ren Jai frowned and thought for a moment. There should be no one by the name of Li Qiu. He took out the previously compiled list of names and checked it carefully, then shook his head. Yantai Mengxiaojan, Wu Fei, indeed there is. The teacher's apartments. Han Rui woke up and felt slightly disappointed to see Wang Tao was not there. However, she noticed that Sun Weiguang was actually in the living room. How come you're here? Han Rui's face turned cold immediately. To be honest, she felt quite comfortable when Sun Weiguang was not around. She now detested Sun Weiguang, believing that even killing him for drugging her would not be too harsh. Holding back only for the sake of their past relationship, she no longer wanted to see Sun Weiguang. You're awake. It's like this. I'm very thankful for your care over the years. I know I've been a lot of trouble, that's my fault, I was wrong before. Watching Sun Weiguang ramble on, Han Rui furrowed her brows. Was Sun Weiguang trying to make amends, or did he want something? In the peaceful times before, when he would come to her asking for money, it resembled the situation now. Seeing Han Rui's impatient expression, Sun Weiguang sighed and said, "All right, I'll get to the point. I think we should part amicably and live our separate lives without disturbing each other again, that is, get a divorce. What do you think?" "Is that all?" Han Rui thought about mocking him, but seeing Sun Weiguang's serious face, she felt he might have truly matured quite a bit. So, she nodded. "Okay, I agree to the divorce." Even though it was the end of the world and these formalities didn't matter much, the two had once been married. It was best to part on good terms. Seeing that Han Rui agreed without a second's hesitation, Sun Weiguang suddenly felt a bit sad. He nodded with a bitter smile. "All right, then I'll leave now." After speaking, Sun Weiguang stood up and left his key to the apartment behind. There were 2 keys to the apartment, one for him and one for Han Rui. "By the way, are you still with Yingying?" Han Rui suddenly asked. "Yes. Yingying said she was very sorry to you, too ashamed to face you, so she didn't come over." Sun Weiguang paused for a moment, then left. Watching Sun Weiguang's retreating figure, Han Rui felt complicated. It wasn't about reluctance, but still, having once been husband and wife and now ending up like this, it was somewhat sigh-inducing. Shaking her head, Han Rui stopped thinking about it. She didn't have time for sentiments. Her top priority was to increase her ability to protect herself. Chapter 241, Revenge 2. After leaving the teacher's apartment, Sun Weiguang arrived at a student dormitory building, Yingying's residence. Standing outside room 404, Sun Weiguang knocked on the door. "Yingying, open the door, it's me," he said. But there was no response. Sun Weiguang knocked again. "It's me, Yingying, open up," he insisted. Still no response came. Sun Weiguang frowned. It was late, Yingying shouldn't have gone out. Just then, someone from the neighboring room came out. Sun Weiguang hurriedly called out to him. "Old Li, have you seen Yingying?" he asked. The man called Old Li gave Sun Weiguang a glance, puzzled. Earlier a man was shouting for Yingying downstairs. She went down to him. I thought that man was you. Turns out it was." Sun Weiguang was stunned. A man looking for Yingying at night. This gave him an immediate bad feeling. Had he been cuckolded again? "Where did they go?" Sun Weiguang quickly asked. "Probably that little grove over there. Hey, don't run off so fast. Seriously, don't start a fight. Consequences for fighting in the base are severe." Before Old Li could finish, Sun Weiguang had already sprinted away. Downstairs, Sun Weiguang walked toward the small grove that Old Li pointed out. "It can't be. Yingying and I truly love each other. She couldn't be involved with another man." As he walked, Sun Weiguang muttered to himself. It was dark already. Naturally, the small grove was deserted. In these end times with limited entertainment activities, everyone was preparing to sleep at this hour. After a brief search in the grove, Sun Weiguang quickly spotted a figure seated on a stone bench. By the look of the long flowing hair, it was indeed Yingying. Sun Weiguang first secretly observed, making sure there were no men or anything around before he felt relieved. He just knew it, Yingying and he shared true love. How could she betray him? Sun Weiguang stepped out and called out loudly. "Yingying, what are you doing here?" Hearing the sound, Yingying lifted her head. However, with only the faint starlight, Sun Weiguang couldn't see Yingying's expression clearly. "Are you troubled by something? Talk to me. I'm a man who can earn 4 ration tickets a day now. Whatever the issue, I can handle it," he said, laughing. Considering his past, he found it somewhat unbelievable. When he was with Han Rui, earning 1 ration ticket a day was already difficult, relying mostly on Han Rui's help. But now, with Yingying, he could earn 4 ration tickets by doing manual labor. "Yingying." Seeing Yingying not speaking, Sun Weiguang found it odd. He quickly walked over and laid his hands on Yingying's shoulders. Yingying, what's wrong? Yingying lifted her head to reveal a ferocious face, with white eyes and dark veins spreading across her face. Startled, Sun Weiguang fell on his butt. A zombie, you, what's happened to you? Swipe. He. Yingying reached out, about to grasp Sun Weiguang's arm, but he hastily retreated, using hands and feet. Russell. Just as Yingying was about to catch Sun Weiguang, she suddenly stopped and flailed wildly. Her nails were only 10 centimeters from Sun Weiguang's leg, yet she could not reach any further. Sun Weiguang then noticed Yingying was bound with an iron chain, tied to a tree. After the initial shock, Sun Weiguang started to come to his senses. Yingying was a victim. Who could have done this? Sun Weiguang frantically looked around. There were no people among the trees, yet it felt as though each tree concealed a person's shadow. Right, inhibitor. Yingying, wait for me, I will get you an inhibitor. Sun Weiguang scrambled to his feet and ran. Wang Tao was in the middle of his routine exercise. He insisted on working out every evening. Just then, the communicator placed beside him erupted with urgent voices. Commissioner Wang, a zombie has been spotted in the base. Come quickly to the base of dormitory building number 1. Hearing this, Wang Tao, without a second thought, immediately suited up in his rush suit. Sister-in-law, stay at home and don't go out. There's a zombie in the base, he warned. Okay, be careful. Ding Yukin promptly picked up a firefighter axe, becoming somewhat nervous. She didn't offer to accompany Wang Tao, knowing she would be a burden to him. In such times, it was best not to cause trouble. Wang Tao swiftly got into his vehicle and soon arrived at the base of dormitory building number 1. Wei Zhengguo, Xiang Hongbin, and a few other committee members had also arrived. They were all in various states of dress, clearly having been asleep. What's going on? Wei Zhengguo demanded sternly. Sun Weiguang came to request an inhibitor. Earlier, the staff thought he was infected, but he said someone in the small grove was infected. When the staff went to check, the person had turned into a zombie and an inhibitor was useless. Ren Jai quickly explained. Where's the zombie? Any casualties? Inside the small grove, tied up with an iron chain. No casualties so far. Relieved that the zombie was contained and there were no casualties, everyone's tension eased somewhat. At that moment, Wang Tao expressed his curiosity. The zombie discovered by Sun Weiguang, where is he? He's been detained. He's not quite right in the head. He keeps saying his girlfriend can still be saved, that she's just infected. Ren Jai shrugged. Girlfriend, could it be her? Wang Tao instinctively thought of Yingying. Chapter 242, Revenge 3. As they spoke, the group arrived inside the forest. In the combined illumination of several flashlights, they saw a female zombie in pajamas with her hair in disarray, frantically turning her head. However, a chain tightly bound her waist, restricting her movement within a certain range. Who tied this chain? Wei Zhengguo asked. Sun Weiguang has no idea. He said it wasn't him. Ren Jai answered gravely. Are there others at the scene? Was Yingying killed by someone? Everyone was startled for a moment before they all thought of the key issue. Not sure, but that's also why we called you guys here. Ren Jai shook his head. Inside the base, infighting was strictly controlled. At most, survivors might engage in verbal spats and rarely got into physical fights, let alone such clear cases of framing and murder. Yingying had never left the base. She hadn't had the chance to be infected with the zombie virus, nor had she fused with a crystal core. So, it was highly probable that she was infected by someone with zombie blood. Investigate, I want to see who has such gall. Xiang Hongbin was furious. This was a direct challenge to the authority of their committee. Wang Tao walked over to examine her and directly grabbed the zombie's face. He. The zombie immediately flailed her arms, trying to grab Wang Tao. But Wang Tao's other hand firmly restrained both of her arms, immobilizing her. For an ordinary zombie with 500 HP, Wang Tao could handle her with ease. Seeing her face, it was indeed O Yingying. Ahem. However, upon seeing O Yingying's face, Wang Tao suddenly furrowed his brow. On her neck, there was a deep bite mark surrounded by black blood vessels, and this bite mark was the same as human teeth. Not good, there's a zombie inside the base, Wang Tao suddenly yelled out. She wasn't infected by zombie blood, she was bitten. What? Everyone was shocked. Wang Tao carefully examined the ground. It had been a long time since anyone had been in this small grove, and it was covered in dust. Among a mess of footprints, there was a set leading to the north wall of the compound. You guys search the other areas carefully. I'm going out to have a look. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Tao took a flashlight and ran following the footprints. Quick, 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 call all the survivors, check them, and get some people to guard the small grove. Wei Zhengguo immediately commanded. By the time he left the small grove, Han Rui had just jogged over. What's the situation? Han Rui was still a bit confused, knowing only that someone in the base had been infected, but unclear about the specifics. Ren Jai briefed her on the situation. What's Sun Waiguang, O Yingying? Han Rui was taken aback. She hadn't expected it to be the two of them involved. Han Rui ran into the small grove, and after seeing the zombie O Yingying, she shook her head, then ran back out and asked, Where is Sun Waiguang? He has been taken to the comprehensive building for custody. Ren Jai pointed to a place. Han Rui hurried to find Sun Waiguang, wanting to understand the situation. I want to see Sun Waiguang. Okay, Minister Han, please. Where, Sun Waiguang? The window's open. Damn, did he run out the window? This is the 4th floor. Yingying, I've got the inhibitor. I'm coming to save you. Sun Waiguang, clutching a bottle of inhibitor and limping, stepped out of the darkness and into the grove of trees. There was no moon tonight and the stars were dim. Besides, the base was somewhat chaotic, so no one noticed him entering the grove. Soon, Sun Waiguang saw the person chained up. Yingying TM here. Sun Waiguang, holding the inhibitor, ran excitedly towards the bowed head of O Yingying, then hugged her tightly. Yingying, open your mouth quickly. O Yingying lifted her head, and those pale white eyes looked at Sun Waiguang in front of her. She tilted her head, seeming somewhat confused. Then she bit into Sun Waiguang's neck. Gurgle. Sun Waiguang, one hand on his neck, the other gripping the inhibitor, had a face full of disbelief. Yingying Ju. Have roared. There's movement. While following the footprints, Wang Tao suddenly saw a shadow flash by, so he hurried to the wall and then saw the barbed wire on top was cut. Zombies can cut barbed wire. Wang Tao had thought it was zombie footprints, perhaps those of a special elite zombie. But would elite zombies cut barbed wire? This wire was the same spiral barbed wire used in prisons, and even mad demon zombies couldn't climb through it. They'd get stuck unless the wire was cut. Are elite zombies now this formidable? Wang Tao was surprised, but he didn't stop. He climbed right over the wall. His strength had grown, and so had his confidence. Bang! Wang Tao landed, and there were no zombies outside the base. He quickly scanned the area and saw a shadow fleeting in the distance. Finally caught you. Wang Tao immediately activated his precision shooting ability, and then his gear sets rush ability, using the rush as a teleport. Boom! Wang Tao sprinted 20 to 30 meters in an instant. Not far ahead of him, a gaunt figure was sprinting wildly. Whoosh! Without a word, Wang Tao hurled his axe. Bang! Clang! The axe struck the figure's back, but made a metallic clank. The shadow slowly got up, then it turned its head looking at Wang Tao. Wang Tao had been slightly taken aback the moment he threw his flying axe, because the figure's HP bar kept flickering red and green. Wang Tao had only seen this happen when Xiao Yang turned into a zombie. And when the figure turned around, Wang Tao, with the help of the faint starlight, got a clear view, and he was utterly shocked. Wu Fei. The person before him was none other than Blondie Wu Fei, whom he had met twice before. But this time, Wu Fei lacked the warmth and openness of the previous encounter. His expression was cold, like a stranger's. Seeing that Wang Tao didn't make another move, Wu Fei suddenly shifted and disappeared into the night. Chapter 243, 95% Internal Impurity. Seeing Wu Fei had run away, Wang Tao picked up his axe but chose not to pursue any further. It was night and it was too dangerous outside. It wasn't worth risking his life. He returned to the base by the way he'd come, and then had someone repair the wire fence. As he approached the grove, he felt the atmosphere here was somewhat strained. Zheng Guo and several others seemed at a loss for words, while Han Rui stood gazing absent-mindedly into the trees. "What's happened to everyone?" Wang Tao asked, puzzled. "Sun Weiguang has died." Han Rui lifted her head, her expression complex. Sun Weiguang is dead. Was he infected? Wang Tao was surprised. Wasn't Sun Weiguang under control? How could he be dead unless he was infected by Yingying? He was indeed infected, but, Sai, you better take a look yourself. Han Rui led Wang Tao deeper into the grove. Upon seeing the scene before him, Wang Tao frowned instantly. Originally, there was only one person. Oh no, one corpse here which was Yingying. But now there was an additional body, Sun Weiguang. Yingying was holding Sun Weiguang tightly, her mouth still on his neck, which was gnawed down to the spine. Both their foreheads were pierced by a crossbow arrow, and in Sun Weiguang's hand, he still clenched a bottle of inhibitor. What happened? Wang Tao was dumbstruck. He had only been away for a short while. Here, what happened? Ren Jai recounted the full situation. At first, upon discovering Yingying had turned into a zombie, Sun Weiguang immediately ran to the main building to request an inhibitor. The main building had some inhibitors on standby, which could be used upon request if someone got infected. There was someone on duty there 24 hours a day. While the inhibitors were precious and had previously required 100,000 contribution points for a bottle, they weren't as scarce as before, and the price had dropped significantly. Additionally, not everyone could overpower a zombie. If someone in the base truly got infected, using an inhibitor to deal with the trouble was definitely preferable to having a new zombie emerge. Therefore, Sun Weiguang ran to get the inhibitor. Requesting the inhibitor was straightforward. Explain the situation, and then have the staff bring the inhibitor over. When Sun Weiguang mentioned Yingying's infection, the staff immediately took people to the site, but after realizing that Yingying had fully turned into a zombie and was beyond saving, they naturally refused to administer the inhibitor. Sun Weiguang was not willing to accept this. He believed Yingying could still be saved and was somewhat obstinate. With no choice, after confirming Sun Weiguang wasn't infected, the staff controlled him and locked him up in the main building. It was at this time that Wang Tao and the others reached the grove. As everyone was busy checking whether there were any more zombies in the base, Sun Weiguang stole the inhibitor that the staff had previously locked in a glass cabinet, then jumped straight down from the 4th floor. Up to this point, the base didn't have a dedicated place for detaining people. On one hand, although there were quarrels among base members, overall it was relatively peaceful. On the other hand, the base was in a development phase. There weren't enough people for working, let alone for keeping others imprisoned unproductively. Hence, Sun Weiguang was confined in the 4th floor of the main building, which was the staff's office. No one outside expected Sun Weiguang to be so extreme to jump from the 4th floor, so he went unnoticed at that moment. After learning that Yingying was infected and Sun Weiguang was detained, Han Rui prepared to find Sun Weiguang and get an understanding of the situation. Then they realized Sun Weiguang was missing. The staff member noticed the stolen inhibitor from the cabinet, and immediately, recalling Sun Weiguang's prior behavior, felt it was highly likely he had gone to find Yingying. Consequently, Han Rui hastened back to the grove, and upon arrival, she saw Yingying gnawing on Sun Weiguang. Sun Weiguang had been dead for some time, and there was no possibility of revival. Han Rui decisively fired a crossbow arrow into Sun Weiguang's forehead to prevent him from turning into a zombie, and then shot another into Yingying's head. Less than half a minute later, Wang Tao returned. After listening to Ren Jai's account, Wang Tao opened his mouth slightly, still somewhat shocked. He was stunned by Sun Weiguang's actions. Could it be true love between these two? At least, Sun Weiguang's love for Yingying was undoubtedly real. Sun Weiguang risked the possibility of death by falling, just to sneak the inhibitor to Yingying, even though Yingying had completely turned into a zombie. Has Sun Weiguang lost his mind? No, you can't really call Sun Weiguang foolish. After all, love can easily blind people, and many people only know that inhibitors can prevent virus infection without realizing that this has a prerequisite, that the infected person is not dead and has not fully turned into a zombie. If the person is dead or has completely turned into a zombie, then no amount of inhibitors can save them. Most likely, Sun Weiguang didn't know this. Of course, whether he knew or not, his actions admittedly earned some respect from Wang Tao. Wang Tao then looked towards Han Rui, understanding why her mood had declined. Regardless, Sun Weiguang was her husband, or rather, ex-husband. Even if Han Rui regarded him with contempt, the sudden disappearance of a living person, if not sad, was at least disconcerting. Chapter 244, 95% Internal Impurity 2. And most importantly, Sun Weiguang died in Yingying's arms. He held tightly onto that bottle of inhibitor, thinking of saving Yingying until his last breath. I suddenly feel a bit sad for myself. Han Rui suddenly spoke up. She had done so much for Sun Weiguang. After the apocalypse, she had risked her life to save him. Yet, even such affections could not outweigh those for a woman he'd only known for a few days. This probably proved one thing: perhaps Sun Weiguang had never loved her. So Han Rui felt very sad. Wang Tao looked at the distant look in Han Rui's eyes, gently caressing her cheek. Han Rui subconsciously rubbed her face against Wang Tao's hand. Then her gaze gradually became clearer. Let's go, there's something I need to tell you. Wang Tao took Han Rui with him, joining Wei Zhengguo and the others in the conference hall. Upon entering the meeting room, Wang Tao abruptly said, I just saw the murderer. Who is it? Wei Zhengguo and the others stared in dazed shock. No matter what happened between Yingying and Sun Weiguang, anyone who dared to commit murder in their base was unforgivable. Wu Fei. Wang Tao named someone unfamiliar to everyone else. Wu Fei. Yet Han Rui and Ren Jai reflexively repeated the name. Wu Fei, isn't he the survivor who arrived at our base today? Let me check. Ren Jai hurriedly brought up the list, and everyone checked together. Among today's registered survivors at the base, there indeed was a Wu Fei. Could it be Blondie? Han Rui, somewhat in disbelief, spoke. He remembered a blondie named Wu Fei, and a male university student named Lai Cheng. It was Sun Weiguang and Yingying who had killed these two, which allowed them to escape the crisis. That's him. Wang Tao nodded. But wasn't dead. Han Rui's eyes were a little lost. To put it bluntly, if those two were dead, Han Rui would feel very guilty. If they were still alive, Han Rui would feel even guiltier, of course. That one's not to say Han Rui wanted them dead. She still hoped they were alive, preferably with a chance to make amends. But since Wu Fei had killed Yingying, it was clear he didn't need any compensation. He wanted revenge. He didn't die, I saved him. Wang Tao suddenly stated. Han Rui looked at Wang Tao, somewhat shocked. No, what kind of riddle are you playing at? Zhang Hongbin scratched his head, staring at the two of them. Do you know that Wu Fei? Ren Jai asked curiously. Sort of know him. Wang Tao briefly explained to everyone. He didn't go into too much detail, simply mentioning that Wu Fei was Ou Yingying's boyfriend, and during their escape, Ou Yingying had used Wu Fei as a decoy, leading to his being bitten by zombies. By a stroke of luck, Wang Tao used an inhibitor to save Wu Fei, and upon surviving, Wu Fei then left. Wu Fei's return was for the purpose of seeking revenge from Ou Yingying. In these explanations, Wang Tao deliberately obscured the part concerning Han Rui. As for Sun Weiguang, he didn't mention him at all. The man was already dead. So that's what happened. The group understood. That made sense. They had wondered which survivor would dare to cause trouble for Xue's base at a time like this, so it turned out the person was seeking revenge. But it must be said, although Wu Fei's actions were frowned upon by everyone, he also knew how to play it safe. He preemptively tied Ou Yingying to a tree. Even if she turned into a zombie, she wouldn't cause any harm. Sun Weiguang was an exception. No, wait, Wei Zhengguo suddenly frowned and said, but there is a bite mark on Ou Yingying's neck. The area around the wound is saturated with zombie virus, clearly bitten by a zombie. Did Wu Fei bring in a zombie? Upon hearing this, everyone shivered with dread. If there was still a zombie within the base, that would be trouble indeed. However, Wang Tao shook his head. That wound, it was bitten by Wu Fei himself. What? The group looked at Wang Tao, baffled. This is also why I called you over. I just caught up to Wu Fei, and his current state is very strange. He is on the brink of turning into a zombie but hasn't yet turned. He has zombie traits but still possesses human consciousness. It's somewhat similar to the stage Xiao Yang was in before he turned into a zombie. When Xiao Yang was turning into a zombie, his HP was also flickering, but he mutated very quickly. Unlike Wu Fei, who kept flickering but hadn't fully turned into a zombie. However, Wang Tao felt that Wu Fei would probably fully become a zombie soon, because the internal impurity in his body was too high. Wang Tao was startled when he saw Wu Fei's attributes. Wu Fei had over 2,000 HP, more than 1,000 MP, which were quite ordinary, but his internal impurity was at 95%. When Xiao Yang mutated, his internal impurity was at 85%, that was 10% higher than Xiao Yang. When Wang Tao last met Wu Fei, his internal impurity was only at 28%. Wang Tao didn't know what Wu Fei had gone through recently, but logically, he should have had an inhibitor. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, everyone was stunned. On the verge of turning into a zombie but never completing the transformation, the viral infection was high, but he hadn't died. What was going on? I'm guessing he won't live much longer. Perhaps the next time we go out, we might see the zombie he's turned into. Chapter 245, 95% Internal Impurity 3. Wang Tao sighed. Everyone shook their heads, feeling inexplicably sentimental. The feeling of slowly turning into a zombie must be painful. At this moment, Ren Jai suddenly felt regretful. This is my fault. We had agreed to put the detector at the entrance of the base to check every new survivor. But because the device consumes a lot of power, we needed to lay special electrical cables, so the wiring wasn't ready yet. I was planning to have them come to the main building for inspection tomorrow at noon, but then tonight this happened. Wu Fei's eyes were not a problem, and eye checks wouldn't reveal anything. Only a detector could do that, but unfortunately, Wu Fei was one step ahead. With this incident, no one could sleep, and everyone at the base was awoken. Ren Jai simply called over the 3 survivors who had registered with Wu Fei to ask about their situation. Ren Jai didn't tell them what had happened to Wu Fei because these survivors might lie to avoid trouble if they knew. Instead, Ren Jai showed a desire to understand and care for them. The survivors, not knowing what had transpired, opened up upon seeing how amiable Commissioner Ren was. All 3 were survivors from Sunshine Kindergarten. They were truly unlucky. Guerrilla zombies had passed by their location and casually smashed their kindergarten. Luckily, they weren't discovered by the guerrilla zombies. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out for sure. But even without being detected under the guerrilla zombies, casual attacks, Most of them were killed or wounded. The organizer of the Sunshine Kindergarten Survivor Base, the old dean, was also tragically killed. The old dean was elderly with poor physical health and couldn't escape. Wu Fei was outside at the time and escaped by a hair's breadth. After seeing the gorilla zombie, he immediately ran towards the kindergarten, but it was still too late. After the gorilla zombie left, everyone was very sad. But grief was not a solution. The kindergarten was completely destroyed and most of their people were dead or injured. It was no longer possible to live there. After discussing, they decided to head to Xue's base. As for Wu Fei, the three of them spoke highly of him, saying he was the hardest-working person in the base. He had brought back a lot of supplies and inhibitors, and many had received his help. However, recently Wu Fei's personality had become colder, and he spoke less and less. But no one really paid much attention. After all, people were dying around them now and then. Not breaking down already showed strength, so personality changes were only too normal. After gathering the information, Ren Jai let the survivors leave. He sighed. "Avery, good young man, but it's a pity." The others fell silent for a moment. Then Wei Zhengguo said, "Tomorrow, we need to fix the detector, and also, with more people in the base now, we can assign more personnel to night shifts." Whether it was Wu Fei or Xiao Yang a few days ago, their ability to easily enter and leave the base was indeed too careless. Even if they couldn't be stopped due to their strength, at least someone should have seen them. The base's security force is still inadequate. But there was no helping it. Aside from those dozen or so members of the security army and a few policemen, everyone else was not professional. It was already good enough if they didn't doze off while on night shift. There wasn't much to hope for. We do need to strengthen security. I am planning to have the base's police and security army train them a bit later. Without some professional skills, it's really not enough. When Wang Tao got home, Ding Yukin was still awake, waiting for him. "How did it go, Wang Tao? No big problems, right?" "It's all resolved." Wang Tao briefly explained what happened. Ding Yukin knew about the previous incident at the water plant, so after listening to Wang Tao, she was full of sighs. It was hard to say who was right or wrong. After all, they were all fighting for their lives. However, the fact that Sun Weiguang and O Yingying were truly in love surprised Ding Yukin. She couldn't understand why Sun Weiguang didn't like his beautiful and capable wife at home, and instead liked O Yingying, who seemed unremarkable. But if it was true love, dying together in the apocalypse might not be a bad thing. She just felt Han Rui was a bit pitiful. Realizing her husband had never truly loved her must be quite painful. Being a woman herself, Ding Yukin could empathize with Han Rui's feelings at the moment. At that moment, Wang Tao suddenly spoke. "Let's have Han Rui come and stay at our house tomorrow. What do you think, sister-in-law?" "Ah, sure, I can keep her company." Ding Yukin didn't react at first. "All right, then it's happily decided," Wang Tao said with a smile. He didn't need to consider Ding Yukin's opinion, but out of respect, he still mentioned it. "Hold on you, what do you mean?" Seeing the smile on Wang Tao's face, Ding Yukin suddenly understood the implication. Staying over could mean different things. Would she stay with her or with Wang Tao? Wang Tao didn't answer. His silence confirmed Ding Yukin's suspicion. Ding Yukin bit her lip, her small face falling. Woo. Han Rui was not the pitiful one, she was. Okay, let's sleep." Wang Tao reached out and wrapped his arm around Ding Yukin's slender waist and went upstairs. Ding Yukin struggled symbolically a few times, then obediently leaned into Wang Tao's embrace. She definitely wanted to monopolize Wang Tao, but she also knew that was unrealistic. In this apocalypse where strength reigned supreme, powerful men would naturally attract many women. When Wang Tao sometimes didn't rest at home, Ding Yukin had already guessed something. After all, Wang Tao never brought anyone back and he was mostly hers. But now Wang Tao had laid his cards on the table. However, she thought carefully. Wang Tao was actually quite restrained in this aspect, as he always prioritized improving his strength. Ding Yukin had heard from Gao Hua before that other survivor bases were much more chaotic. Being with Wang Tao was already very lucky for her. She dared not ask for too much. HMPH, I'll drain you dry tonight. Chapter 246, The Only Belief L. In the morning, Wang Tao went to the teacher's apartments. Why are you here? Han Rui thought Wang Tao was looking for her to go out hunting zombies, and she was somewhat pleased. Have you had breakfast? Wang Tao glanced at the porridge on the table. Not yet. Han Rui felt a little embarrassed. Then let's go. Wang Tao turned and left without another word. Han Rui was confused. She looked at the breakfast on the table, her throat moved a bit, but in the end she didn't eat it. After getting into the car, she thought they were going out, but to her surprise, Wang Tao took her to the committee's villa area. Get out. Oh. Han Rui followed Wang Tao into the villa and saw Ding Yukin, wearing an apron, preparing breakfast. You're here, sit down. Ding Yukin asked Han Rui to sit politely in the dining chair. Han Rui felt uneasy. She always felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. However, when Ding Yukin brought the delicious food over, her eyes lit up. In fact, she wasn't too picky about food, as long as she could eat her fill. Porridge was enough, so she didn't bother to collect food specially. But now, facing these dishes, she suddenly found her mouth watering. Thank you. As Ding Yukin handed her the chopsticks, she quickly thanked her. We're all family here, no need to be polite. Ding Yukin said with a smile. Why does that sound a bit off? But everyone is from the same base, so calling each other family doesn't seem too strange. After the meal, Wang Tao said to the two women, Sister-in-law, you go out with Gao Hua and the others today. I'll take Han Rui to see if there are any level 2 zombies. Okay. Both of them nodded. With Ding Yukin's help, Wang Tao was fully armed, and then he went to Han Rui's home to help her suit up in her gear. Once they were both ready, Wang Tao suddenly said, Don't stay in this place anymore. Come back tonight to pack up your things. I've given it to someone else. Han Rui was dumbfounded. She had only left to get a free breakfast, and now she had lost her house. It was the house allocated to her, and Wang Tao gave it away without a word. So where do you want me to go? Han Rui said with her head down, sounding a bit aggrieved. Go to my place. La. Han Rui was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Wang Tao, who didn't seem to be joking. Her face turned red instantly. 11. Stop stuttering, let's go. We'll pack your things next time we come back. Seeing the unwavering Wang Tao, Han Rui dared not say more and obediently followed him downstairs. After they left the base, they still headed towards the hospital. After all, the hospital had many elite zombies, and Wang Tao guessed that there might very well be level 2 zombies inside. With so many elite zombies there, it wouldn't make sense if there were no level 2 zombies. Even if there weren't any, it would still give Han Rui a chance to increase her HP. Of course, that would only happen if the zombies inside would come out. They were in luck today. Shortly after reaching the hospital, they found that some elite zombies had indeed come out. Wang Tao and Han Rui stealthily approached. Under the barrage of their crossbow arrows, these level 1 elite zombies couldn't survive more than 30 seconds. After dealing with all the elite zombies at the hospital entrance, Han Rui's HP had reached 4,300, but unfortunately, they didn't encounter any level 2 zombies. But as a pleasant surprise, Wang Tao finally encountered a self-healing zombie. This was also a kind of obese zombie, but unlike other fat zombies, this one didn't look as ferocious and didn't have much attack power. It was simply very hard to kill, somewhat like a stubborn individual. It had a total of 4,000 HP, but it recovered 2 HP every second. Though 2 HP didn't seem like much, this zombie was just too tricky. If you shoot it with an arrow, it would retreat into the hospital lobby to hide, and by the time it came out again, it would be at full health. Han Rui had no way to deal with this situation. If it didn't come out, they couldn't shoot it. Wang Tao had no choice but to take a risk. He ran to the entrance of the inpatient department and used 2 shockwaves to kill it. Level 1 Crystal Core, Self-Healing. Quality, excellent 60%. Purity, 50% side effect, reduced tactile sensation. Self-healing. During its duration, it can slowly recover from certain injuries. Now that it was confirmed that there were self-healing zombies in the hospital, Wang Tao planned to stake out the area to see if he could gather more self-healing crystal cores. He was lacking not just ascension crystal cores, but also precision shooting and self-healing crystal cores, especially the self-healing crystal cores, which he had never encountered before. Now that he finally had the chance, he needed to seize the opportunity. Therefore, Wang Tao stayed there for 3 days. In those 3 days, Han Rui's HP had risen to 4999, and they had killed so many zombies that they lost count. If the zombies in the hospital didn't come out, Wang Tao would deliberately make noise to attract them and even fired a shot. And just like last time, not only did he attract the mad demon zombies and elite zombies, but he also drew out that level 2 hooded zombie. Could this level 2 zombie have always been around here? The first time Wang Tao saw it, he was somewhat worried, but now he was pondering how to take it down. After all, he couldn't encounter any other level 2 zombies. He had thought that if he could encounter a level 2 zombie with 5000 HP, that would have been the weakest one. But aside from the hooded zombie, he saw no other level 2 zombies, let alone one with only 5000 HP. So Wang Tao had already set his sights on this level 2 zombie. Even though it had 6000 HP, he thought that with more people, they would still have a good chance. However, he needed everyone to power up a bit first. It wouldn't be good if there were casualties. Chapter 247, The Only Belief 2. As for now, I don't know if those zombies in the hospital have become immune to Wang Tao's attraction, but no matter how much we try to lure them out, they just won't come. Wang Tao could see some vague shapes inside with his binoculars, but they just wouldn't come out to save their lives. Even when he fired shots, the elite zombies wouldn't come out. This puzzled Wang Tao. What on earth was so enticing inside the hospital that kept them there? There are really none left, not a single one, Wang Tao said with some helplessness, looking at the empty hospital. Let's head back to the base for now, see how Old Wei and the others have fared. We can come back later. Okay. Han Rui nodded. She drove, and together with Wang Tao, they made their way back to the base. In these 3 days, the gains had been good. Just with self-healing crystal cores, they had synthesized 5 orange epic crystal cores and 3 more for precise shooting. All 8 crystal cores were used by Wang Tao. Now his precision shooting was +7 and self-healing was +6. His mana had even reached 3500. Wang Tao's overall strength had greatly increased. He felt that with his current ability, he would easily handle Xiao Yang even at full HP. Even facing a full HP level 2 zombie Xiao Yang, it wasn't something he couldn't try. Stop the car, there's an elite zombie on the road. On the way back, Wang Tao, with his sharp eyes, spotted a police zombie holding a gun inside a rundown restaurant. Han Rui immediately stopped the car in a corner. Wang Tao got out of the car, sneaked up close to the police zombie, and released a shockwave. -2800. 0/2800. This police zombie had less than 3000 HP and was instantly killed by Wang Tao without any suspense. For zombies like this police zombie or suicide bombing zombies that posed a certain threat, Wang Tao always preferred to use shockwaves. His shockwaves were now level 2 and could easily one-shot these zombies to prevent any accidents. Surprisingly, this police zombie had an orange precise shooting crystal core which delighted Wang Tao. Lucky day today. He happened to have an ordinary precise shooting crystal core in his hand, which could now be synthesized into a pure epic crystal core without impurities or side effects. Actually, Wang Tao had considered going to the police station. He felt that the police station should have quite a few police zombies. However, both Han Rui and Feng Ming'an told him that there was no one at the Shuai's County Police Station because the police had gone out to handle the crisis when the disaster struck. Afterward, a military troop passed through and took many of the police and Ekmen away. People like Wei Zhengguo and Feng Ming'an were those who didn't catch up and were left behind. So now the police station stood empty, with no people and no equipment. There was no point in going there. Feng Ming'an had even gone to the police station once before, only to find some ordinary zombies and nothing else. "That's it, let's go," Wang Tao said after scouting the area and confirming there were no other elites. He then prepared to leave. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered that Li Qiuyu's neighborhood wasn't far from here, was it? So he said to Han Rui, "How about we take a look at Li Qiuyu's neighborhood?" When he saw the gorilla zombie heading toward her neighborhood, Wang Tao felt it was unlikely that Li Qiuyu had survived. But what if she had been lucky? Since there were no gorilla zombies now, it wouldn't hurt to make a trip. Okay. Han Rui had no objections. Li Qiuyu had helped them after all. The fact that they hadn't been able to rescue her before still made Han Rui feel regretful. The two got back into the car, with Han Rui driving. They turned at the intersection and headed toward Li Qiuyu's neighborhood. Wang Tao then synthesized the precise shooting crystal core he had. Though it was an epic crystal core, since it had side effects and impurities, it was still better to synthesize it into one that was pure. A moment later, Wang Tao merged the precise shooting crystal core, and his precise shooting ability also reached +8. Still missing 6 level 1 crystal cores. I wonder how Zhengguo and the others did. Hopping we can gather enough. Soon, the off-road vehicle arrived at Li Qiuyu's neighborhood. The neighborhood had completely changed. A section of the courtyard wall had collapsed, all the landscaping was destroyed, the villas were a scene of ruins, and only the residential high-rises were still standing. This should be gone, right? Seeing the state of the place, even the usually optimistic Han Rui felt that Li Qiuyu's chances of survival were next to none. "Let's go and see," Wang Tao said, also feeling hopeless, but since they were there, they definitely needed to search. The two headed toward the villa area. Some villas were damaged, but at least their main structures were intact. However, villas number 1, 2, and 3 had been completely leveled. There was not a person in sight, not even a single zombie. It seemed like the gorilla zombie had made a point of staying here for quite some time, otherwise the damage wouldn't be this severe. Han Rui sighed but still used her ability to scan the area. There was no sign of life in the ruins of Villa number 1. In the ruins of Villa number 2, there was no sign of life. Wait. There seems to be someone underground, Han Rui suddenly said, surprised. The exact location, Wang Tao was immediately energized. "Right here," Han Rui pointed to a place after searching for a moment, "but it's too chaotic here and it's underground, so it's somewhat affecting my perception. I'm not quite sure." "Then let's dig and see." With Wang Tao's current physical fitness, doing some emergency rescue work was a breeze. With Han Rui also at 4999 HP, her physical condition was very strong too. Together, they quickly cleared part of the debris from Villa number. Chapter 248, The Only Belief 3. "It's right here, still alive but very weak." Han Rui pointed at an opening. Wang Tao discovered it was the entrance to a basement. Did she hide in the basement? Wang Tao took some effort, but finally cleared the entrance to the basement. She found that the basement was specially designed, with a large iron door lying flat and an electronic lock on top. He couldn't break the lock, fortunately. He didn't know whether Li Qiuyu did it on purpose or forgot, but the door wasn't locked. Boom! Wang Tao strained to open the door, and the sunlight instantly shone into the dark cavity. He immediately saw a woman lying on the floor of the basement, wearing pajamas. Her HP was 10/100. Just 10 drops of blood at the brink of death. After Han Rui confirmed there were no zombies inside, Wang Tao had Han Rui keep watch while he went down. "Hey, wake up!" Wang Tao propped up Li Qiujuyu, who looked pale and had lost weight, then patted her face gently. When she didn't respond, Wang Tao took out some purified water from the space backpack and sprinkled it on her face and lips. A moment later, Li Qiuyu opened her eyes. "You Wang Tao." Her expression was still somewhat vague. Seeing her awake, Wang Tao didn't say much else, just carried her away. "Let's go." Han Rui hurried to drive, and Wang Tao carried Li Qiujuyu into the back seat. The car started immediately, heading for Shui's base. On the car, Wang Tao, with no regard for traditional feelings about men and women's contact, quickly checked Li Qiujuyu's body. She had many wounds, but they were mostly scrapes and bruises, with no signs of virus infection. Wang Tao also pulled back her eyelids to look and found no whiteness. Her body also did not have any impurities. Seeing this, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Li Qiujuyu's critically low HP was probably due to some external injuries and hunger. Wang Tao took out a bottle of potion and poured a little bit into Li Qiujuyu's mouth. That bottle was enough for an ordinary adult's energy consumption for one day, and if she had too much, she might not be able to handle it. Then Wang Tao took out a medical kit, injected her with a potion, and bandaged her up simply. Before long, Li Qiujuyu's HP began to rise. When it reached 30 HP, Li Qiujuyu opened her eyes. Am I dead? Li Qiujuyu, still not quite used to the light, covered her eyes with one hand while blindly grabbing with the other. But suddenly, a warm, rough hand took hold of hers. Li Qiujuyu instinctively tried to pull away but failed. She slowly came back to her senses and looked at Wang Tao with eyes that had slightly adjusted to the light. "Wang Tao, did you die too? What kind of thing is that to say?" Wang Tao slapped her face lightly, then said with resignation, "I'm not dead and neither are you." Li Qiujuyu was startled for a moment before she realized she was actually in Wang Tao's arms, and they were in a car, with Han Rui driving in front. Li Qiujuyu quickly sat up, and then looked at Wang Tao somewhat embarrassedly. What exactly happened? I thought I was dead. We found you in the basement, saw you were still alive, so we brought you out." Wang Tao shrugged. "Basement, I remember now." Li Qiujuyu suddenly widened her eyes as though she remembered something terrifying. She spoke weakly. "I was still asleep, and suddenly I heard some noises. When I opened my eyes, I saw a huge zombie in my yard. I was startled, screamed instinctively, which drew its attention. Then it started to tear down my house. I managed to crawl to the basement from the second floor, just got into hiding when I heard a loud bang, and the house seemed to collapse." Thinking back to the earlier situation, Li Qiujuyu was still somewhat frightened. "Thank goodness my basement was reinforced by my husband before to keep some important things, and it even had a thick electric iron door, but there was no food left in my basement. After that zombie visited, the door seemed to have broken, and I couldn't get out. I thought I was going to starve to death in there." At that point, Li Qiujuyu looked at Wang Tao and Han Rui with a face full of gratitude. "How did you guys? A week ago we saw a huge gorilla-like zombie heading in your direction. We were no match for it, so we didn't go over. We thought you were dead. This time passing by your place, I thought to take a look, just in case you weren't dead, and turns out you indeed were." Wang Tao didn't hide anything or exaggerate, simply recounting the events as they happened. Although he made it sound simple, as if it was something he did casually, Li Qiujuyu was still immensely grateful. After all, she remembered her house was in ruins, and even if it was casual for Wang Tao, it wasn't easy to casually rescue her from the basement. "Thank you Wang Tao and Han Rui, thank you both." Li Qiujuyu clasped her hands together, full of gratitude. "Oh, didn't you want to die before? Now you don't want to die anymore?" Wang Tao suddenly asked. He could feel that Li Qiujuyu still had a strong desire to live, otherwise she might have died already. Li Qiujuyu tidied her hair, her face a mix of embarrassment and self-deprecation. "Sai, I thought I had become accustomed to death. I thought I was no longer afraid to die. But when my life was truly threatened, I found out I was still afraid of dying. There was something else she didn't mention, which was her desire to see her daughter again. Although she had witnessed most of her close family die, her daughter was still alive before and had told her she would come to find her. Her daughter was her only reason to keep living. Chapter 249. An Inexplicable Sense of Crisis. Is this Shua's base? It feels so safe. Li Qiu exclaimed as she looked at the tall walls and the heavy gate from inside the car. Han Rui had told her a lot about Shuai's base before, but hearing about it and seeing it in person gave her a completely different feeling. Once you're in Shuai's base, we're all family. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me. Han Rui turned her head with a smile and said, "Thank you." Li Qiu thanked her again. They had returned to the base by nightfall, and Wang Tao asked Han Rui to arrange accommodations for Li Qiu and keep her company. Meanwhile, Wang Tao headed to the comprehensive building. Seeing that several members were present, Wang Tao asked with a smile, "How has everyone's harvest been these past few days?" Each person presented their findings, showcasing an array of gleaming crystal cores on the table. Their hauls varied in size, but overall it seemed quite good. It feels like the number of elite zombies is also slowly increasing. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to collect so many crystal cores in such a short time. Wei Zhenguo said, frowning. While collecting so many crystal cores was a good thing, an increasing number of elite zombies wasn't necessarily good news. Wang Tao glanced over the crystal cores and luckily found some he could use. He asked further, "What about level 2 zombies? Did you encounter any?" "No." Everyone shook their heads. Wang Tao was somewhat disappointed. Without finding any level 2 zombies, he wouldn't be able to advance to level 2. It seemed he had to prepare to hunt down that hooded zombie. "These are the crystal cores I've selected for you. Take a look and take those that are suitable." Wang Tao took out some synthesized crystal cores, all of excellent and outstanding quality, with a few being of orange epic quality. The sight of these crystal cores made everyone's eyes gleam. Previously, Wang Tao had instructed them not to fuse crystal cores for the time being because impurities and side effects in the body were an issue. Wang Tao would figure out the crystal cores problem. They just had to give all their crystal cores to him. They naturally trusted Wang Tao, so they only fused with the crystal cores Wang Tao gave them. Currently, their special ability levels weren't high. The batch of crystal cores Wang Tao now distributed wasn't small, and after their fusion, they could probably max out at least 1 or 2 skills. "Let's hunt level 1 zombies for a few more days, and then we can prepare to hunt level 2 zombies." Now that they couldn't find other level 2 zombies, their only option was to go after that hooded zombie. Although it had 6,000 HP, it was still easier to deal with than the gorilla zombie with 10,000 HP. Moreover, if they didn't act now, the zombie's strength might increase, but Wang Tao's strength had already reached its limit. If the gap widened further, it would only become more challenging, so they had to act fast. "We're finally going to face a level 2 zombie, huh?" Everyone was a bit nervous, but also somewhat expectant. Wang Tao had already informed them about the hooded zombie, and they knew it might be stronger than the zombie Xiaoyang. Of course, it might also be weaker. But regardless, it was a bona fide full-blood level 2 zombie, much stronger than their level 1 ability users. However, everyone still believed in the power of numbers. They felt they had a chance of winning against this level 2 zombie. "Come on, everyone. Come on." Wang Tao, carrying the crystal cores that Wei Zhenguo and the others had collected these days, returned home. On the way, he had already examined them closely. Although their total number of crystal cores wasn't as high as Wang Tao's own recent haul, there were quite a few useful ones among them for himself. In particular, the precision shooting crystal cores. There were exactly 4, which would allow Wang Tao to synthesize both a red and an orange crystal core. As for the self-healing crystal cores, There was one from them and one more in Wang Tao's possession, just enough to synthesize a red crystal core. The 80% fusion success rate for red was quite high, and so far, there had not been a single failure. If Wang Tao had the chance, he would, of course, synthesize the 100% successful orange, but crystal cores were scarce at the moment, so red would do for now unless his luck was exceptionally bad. Upon arriving home, Wang Tao turned those 3 crystal cores into ones without any side effects or impurities. After greeting Ding Yukin, he immediately placed the crystal cores in his mouth. Moments later, the 3 crystal cores successfully fused without any mishaps. The 2 red crystal cores worked out perfectly. Wang Tao's self-healing power reached +7, and his precise shooting ability finally hit +10. His mana also increased by 300, now standing at 3,900. I just need the last 3 self-healing crystal cores. I hope I can get them sorted in the next few days. After Ding Yukin put the last soup on the stove, she looked at Wang Tao with slight resentment and asked, "Why hasn't Han Rui come yet? I'll hurry her up." Wang Tao took out the walkie-talkie and contacted Han Rui. "Dinner time. Oh, and bring Li Qiu with you." "Lo." The voice of Han Rui coming out of the walkie-talkie sounded muffled. She knew she couldn't escape this time. Upon hearing the name of a stranger, Ding Yukin suddenly felt anxious inside and asked tentatively in a low voice, "That who is Li Qiu? Haven't I mentioned her to you?" Wang Tao frowned, not recalling if he had mentioned her or not. Have you mentioned it?" Ding Yukin looked puzzled. "She's a friend I met before who has helped me out. I happened to see her while I was out, so I brought her back to the base." Chapter 250, An Inexplicable Sense of Crisis 2. Wang Tao briefly explained. 0H tilde. Ding Yukin didn't ask any more questions, as she knew many men disliked women who pried too deeply. Sometimes, silence could be more appreciated by men. However, Ding Yukin had already decided to observe carefully later on to see if she had gained another sister. Looking at Ding Yukin, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "Sis-in-law, did you kill any elite zombies these past few days?" When he left, Ding Yukin's HP was in the low thousands, but now it was 1220. He of course, but I did it with everyone else. Wang Tao originally wanted to tell her not to take risks since hunting elite zombies with just over 1,000 HP and no abilities was still quite dangerous. But seeing Ding Yukin looking so happy, Wang Tao decided not to say it. After all, wanting to become stronger was a good thing. It wouldn't do to avoid getting stronger merely because it was dangerous. So Wang Tao encouraged her, saying, "Impressive. Here I thought you were still practicing on ordinary zombies, but you've already started taking on elite ones." Yes. Ding Yukin had almost no resistance to Wang Tao's encouragement. She wore a goofy smile on her face. "In the next few days, I'll take you to hunt zombies," Wang Tao added. He only needed 3 more crystal cores to upgrade his self-healing power, so he had to rush to acquire these cores. Once he fused self-healing to +10, he'd start preparing to deal with second-order hooded zombies. During this time collecting crystal cores, he could lead Ding Yukin and the others to level up their HP. Sure. Finally having the chance to go out with Wang Tao, Ding Yukin was overjoyed. Her wish to be with Wang Tao wasn't just because he was strong, but also because she felt happy when she was with him. Ding Yukin sat on Wang Tao's lap, gazing at him affectionately and occasionally squirming in his embrace. Seeing this, Wang Tao slapped her bottom hard. "Don't get too excited. Han Rui and the others will be here soon." HMPH tilde. Ding Yukin snorted softly. She almost forgot that others were coming today. She hurried into the kitchen to check on the soup she had been stewing. Soon after, Han Rui came over with Li Qiu. Li Qiu was curious about everything here. She was happy and grateful to be invited over by Wang Tao for a meal. But when she saw Ding Yukin, she was somewhat bewildered. Her eyes discreetly roamed over Ding Yukin and Han Rui. She wasn't sure who Wang Tao's wife was or if both were. However, when she heard Wang Tao calling Ding Yukin's sister-in-law, she felt relieved. So it wasn't as she had thought. She remembered that Wang Tao seemed to be a gentleman, very well behaved in her home. It couldn't possibly be. Before Li Qiujuyu could finish her thought, she saw Ding Yukin place the last stewed dish on the table and then sneak a kiss on Wang Tao. Li Qiujuyu was momentarily stunned, then quickly lowered her head. She felt as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Was there something between Wang Tao and his sister-in-law? She wondered if Han Rui was aware. If Han Rui didn't know, wouldn't that be too pitiable? Li Qiujuyu subconsciously looked towards Han Rui and noticed her expression seemed a bit awkward. She saw it too. Then what was their relationship? Li Qiujuyu couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, and Han Rui was doing the same. She had been reluctant to move in with Wang Tao because she felt like an outsider, especially since the relationships among the three of them were somewhat complicated. Was that a stealthy kiss from Ding Yukin just now? No, Han Rui felt it was a deliberate act for her to see. Was Ding Yukin feeling threatened about her position and trying to assert dominance, to let her know who the real mistress was? Han Rui, who used to enjoy watching court dramas, suddenly had lots of scenarios running through her mind. But Han Rui obviously misunderstood Ding Yukin. Ding Yukin wasn't that scheming. It was just a sudden peck on Wang Tao, something they commonly did at home, a form of affection. During dinner, Wang Tao and Ding Yukin sat together, while Li Qiujuyu and Han Rui sat on the other side. Li Qiujuyu and Han Rui seemed to be eating, but their minds were elsewhere. Li Qiujuyu was pondering what the post-apocalyptic world was like, whether any order still existed, and if her daughter was still alive. But as she mused, the delicious food in front of her caught her attention, and she decided to stop thinking. Han Rui was contemplating how she would get along with Ding Yukin if she lived here. She wasn't someone who knew how to ingratiate herself with men. If Ding Yukin harbored ill will towards her, it wouldn't be impossible, since there was only one Wang Tao. She inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. After the meal, Han Rui escorted Li Qiujuyu home. Once outside, Li Qiujuyu asked with some curiosity, "What's going on between you, Wang Tao and Ding Yukin?" "It's exactly what you're thinking." Han Rui was slightly embarrassed. "Ah, okay." Li Qiujuyu gathered her hair together. This situation didn't shock her, as she had seen many things before, even during peace times. She just felt it was poignant that Han Rui, such a strong woman, was sharing a husband with another. Han Rui thought Li Qiujuyu was somewhat unable to accept this kind of situation and shook her head. In the post-apocalyptic world, the strong make the rules. This kind of thing is normal. Besides, Han Rui suddenly looked at Li Qiujuyu, "I suggest you find a strong person to rely on too. It'd be better for you."